Chapter 1157. Tiger Execution. Ferocious Chaos. A black demon tiger pounced forward as if it had been starving for several days. Its long fangs contained a murderous intent, and it carried a strong sense of hostility and bloodlust as it pounced towards Ling Xiao. This move was accompanied by a strong murderous aura that directly attacked the hearts of the onlookers. Everyone in the surroundings felt the impact that came from the depths of their souls. One by one, they retreated quite a bit, and their faces turned pale. They were all geniuses with extraordinary mental fortitude, but in the face of this murderous aura, they were still shaken. It was clear that Jiang Huahu's murderous aura had reached an extreme level. Ling Xiao was also startled by the formless murderous aura. It was as if the black demon tiger before him was a real existence. The murderous aura, hostility, evil, murderous intent, and a series of other negative emotions pressed down on him. No one would be able to withstand it. However, how could Ling Xiao be compared to an ordinary person? He had experienced countless life and death situations. If he had been scared out of his wits by this black demon tiger, he would not have achieved what he had today. Before the black demon tiger's power reached him, Ling Xiao roared towards the sky. Roar! A terrifying sound wave that shook the heavens and the earth rushed towards the black demon tiger. And the black demon tiger was actually shattered into pieces. Jiang Huahu, who was preparing to attack continuously, was also shaken to the point that his eardrums were in pain. However, he did not reveal any flaws because of this. Instead, he took the opportunity to retreat some distance to prevent Ling Xiao from counterattacking. Dragon's Tenbin magic ability, Dragon Roar. Jiang Huahu secretly thought to himself. He had thought that Ling Xiao was not a true descendant of the Kim people, but now that Ling Xiao had used Dragon Roar, he became even more confused. In the end, he believed that Ling Xiao had refined the blood essence of other dragons, and that the Dragon Roar Tenbin that he had comprehended had little to do with the metal attribute. Ling Xiao laughed out loud. Come, let me experience the power of the Devil Tiger sect. Ling Xiao's speed became unpredictable. Although he didn't use his movement technique, his speed of the wind attribute was enough to make him look down on everyone. The ice and fire sword in his hand continued to slash out. Sometimes it was ice, sometimes it was fire. Two completely different forces attacked Jiang Huahu from both sides. It was truly impossible to guard against. Jiang Huahu exclaimed. As you wish. Jiang Huahu's strength increased explosively. His entire body was shrouded in black mist, and a pair of black wings actually grew out from his back. Demonic Tiger Heavenly Wings. The Devil Tiger sect's Tenbin divine ability. This pair of black wings could increase Jiang Huahu's speed, making him as fast as Ling Xiao's wind attribute. This was the true reliance of the Devil Tiger sect, and only direct descendants or people with rich bloodlines could produce it. Ling Xiao looked at Jiang Huahu in astonishment, then revealed a stern look of battle intent as he muttered. This is more interesting. The two of them collided, and three different kinds of power shook the space in the area, causing it to collapse. It also forced the onlookers to retreat far away. The two of them had far surpassed the demigod king realm, and it was already no different from the mid-level low-level god kings. The onlookers were speechless. These two are too insane. Is this power really something a demigod king can possess? Their foundations are quite solid, and their strength is not something anyone can compare to. Once they become god kings, there will definitely be a place for them in the Sunjin of Goguryeo in the future, and they will definitely be at the top. That Ling Xiao doesn't just cultivate the ice and fire dual cultivation. His speed is shockingly fast. Could it be that he cultivates the wind attribute? The experts of the Devil Tiger sect are indeed not to be underestimated. That Devil Tiger Heavenly Wings speed is unparalleled. It seems like it's hard to say who is stronger. Ling Xiao's extreme ice saber technique and sky-scorching sword technique were constantly changing, and the attacks came wave after wave, overwhelming the onlookers. The two completely different forces were equally unbearable, as if they were in a world of ice and fire. Jiang Huahu's strength was extraordinary, but he also felt very uncomfortable. Moreover, Ling Xiao's speed was unpredictable, and he left many sword marks on his divine armor, which made him very angry. He was one of the princes of the Devil Tiger clan, and he was destined to be promoted to a crown prince in the future. How could he be injured by a nobody like this? The divine skill that Jiang Huahu cultivated was definitely much stronger than Ling Zhao's saber sword technique. Under his tiger aura, many black energies transformed into black demon tigers that charged out, and the tiger baleful qi increased its killing power. Furthermore, his pair of devil tiger heavenly wings allowed him to catch up to Ling Zhao's speed without a problem. At the same time that Ling Xiao caused Jiang Huahu to suffer, he was also struck by Jiang Huahu's tiger aura a few times. Fortunately, the tiger aura did not directly hit his body, and only the force of the attack came crashing over. With his physical body that was comparable to a divine artifact, he was still able to withstand it. If it were anyone else, they would probably die immediately. The more Jiang Huahu fought, the more irritated he became. His strength had already risen to 80%, and even if it was Ling Muxin who was fighting with Jiang Taihu earlier, he was confident that he could take him down with this strength. However, he was unable to do anything to the brat in front of him, which made him feel very depressed. I admit that you are much stronger than those other trash. Let me ask you again. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I will spare your life. Otherwise, you can die right now. Jiang Huahu asked coldly. I will also return these words to you. Submit to me and I will spare your life. Ling Xiao replied, refusing a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Jiang Huahu said coldly, and his strength finally increased by another level. Tiger roar world. A sound wave that was not inferior to a dragon's roar rushed out. A peerless ferocious tiger was born. Its might shook the world, and all beasts submitted to it. The terrifying might of the tiger was definitely 2 or 3 times stronger than any of his previous moves. Its strength was close to the peak of low-level God King. This part of the world was shaken violently like a tsunami. The huge ferocious tiger carried a thick blood qi, which made people tremble in fear. Ling Xiao was caught off guard, and his movements became slightly sluggish. Immediately after, he was swallowed by this peerless ferocious tiger. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The ferocious tiger continued to wreak havoc in all directions, shaking the space here several times. Granduncle. The people of Kim people could not help but exclaim when they saw such a terrible destructive force. A few of them wanted to go forward to help Ling Xiao, but they were stopped by Ling Muxin. Don't worry, Granduncle has not done his best yet, Ling Muxin said. When Ling Muxin said this, everyone remembered that Ling Xiao had not used the ancient Emperor Divine technique yet, and their hearts calmed down a lot. Chang Haoyou, who was next to Ling Muxin and the others, was shocked when he heard them call Ling Xiao Granduncle. He did not expect Ling Xiao to have such a high status in the Kim people, but Ling Xiao was still so young. It seems that Ling Xiao is a monster that the Kim people have hidden. Chang Haoyou thought to himself. Lai Rui and Zhou Zhijing, who were not far away, had their hearts in their throats. Their faces were full of worry, and they could not wait to rush up to help Ling Xiao. But they knew that such impulsiveness would not help. If anything happens to Ling Xiao, I, Lai Ruyu, will wipe out the demonic tiger clan one day. Lai Ruyu bit her lips and swore. She had the body of the fire god. As long as she was willing to work hard, she would definitely be able to advance to the supreme level in the future. She made such a heavy oath, and it was definitely not nonsense. The others also thought that Ling Xiao was really going to die. With such a terrible attack, even if the people present were wearing divine armors, they did not have the confidence to escape. However, at this time, another terrible sound wave rushed out, followed by a mighty golden dragon soaring into the sky. The dragon's body was hundreds of meters long, the pair of bell-like mighty dragon eyes, and the purple golden dragon aura, all gave off a terrible divine power that was hard to shake. The aura that lingered around the dragon forced the bodies of the others to lower a lot. They all had the feeling of a subject meeting a king, and they wanted to bow down and worship it. This is the movement caused by the ancient Emperor Divine technique of the Kim people. Could it be that that person is really one of the Kim people's people? But just now he used the ice and fire attribute. Could it be that he is still hiding the metal attribute? There's no way I'm wrong. This golden dragon is even more frightening than the one used by the 2 gold race members. Just what kind of monster is this guy? This aura is too frightening. It seems that we still have a chance of winning this battle at the edge of the Sky Dragon domain. As long as we take down the leader of the demonic tiger clan, I believe that the others will not dare to act recklessly. That's right, Ling Xiao had not used his full strength. To be precise, he had only used 70% of his strength. His conception, his combat prowess, and his trump cards had not been fully revealed yet. Now that Ling Xiao had forcefully dispersed Jiang Huahu's powerful move, his entire body rose into the air, flashing with golden light and the roar of the dragon's shadow. He looked especially mighty and extraordinary. At this time, the ice and fire sword in his hand had already disappeared, but a pair of golden gloves had already been put on his hands. Hee, come on, now I will let you see my true combat power. Ling Xiao sneered, and his figure immediately disappeared. When Jiang Huahu wanted to sense Ling Xiao's existence, Ling Xiao had already arrived beside him. Bang bang! Ling Xiao mercilessly slapped Jiang Huahu's body. The power of the dragon's subduing palm was not ordinary, and it directly cracked Jiang Huahu's divine armor. Uft! Jiang Huahu could not withstand the terrifying impact, and immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. Just as Jiang Huahu wanted to reorganize his formation, Ling Xiao's palm shadows had already covered the sky and the earth and slapped towards him. Jiang Huahu had no time to react at all, and he was immediately drowned by the palm shadows. At this time, the people of the Heaven Tiger domain finally moved. Jiang Huahu was the strongest existence in their hearts, but now he was actually being suppressed by someone else. They could not even wrap their heads around it. Damn it, Demon Tiger, come over here. Jiang Huahu could only feel the pain from the beating. His internal organs had already been shaken to the point of dislocation. If this went on, he was afraid that he would die. He could only use his remaining consciousness to summon his protective spiritual beast over. He had to catch his breath first before reorganizing his formation. The black demon tiger, who had been staying nearby, finally made its move. It roared, its voice shaking thousands of miles. It turned into a black shadow and pounced towards Ling Xiao. The speed of a 10th-order holy beast was extremely shocking. In the blink of an eye, it arrived above Ling Xiao's head, its terrifying mouth already enveloping Ling Xiao. Chapter 1158. The black demon tiger was incomparably ferocious, and the baleful aura it emitted was even more hair-raising. That sinister mouth was filled with a thick bloodlust, and those long fangs were even more chilling. An ordinary person would have their legs go soft in front of such a terrifying saint beast. But would Ling Xiao back down? That was simply a joke. He wasn't the type that could be considered stout, but his courage was definitely much greater than an ordinary person's. Ling Xiao had originally wanted to use his divine sense to deal with the black demon tiger, but after thinking about it, he decided to hide it a little longer. Perhaps Jiang Huahu still had some tricks up his sleeves. Ling Xiao's figure flickered, dodging the black demon tiger's attack. The black demon tiger didn't immediately chase after him. Instead, it stayed by Jiang Huahu's side to prevent others from launching a sneak attack. Jiang Huahu's appearance was a bit miserable. His divine armor was already mostly tattered, and palm prints covered it. He looked exceptionally battered and exhausted. His hair was a mess, and there was blood dripping from the corner of his mouth. Even his black wings had been broken, and he no longer had the slightest bit of his previous domineering and arrogant appearance. Didn't I tell your people to come at me together? Do you regret it now? Your meager skills are nothing in front of me. Ling Xiao shrugged with a smile. Even if the other party had an army of thousands, Ling Xiao wasn't necessarily afraid of them. If he couldn't beat them, could it be that he couldn't escape? Jiang Huahu really wanted to vomit blood. He had always believed that it was difficult to find an opponent in the same realm as him, but now such a fellow had appeared. He was completely helpless against him, and his confidence had suffered a setback for the first time. A few people from the Heavenly Tiger territory stepped forward, and one of them said to Jiang Huahu, "Prince, why don't we all attack together and kill them?" Jiang Huahu took a deep breath, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. "Do you think I'm inferior to him?" That person took a step back from Jiang Huahu's glare, and he nervously said, "And no. All of you stand down." Jiang Huahu waved his hand and then added, "Listen to my orders at any time." The men responded with a few terrified noises, and then retreated. Jiang Huahu did not let his black demon tiger attack. Instead, he used his unique divine art to recover from his injuries. At the same time, he stared at Ling Xiao and said, I admit that you are very strong, but you will still lose to me. Thanks for the compliment. Actually, I'm just SO. It's just that you're too trashy. Ling Xiao smiled modestly. Jiang Huahu's strength was increasing, and the divine power in his body was constantly surging and circulating. He was going to use all of his divine power to unleash a sure-kill move. But before he made his move, a thought-provoking smile appeared on his face. This forced Ling Xiao to be on his guard. The surging power continued to gather, and in front of Jiang Huahu, there were already layers of thick black power. This power was shockingly great, causing the surrounding people to retreat again and again, not daring to get too close. This was all of Jiang Huahu's divine power, a terrifying energy that could destroy everything. Jiang Huahu made his move. He raised one of his palms up high, and a large amount of black divine power rose up, and then quickly slammed down. Demonic Heaven Palm. The terrifying palm print descended like the collapse of heaven and earth. The power was terrifying to the extreme, and all the air in the surroundings was compressed into nothingness. Countless layers of space collapsed. Ling Xiao felt the pressure. He could sense that the power of this palm was quite terrifying. Even if he could withstand it, he would probably be seriously injured. The palm came very quickly, but with Ling Xiao's speed, he could still dodge it. However, at this critical moment, something appeared in Jiang Huahu's hand and attacked him. It was a beam of black light that flashed by at an astonishing speed. Ling Xiao was distracted by the demonic heaven palm, and the black light came too suddenly. It was too late for him to dodge. He was afraid that this beam of light would have a unique divine power like Europhase Stillness Mirror. If that was the case, he was dead for sure. Fortunately, this beam of black light did not possess the divine power of stillness. Instead, it possessed the strange power to attack one's consciousness and soul. This power rushed into Ling Xiao's sea of wisdom. At the same time, the sky-shaking palm silhouette also attacked, completely submerging Ling Xiao. However, Jiang Huahu did not intend to let it go just like that. The hu hui in his hand danced rapidly, and waves of energy blasted towards Ling Xiao. Haha, you are still far from being able to fight with this king. Jiang Huahu said happily. This change happened too quickly. The people of the Sky Dragon domain were all shocked. But was Ling Xiao going to die just like that? This was obviously impossible. Others would be fearful of energy that attacked one's sea of wisdom. However, Ling Xiao had already cultivated the ancient Emperor Divine Technique's sixth transformation, refined consciousness, to the perfect stage. This transformation could defend one's sea of wisdom from attacks on one's soul. Moreover, he cultivated the soul manipulation technique, so he was immune to such attacks. Therefore, Jiang Huahu's attack only made Ling Xiao hesitate for a moment. It did not hurt his soul. However, the power of the demonic heaven palm was indeed terrifying. It shook Ling Xiao until he was dizzy. If he had not advanced to a demigod king, and his body was comparable to a divine weapon, this palm would have been enough to send him to hell. Ling Xiao's chest caved in. Many of his bones and organs were shattered. However, he did not die, so he could recover quickly. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao, who reappeared, and was in an uproar. Looking at Ling Xiao, who was in such a miserable state, they thought to themselves, he's not dead even after that. That's insane. The people of the Jin clan all revealed arrogant expressions because they had the ancient emperor's mystic art, which gave them a monstrous defense and a fast healing effect. This was something that only the Kim people's unique divine technique could do. What other tricks do you have? Show me. Ling Xiao said to Jiang Huahu with a sneer as he healed himself with all his might. Jiang Huahu looked at Ling Xiao's sarcastic smile and felt strangely suffocated. You're fine, Jiang Huahu said while gritting his teeth. Once again, he used all his skills to attack Ling Xiao. All kinds of powerful attacks were launched continuously. His hidden demonic mirror also attacked from time to time. However, it was all in vain. Ling Xiao's movement technique was like a swimming fish. He could always dodge the attacks easily. Ling Xiao did not fight back. He needed time to recover from his injuries. On the other hand, Jiang Huahu's crazy attack gave him a chance to catch his breath. Jiang Huahu sensed Ling Xiao's intentions and knew that he could not do anything to Ling Xiao. He roared crazily, "All of you attack together and kill this kid!" Jiang Huahu finally put down his arrogant face. He could not let Ling Xiao live. Otherwise, he would definitely become a huge threat to the demonic tiger clan in the future. Jiang Huahu's order was not for all the people in the Tianhu territory to attack. Instead, it was for the few people he had personally selected to attack. Jiang Huahu and the other 6 people moved at the same time. Every demigod king's aura was released, sealing off all the areas where Ling Xiao could dodge, making it difficult for Ling Xiao to escape. Seeing this, Ling Muxin immediately shouted in shock, "Let's go help granduncle." After saying that, he wanted to bring Kim people's people to kill Jiang Huahu and the others. "Don't come over. I alone am enough to deal with them." Ling Xiao roared in shock. All of his battle prowess had finally been pushed to the peak, and his divine soul clone had also been summoned at this moment. The 2 identical Ling Xiao made people feel strange. But what was even stranger was that the clone's power was actually much stronger than his real body's power. This made people unable to understand what kind of godly skill this was. His true body and divine soul both possessed the power of a low-level god king. When the power of the 2 figures erupted at the same time, the power that the 7 of them had sealed off was immediately blasted away. When the people from both sides saw this scene, they could not help but cry out in alarm. "What? This? What kind of clone is this? It's actually so terrifying. That seems to be a divine soul clone. Could it be that he has already condensed a divine soul? But why is the power of this divine soul so much stronger than the power of his true body? This shouldn't be possible. Maybe this is a type of secret cloning technique. Maybe it can only last for a while before disappearing. That's true, but I feel that this clone's power is very terrifying. It's actually not weaker than that stage 10 holy beast." Ling Xiao did not plan to hide his strength anymore. His divine soul wielded the ice and fire sword, and directly went to find Jiang Huahu's stage 10 Blackfiend Tiger. This stage 10 Blackfiend Tiger's killing power was the strongest. Only by delaying it would Ling Xiao be able to kill the others. Jiang Huahu saw that Ling Xiao was even more powerful, and the killing intent in his heart intensified. He no longer cared about face and led the others to surround and kill Ling Xiao. "I'll let you know what a true soul attack is," Ling Xiao muttered to himself. The soul-controlling art that he cultivated had finally begun to show its might. The divine soul attack that he had cultivated for 2 years burst forth at this moment. The divine soul needle pierced towards the first opponent to attack. Before that person could even reach Ling Xiao, he let out a miserable scream as his body froze. It was also at this moment that Ling Xiao raised his speed to the extreme, and directly slapped the person's face with the dragon-subduing palm, bursting his head. Ling Xiao did not stop there after his successful move. The divine soul needle split into 2 and rushed towards the other 2 people at the same time. They had no way of defending at all. While their souls were injured, they definitely could not control their bodies. In a short moment, Ling Xiao had already killed 3 demigod kings. Jiang Huahu, who was rushing forward, immediately stopped, and looked at Ling Xiao as if he had seen a ghost. What secret technique did you use?" Ling Xiao did not have the time to talk nonsense with him as the divine soul needle rushed towards him. Jiang Huahu mobilized all of his defensive power, and wrapped himself in layers, while the Hui in his hand continuously attacked Ling Xiao in an attempt to stop Ling Xiao's attack. However, the divine soul needle was invisible and hard to detect. It directly penetrated the layers of defense and directly attacked Jiang Huahu's consciousness. Jiang Huahu had already condensed his divine soul, but his divine soul was not as powerful as Ling Xiao's. However, he already had the ability to defend. Unfortunately, when he blocked Ling Xiao's first wave of divine soul needle attack, Ling Xiao immediately transferred more power to attack. At the same time, his figure appeared next to Jiang Huahu like a ghost. "Go to hell," Ling Xiaoyu coldly said, and ruthlessly slapped the back of Jiang Huahu's head. Chapter 1159. Ling Xiao's true body and divine soul were separated separately, but a third of the soul power still existed within Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. It was absolutely impossible to completely drain it. Otherwise, how could his true body possess combat strength? And this third of soul power was something ordinary demigod kings could not compare to. Even Jiang Huahu's divine soul could not do it either. Ling Xiao cultivated the soul-controlling art after all. At the same time, he was also a great saint master. This third of soul power was enough to blast through Jiang Huahu's divine soul defense. When Jiang Huahu sensed that Ling Xiao possessed a soul power attack, he was already terrified to the extreme. This made him think of a race that should have been extinct, the soul race. Except his fear already came too late. Ling Zhao's dragon subduing palm already smashed heavily onto the back of his head mercilessly. Bang! His head split open, fresh blood splattered wildly, a ghastly sight. Everyone was stunned. They opened their mouths wide. Looking at the decisive, cold and ruthless Ling Xiao, they all felt their scalps go numb. That insufferably arrogant Jiang Huahu just now died tragically just like that. Weren't the two evenly matched just now? Why did the battle suddenly become one-sided? Jiang Huahu actually seemed so unable to withstand a single blow? Everyone realized that Ling Xiao had been hiding his strength all along, and only now did it truly erupt. What are you still standing there for? Finish off all these Heaven Tiger region trash for me. Ling Xiao shouted to the people behind him, then charged towards the Heaven Tiger region's people recklessly. Ling Xiao was like a wolf entering a flock of sheep. He and his divine soul attacked at the same time, killing those people practically 1 second at a time. The Heaven Tiger region's people lost their backbone, and were also scared out of their wits by Ling Xiao's perverse killing hand. They actually did not all join forces to attack Ling Xiao for a moment, and were all scared until they scattered. On the other hand, the people from the Sky Dragon domain's morale soared. With Ling Xiao's roar, everyone summoned their protective spiritual beasts and charged at the people from the Sky Tiger domain. They knew that only by seizing this opportunity to expel the people from the Heaven Tiger domain would they be able to condense their souls here with peace of mind. The people of the Heaven Tiger domain originally had the advantage, but now, all the advantages were gone in an instant. They couldn't deal with Ling Xiao at all. And without Jiang Huahu as their leader, everyone was like a plate of loose sand, constantly retreating. This was because among these people, apart from a portion of them being from the Devil Tiger sect, there were also people from over a dozen other forces. They were originally forcefully roped in by the Devil Tiger sect. With Jiang Huahu dead, they naturally wouldn't stay together with the Devil Tiger sect's people anymore. The group battle started quickly, but it also ended quickly. The Heaven Tiger domain's people didn't dare to continue fighting, and directly fled in the direction they came from. On the other hand, the people from the Sky Dragon territory chased them all the way, forcing them all out of the void crack. Once anyone went out, there would no longer be a chance to enter inside again. The people from the Sky Dragon territory obtained a great victory, beheading many people from the Heaven Tiger domain, but their losses were extremely small. Everyone revealed joyous smiles. Their gazes looked towards one person and faintly revealed incomparable reverence, while many women had traces of affection, throwing flirtatious glances at that person non-stop. Everyone returned to the Ghost Divine Pond again, but no one took the lead to enter the Divine Pond. Instead, they looked at that person in unison, their eyes faintly having some sort of anticipation. Ling Muxin said to Ling Xiao, "Granduncle, please enter the pond first." Ling Muxin's eyes revealed a respectful look, while the people from the Dragon Gate revealed proud looks. This was because Ling Xiao was from the same sect as them, and in this battle, he undoubtedly displayed combat strength that far surpassed ordinary people. He had already faintly become the leader of this generation in the Sky Dragon territory. Don't look at me. Whoever wants to enter the Divine Pond can go first. I guarantee that no one from the Heaven Tiger domain will come to cause trouble, Ling Xiao said as he rubbed his nose. No one had expected Ling Xiao to be so easy to talk to, and their expressions all relaxed. Thank you, brother. Otherwise, the people of the Sky Dragon region would have been ambushed by the people of the Sky Tiger region. From now on, you are my friend. If you need any help, just say it. I will definitely not say anything. Yes. Although we aren't as strong as you, there are some things that we can help you with, as long as you don't mind. If there's anything you need in the future, we will naturally do our best to help. I will remember this kindness. I hope that I will have the opportunity to repay benefactor in the future. These people all politely spoke to Ling Xiao before entering the divine pond to once again condense their divine souls. They had no choice but to be disrespectful to Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, they wouldn't even know how they were killed, let alone condensing their divine souls here. As a member of the Dragon Gate's god system, Yao Meihong came to Ling Xiao's side. She wasn't very beautiful, but she had already cultivated to the demigod king realm. Her temperament made her look even more charming and alluring than the average beautiful woman. What's the matter? Ling Xiao noticed that Yao Meihong kept staring at him, and he asked with a hint of fear in his heart. A smile appeared on Yao Meihong's indifferent face. You're very powerful. Junior brother Lei was also killed by you. Whoosh. As soon as Yao Meihong finished speaking, Ling Xiao appeared in front of her in a flash and grabbed her neck with one hand. What did you just say? Ling Xiao's face was cold as he looked at Yao Meihong. Yao Meihong didn't expect Ling Xiao to make a move just like that. He didn't allow anyone to resist at all. Looking at his fierce eyes, she knew that he would definitely do something cruel to this flower. Yao Meihong blushed and said with difficulty, I didn't mean anything else. Don't be angry. Ling Xiao let go of Yao Meihong, and his face instantly turned into a gentle smile. Senior sister Yao, what's the matter? Yao Meihong looked at Ling Xiao's strangely beautiful face. It was hard to imagine that he was the one who disguised that fierce look. From now on, senior sister will follow junior brother Ling Xiao's lead. Yao Meihong bowed slightly and said with respect. Yao Meihong and Lei Xingyang were the leaders of the new generation of the Divine Body faction. However, Lei Xingyang had the Thunder God's body, so he was the leader of the faction. Yao Meihong's wind attribute was not as important. But now, Ling Xiao's display of strength and his natural leadership aura had deeply convinced Yao Meihong. The most important thing was that Ling Xiao had perfected his movement technique. Yao Meihong was of the wind attribute. If she could receive Ling Xiao's teachings, her speed would increase by more than one level. So even if she was from the Divine Body faction, it wouldn't stop her from defecting to Ling Xiao. Let the faction fight go to hell. Every man for himself will be destroyed by heaven and earth. Moreover, once Ling Xiao grew up, she was afraid that no one in the same generation would be his opponent. Ling Xiao smiled, a smile that was bewitching to death. Senior sister, you're too serious. If we can't follow the faction's orders, we should follow the faction leader's lead. Ling Xiao said. Yao Meihong's eyes trembled slightly, and then she also laughed. Junior brother is right. Senior sister will not disturb you then. After saying that, she turned into a gust of wind and fell into the divine pond. When she left, Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing had already come to his side. Lai Ruyu said with slight jealousy, "Who was that woman just now?" Ling Xiao wrinkled his nose and said, "She's a senior sister in the faction." "What's wrong?" "No, nothing." Lai Ruyu was a little embarrassed. Then she asked with concern, "Are you all right? I have some recovery pills here." After saying that, Lai Ruyu took out a bottle of pills and handed it to Ling Xiao. Divine pills. Each one was extremely precious. They were heaven-defying pills that could help a god king recover. Lai Ruyu could casually take out a bottle and give it to Ling Xiao. She was indeed a little rich woman. Ling Xiao was a little moved. He smiled and said, "It's okay. Don't forget that I'm from the Kim people. We have the most powerful healing divine arts." "So what? What if there are hidden injuries?" Lai Ruyu took it out. There was no reason to take it back. Ling Xiao knew that if he didn't take it, this little rich woman would probably be unhappy. He immediately accepted the bottle of pills. "You can go now. Hurry up and condense your divine soul," Ling Xiao said. Zhou Zhijing asked, "What about you?" "I've already achieved divine soul. I'm just here to see if there are any divine items that are suitable for my cultivation. You don't need to care about me," Ling Xiao said. The two women didn't say anything more. They looked at Ling Xiao with admiration, and then went back into the divine pond. The people of the Sky Dragon territory had already entered the divine pond. Ling Xiao also landed on the surface of the pond. He didn't enter the divine pond because it didn't have much effect on him. "All of you come out." As soon as Ling Xiao said that, a few figures appeared beside him. These figures were Yuro Fei, Sha Tian, and Xin Yuyi. All of you go in and soak. It can help you condense your divine soul. Ling Xiao said to the three of them. Sha Tian and Xin Yi didn't need to say anything more. They plunged into the divine pond. Xiao, did you fight again just now? Yu Rofei looked at Ling Xiao's tattered clothes and said with heartache. Ling Xiao gently caressed Yu Rofei and said, this is a void crack. Of course, it takes a lot of effort to come in. But it's okay. When you become divine soul, you will become divine king in the future. This is nothing. Yu Rofei hugged Ling Xiao and kissed him. She didn't say anything more, and went into the divine pond. She knew that only when she became stronger could she help her man. Otherwise, she could only follow behind him forever, or even be pulled away from him. This was what she didn't want to see. It should be quiet now, Ling Xiao murmured. He looked into the depths of the divine pond. He had a vague feeling of uneasiness in that direction. Based on this feeling, he believed that the divine spring he needed might be in that direction. He used his divine will to cover that direction. However, he couldn't find anything. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Ling Xiao struggled in his heart, but he still decided to check it out. This time, Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He immediately took out a defensive armor from the cauldron and put it on, just in case. After that, he carefully went deeper into the divine pond. Chapter 1160. It was said that there was a divine spring in the depths of the ghost divine pond that could help people break through to the divine king realm. However, not many people were able to get a divine spring from this place. There was once an ancestor who managed to get some here, but no one succeeded afterwards. Actually, with Ling Xiao's current condition, there was no need for him to take the risk to look for the divine spring. If he wanted to break through to the divine king realm, he only needed to accumulate energy and convert it into divine energy. Then he would be able to break through to the divine king realm within 5 to 10 years. However, time waited for no man. Ling Xiao still had many things to do. Only after he reached the divine king realm would he be able to move around freely in the heaven domain. He wanted to reach the divine king realm as soon as possible, find his master, find Yun Mingqi, and bring his relatives from the Xianling continent to live in the heaven domain. That was why he took the risk to look for the divine spring. At the same time, he treated this as a form of training for himself. Only after going through all kinds of dangerous situations would his state of mind become as stable as a boulder, unshakable. When he reached the depths of the divine pond, Ling Xiao still did not sense any dangerous aura. He hesitated for a moment, but still dived into the depths of the divine pond. Ling Xiao found that the energy in the depths of the divine pond was much more vast and pure. For those who wanted to condense their divine soul, it would definitely be more effective. Ling Xiao opened up his spiritual consciousness to the maximum, always vigilant of the environment. He found that his divine sense could only cover 100 meters below the surface of the divine pond. When he went deeper, it seemed to be blocked by something. There must be something strange at the bottom of the divine pond, Ling Xiao thought to himself. He gritted his teeth and dived deeper. When he was more than 200 meters below the divine pond, he still did not find anything, not to mention the divine spring. However, he felt that the energy here was much denser. He must be closer to the divine spring. Then he dived another 10 meters. At this moment, green vines the same color as the divine pond water suddenly shot out from all directions. Ling Xiao immediately sensed the abnormality and quickly retreated. However, the green vines continued to chase after him. Ling Xiao knew that unless he left the divine pond now, these green vines would continue to harass him. Immediately, the ice and fire sword in his hand released a powerful sword art and cut down the vines one by one. However, these green vines seemed to be endless. After they were chopped off, they grew out crazily and headed towards Ling Xiao as if they were intelligent. Ling Xiao didn't want to retreat just like that. Helpless, he could only increase the speed and power of his attacks, crushing the green vines one by one. However, these jade vines seemed to be endless, and he was unable to cut them all no matter how hard he tried. If this were to continue, then he would be trapped here once he exhausted all his strength. Just these green vines are enough to make any demigod king flinch. I'm afraid that the divine spring is right below, Ling Xiao guessed. Just these green vines alone were not enough to make Ling Xiao retreat. He stopped his attack, and bursts of flames burst out from his body. The dark, blazing fire surrounded Ling Xiao tightly. The divine pond water could not reduce the fire at all. This was Ling Xiao's origin of heavenly fire, and it had evolved twice. Unless it was the ultimate water, it would not be able to extinguish it. Ling Xiao was protected by the heavenly fire, so it was impossible for those green vines to trap Ling Xiao anymore. As soon as they came in contact with Ling Xiao, they were immediately burned by the heavenly fire. They could not harm Ling Xiao at all. Ling Xiao chuckled and continued to dive for 100 meters. At this moment, Ling Xiao looked in a certain direction, and saw that in the center of the green vines, there was a crystal-clear spiritual herb with a jade-like luster. The spirit herb was not very big, but the light it emitted was very dazzling. Waves of divine light rippled, and it was mesmerizing. Ling Xiao's eyes widened and he gulped. Could this be the nether spirit herb? The nether spirit herb and the divine soul herb were divine herbs that had great effects on the soul. A nether spirit herb like this could directly let any peak holy emperor or demigod monarch condense their soul. Apart from that, it could also heal any divine monarch's soul injuries and strengthen their soul power. There were countless kinds of spirit herbs in the world, but spirit herbs related to soul power were the rarest and most difficult to find. Ling Xiao did not expect to encounter a nether spirit herb here, and he was overjoyed. However, he did not dare to go over and take it immediately. This was because it was surrounded by layers of green vines. Who knew if there were terrifying holy beasts hiding nearby, so he had to be careful. Ling Xiao did not move, but it did not mean that he could not get the nether spirit herb. His soul power transformed into a formless claw, grabbing towards that nether spirit herb. Just as he was about to grab the nether spirit herb in his hand, a similarly undetectable force collided with Ling Xiao's soul power hand, scattering it. At the same time, another streak of soul power charged towards Ling Xiao's sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao was taken aback. He sensed that this soul power attack was truly not weak. Even if it bombarded ordinary divine monarchs, they would not be able to withstand it. Ling Xiao did not even think and immediately shot out divine soul needles, scattering the soul power that blasted over. It was just that the other party's soul power seemed to be astonishing. Another wave of continuous soul power blasted over, catching people off guard. Even though Ling Xiao had encountered all kinds of thrilling dangers before, this was his first time encountering an existence that could contend with his soul power. Ling Xiao channeled the power of his defensive soul power. At the same time, he drew out his soul power and clashed with the incoming attacks. Fortunately, Ling Xiao's divine soul was already at the peak of the low-level divine king, and his strength was extremely dense. Otherwise, just these attacks would be enough to destroy his soul and kill him. Ling Xiao released all of his soul power to deal with these inexplicable soul power attacks. He discovered that these soul power were coming from the other direction of the nether spirit herb. He had to get rid of the thing in the dark in that direction. Otherwise, once his soul power was weak, he would be at the mercy of the fisherman. Go! Ling Xiao threw out the ice and fire sword in his hand. The ice and fire sword had already become one with his artifact. He only needed to split a thought to control the ice and fire sword to kill any enemy within 10,000 miles. Sure enough, after the ice and fire sword pierced in that direction, the soul power immediately shriveled up and stopped attacking. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, and wanted to immediately rush forward to retrieve the nether spirit herb. Just at this moment, waves of soul power that blotted out the sky and covered the earth rushed out from that direction. It was like a storm of soul power. Even the water here was stirred up. Ling Xiao was shocked. He quickly retreated. The power of his divine soul immediately met it, colliding with the storm of soul power. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ling Xiao felt that his divine soul almost couldn't take it anymore. Fortunately, he had used all of his soul power to stop the other party's soul power storm in advance. Otherwise, even with his soul defense, he would have been injured. Just what is it that's so terrifying? Ling Xiao exclaimed with lingering fear, and summoned the ice and fire sword back. However, at this time, tiny one-eyed spirit beasts emerged from behind the nether spirit herb. These tiny spirit beasts were only about the size of a human head, and appeared to be flat. Their bodies were black and blue, and they had fish scales that resembled swimming fishes. They also had large mouths and a single eye on their foreheads that was constantly flashing with a strange light. Gigi. These little spirit beasts let out strange cries and looked at Ling Xiao fiercely. At the same time, soul power burst out from their single eyes, and when all of their soul power gathered together, it formed a soul power storm again, pressing towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao had already used all of his strength to deal with that attack just now. If he were to deal with a few more attacks like this, his soul power would be depleted. Ling Xiao could feel the fluctuations of soul power, and he retreated repeatedly to avoid it. Soul power attacks were untraceable to others, but there was no such restriction for Ling Xiao. If he wanted to cultivate the spirit-controlling art, he first had to sense the fluctuations of spiritual power and soul power. Therefore, with his speed, it was not difficult for him to avoid these soul power attacks. If you didn't show your true bodies, I might not be able to do anything to you. Since you dare to come out now, don't blame me for being ruthless. Ling Xiao secretly snorted. The ice fire sword in his hand slashed out a series of ice blade shadows, attacking towards those spirit beasts. Ling Xiao attacked with great propriety and did not dare to destroy that nether soul divine grass. Those little spirit beasts let out panicked cries and actually scattered, heading deeper into the divine pond. But there were still many little spirit beasts that were hit by this move of Ling Xiao's, and their corpses were crushed one by one. Looks like apart from soul power attacks, these little things have nothing else to do. Ling Xiao heaved a sigh of relief and said, "Fortunately, it was Ling Xiao who came here. If it were someone else, that soul power storm could probably kill a divine king instantly." After repelling those little spirit beasts, Ling Xiao finally collected that nether soul divine grass. It was just that this stalk of nether soul divine grass was not very useful to him currently. At most, it could increase his soul power a little, but it was unable to let him break through to become a true divine king. He still had to continue searching for the divine spring. It was just that after encountering such a batch of little spirit beasts that could attack the soul, Ling Xiao could not help but be somewhat worried that there would be even more terrifying existences below. Ling Xiao dove down in the direction where the energy was getting thicker and thicker. Many little spirit beasts bombarded over with soul power attacks from time to time, but they were all avoided by Ling Xiao one by one. The more Ling Xiao dove down, the more delighted his divine soul became. Ling Xiao could sense that the pond water here had an enhanced healing effect on any divine soul. Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He could confirm that there was definitely a divine spring's existence below here. Ling Xiao accelerated his sinking speed. After his entire person evaded all of the little spirit beasts' attacks, he finally landed at the bottom of the divine pond. The divine pond surged with waves of mud, very easy to sink in. Ling Xiao's body seemed to be treading on snow without leaving a trace, constantly flitting above these mud, searching for the location of the divine spring. Indeed, the heavens did not disappoint those who persevered. Ling Xiao finally discovered a small spring's mouth. Balls of pure and vast energy surged over there, merging into these pond water. Ling Xiao could not help crying out in surprise. The mouth of the divine spring, I found it. Just as Ling Xiao was about to rush over to collect the divine spring, an unprecedented crisis assaulted him. Chapter 1161. The power of the heavenly spring was definitely incomparable to the power in the pool. It could be said that the power in the pool that could allow people to comprehend and condense their divine soul was only a portion of the power that was dispersed from the heavenly spring, and it had already been diluted. If those peak holy emperor or demigod kings could obtain some of the heavenly spring and consume it, they would definitely be able to condense their divine soul immediately, and it would also boost their divine power. By then, it would not be a problem for them to become divine kings. Now that Ling Xiao's divine soul was already formed, what he lacked was the purest divine power. The heavenly spring in front of him was undoubtedly the most suitable divine item for him. As long as he consumed it, it would naturally greatly shorten the time for him to condense divine power, allowing him to become a divine king in the shortest time possible. Suddenly discovering the existence of the heavenly spring, Ling Xiao could no longer hide his excitement, and immediately rushed over. However, at that moment, something suddenly surged under the mud, and all the mud immediately rolled up in front of Ling Xiao and rushed toward him. Ling Xiao's heart skipped a beat. and he slapped both of his palms at the same time, preparing to blast the mud away. However, as soon as his palm energy came into contact with the mud, he was forcefully repelled, and his entire body flew backward as if he had been electrocuted. However, everything was not over yet. The mud was still surging at an extremely fast speed, as if something was breaking out of the ground. Ling Xiao was extremely anxious. He did not expect there to be a terrifying existence hidden under the mud. Damn it, what kind of beast is this? Ling Xiao exclaimed, and his power exploded to the extreme as he slapped the dragon-subduing palm toward the direction of the mud again. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The palm energy finally blasted away a lot of the mud, but it could not stop the beast from rushing over. Roar. A terrifying giant black shadow suddenly appeared, and a terrifying, bloodthirsty mouth pounced toward Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao could not see what it was at all, but he saw the deep, terrifying mouth, and the sharp, bloodthirsty fangs. The other party's speed was very fast and very fierce. Even though Ling Xiao was already prepared, it was still difficult for him to escape. Just as he was about to be devoured by the ferocious beast, his divine soul rushed forward. The ice and fire sword in his hand gathered all his strength and blasted at the big mouth with all his might. Rumble. One ice and one fire. The two powers rushed into the huge mouth at the same time, preventing it from closing. Once again, Ling Xiao slid far away like a pool of mud. At the same time, the ice and fire sword in his hand continued to bombard the fierce beast with wave after wave of attacks. Finally, the ferocious beast seemed to feel that it couldn't deal with Ling Xiao for a while. It could only slow down and reveal its majestic appearance. This ferocious beast was a fish-shaped mutated sacred beast, known as the eel snake fish. It had already reached the mid-stage of the 10th level. It had a huge body at the ethereal opening level, and it had a strange fish head and a snake body. Many scales and fish bones flickered, thick and sharp. Its pair of terrifying fish eyes carried an evil and awe-inspiring glint. The big fish kept inhaling and exhaling the pool water, stirring and rolling. Seeing the appearance and aura of this ferocious beast, Ling Xiao's legs became weak. With his strength, trying to snatch food from the mouth of such a high-level ferocious beast would probably be a dead end. However, the heavenly spring was already within reach. If he didn't take it, wouldn't it be a great pity? Brother Snakefish, calm down. Let's talk this out. Ling Xiao said to the eel snakefish. Damn human, how dare you come to my territory and disturb my sleep? Go to hell. The ghost eel snakefish uttered a harsh sound, and its figure once again pounced towards Ling Xiao. Its speed was simply astonishing. Although Ling Xiao was already prepared, he was still shocked. He raised his body technique to the extreme and kept retreating. This was the territory of the eel snake fish. Ling Xiao was hindered by the pool water, but his speed was greatly affected. The eel snake fish used its water attribute power to increase the pressure in the vicinity. No matter how Ling Xiao dodged, he couldn't escape its attack. Seeing that the eel snake fish's mouth was once again enveloping him, Ling Xiao's body and mind went cold. Damn it, this guy is too scary. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. The ice and fire sword in his hand left his hand and directly pierced into the abdomen of the eel snake fish. However, before the ice and fire sword could pierce into the mouth of the eel snake fish, a wave of water forcefully swept it aside. Ling Xiao was even more anxious. He knew that he couldn't dodge it. Both of his palms shot out raging heavenly fire, hoping that when the eel snake fish's mouth fell, he could burn it. Only then would he have a chance of survival. However, like the ice and fire sword, his heavenly fire was directly pressed to the side by the wave of water, unable to hurt it. Finally, the eel snake fish's mouth closed heavily on Ling Xiao's position. Within a radius of tens of meters around Ling Xiao, all the water and objects in the pool entered the mouth of the eel snake fish. Originally, when this big mouth bit, everything would immediately enter its stomach and be digested by it. However, it suddenly let out a mournful scream and opened its mouth again, spitting out waves of water. He saw a figure, along with the waves, and this figure was holding a black cauldron in his hand. On the other hand, two of the eel snake fish's fangs were broken. Obviously, when it was biting Ling Xiao, it was suddenly knocked down by the medicine cauldron that Ling Xiao suddenly took out. The eel snake fish let out a few wild cries, but it didn't dare to swallow Ling Xiao again. Instead, it used many waves to attack Ling Xiao. Don't underestimate these water attacks. They were enough to smash any low-level God King's body into pieces. Transform. Ling Xiao was already at his wit's end, and could only rely on the divine cauldron. He shouted in shock, and the obsidian cauldron instantly became big, blocking the water waves in front of it. However, Ling Xiao and the divine cauldron were still pushed back by the water waves by quite a distance. When the divine cauldron became as big as a mountain, it firmly pressed on the mud. The divine cauldron wasn't an ordinary divine artifact, but an ancient divine artifact. It was a top-notch existence in the world, and even the eel snake fish's attack couldn't damage it in the slightest. Unfortunately, this medicine cauldron wasn't an offensive divine artifact, or else Ling Xiao wouldn't be in such a sorry state. Thinking back, if he hadn't been quick-witted and let the medicine cauldron block, he would already be in the eel snake fish's stomach. He sighed inwardly, then said to the eel snake fish, "Brother snake fish, I advise you to calm down, or else it won't be worth it to knock out another tooth." The eel snake fish ignored Ling Xiao's words. It looked at the medicine cauldron and didn't dare to swallow Ling Xiao again. And its water attacks were also useless against him, so it could only choose another attack method. Soul power attack. It was actually such a rare attack method. It really surprised Ling Xiao to the extreme. This eel snake fish's soul power attack was much more terrifying than the smaller spirit beasts he encountered before, forming a soul power storm that was abnormally fierce. Ling Xiao cursed inwardly. He could only let his divine soul fly out of his sea of consciousness again to block the soul power storm. His divine soul power was even more powerful than his true body, so it was still much easier to deal with these soul power attacks. Moreover, the eel snake fish's soul power attack mode was rather simple, and although its power was fierce, it still couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao, a human who was most proficient in soul power attacks. The eel snake fish used all kinds of methods, but still couldn't do anything to Ling Xiao. Its temper became explosive and it shouted, "Human, hurry up and go back. I'll let you go this time." "Brother snake fish, this matter can be discussed. In fact, I just want to take some spring water. I have no doubt offended you. As long as I take the spring water, I'll leave immediately. What do you think?" Ling Xiao said. The eel snake fish continuously breathed in the pool water. "You don't have the qualifications to negotiate with me. Hurry up and scram before I change my mind. Otherwise I won't even let all the humans up there go." Ling Xiao didn't expect this eel snake fish to be so unyielding, and immediately said in a deep voice, "Humph, although my strength isn't as good as yours, do you really think I can't deal with you?" Ling Xiao's voice contained a supreme dragon's might. His entire person turned into a half-dragon, a golden dragon shadow unceasingly roaring at the eel snake fish to demonstrate its might. This frightening beast king's might pressed down on the eel snake fish, causing its body to tremble slightly. The eel snake fish was a mutated beast, and although it didn't necessarily fear the dragon's might of dragons, it still suffered from the suppression of its origin. It stared fixedly at Ling Xiao, as if trying to determine whether Ling Xiao was a human or a beast. "I'll say it again. I only want to take a little spring water and leave immediately, otherwise I won't let you have an easy time here," Ling Xiao said faintly. The eel snake fish's spiritual intelligence had long been called a demon, and its thinking was almost the same as a human's. It could completely sense the vastness of Ling Xiao's dragon's might, and always felt that Ling Xiao should have a great relationship with dragons. If they really fought to the death, it was afraid that it would still be the one to suffer. After a moment of hesitation, it let out a hoarse sound. "You really only want to take a little spring water and leave? Of course, I don't want to be enemies with you, brother snake fish," Ling Xiao said. In fact, he was also extremely nervous at the moment. He had completely released his dragon's chi like this, and was also staking it all on one throw. After all, he had always known that dragon's chi could suppress the chi of many spiritual beasts, but in the face of this kind of mutated high-level vicious beast, he had no confidence at all. In his heart, he had already made preparations to retreat. Now that he heard that the eel snake fish had loosened its mouth, he secretly broke out in a cold sweat. "All right, then hurry up and take it, and then leave immediately, or else I won't let you go," the eel snake fish said. Ling Xiao was overjoyed, but he did not let this joy rush to his head. While dragging the medicine cauldron, he constantly paid attention to the eel-snake-fish's movements, for fear that it would suddenly pounce on him again. Ling Xiao went all the way to the side of the divine spring, and the eel-snake-fish still did not move in the same place, but its eyes stared unblinkingly at Ling Xiao, as if it was extremely unwilling. Ling Xiao took out a rather large jade vessel, and sucked in the divine water that was gushing out, filling it to the brim, and then quickly bounced towards the divine spring. Many thanks, brother snakefish. I won't disturb your sleep. Ling Xiao put away the divine water, lowered his head, and cupped his hands towards the eel snakefish below. Quickly, Scram, if any other human dares to come here, don't blame me for being impolite. The eel snakefish roared. Needless to say, Ling Xiao naturally scrammed as fast as he could. Chapter 1162. The Ghost Divine Pond lived up to its name of ghost. There were actually ghost divine grass and spirit beasts that could attack with soul power. This kind of spirit beast was extremely rare. Even a godly king would die on the spot if they were not careful. Fortunately, Ling Xiao was an expert that cultivated soul power. Otherwise he would really not be able to return from this trip. It was no wonder that so many people came to search for the divine spring in the past, but not many succeeded. Ling Xiao could be considered to have experienced all sorts of dangerous situations before he was able to obtain this amount of god water by luck. After exiting the divine pond, Ling Xiao could not help but exclaim, "There's hope for the godly king realm now." His divine soul, divine bridge, and divine power were already formed. What he lacked was the accumulation of power. Now that he had the god water, then reaching the godly king realm was just a matter of time. This could greatly shorten the time he needed to advance to the godly king realm. At that time, with his power, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the heaven region. Ling Xiao suppressed his excitement and swam to the side of the divine pond, meditating to recover all his previous losses. Waiting for a month to pass, then he could go out. A day later, Ling Xiao had already recovered to his peak state. He could not use the divine spring here to break through to the godly king realm. When he was idle and bored, he planned to wander around this space, to see if he could discover anything else. He knew that this space was not very big. As long as he flew at full speed for a few days, he would be able to reach the other exit of the Heaven Tiger region. However, Ling Xiao did not want to travel to the Heaven Tiger region for the time being. He still had many things to do. Otherwise he could enter the Heaven Tiger region from there. After wandering around here for a few days, he found many high-tier spirit herbs, and also encountered many high-tier holy beasts, among which there were even tier 10 existences. Ling Xiao did not have any friction with them, and took a detour to leave. There were still a few days before the 1-month time limit. Many people had already hurriedly rushed out of the divine pond. Among them, Yurofei, Sha Tian, and Xin Yi also came out. Ling Xiao saw the excited expressions on their faces, and knew that they definitely had some gains. Ling Xiao put them into the medicine cauldron. For the time being, it was not appropriate to let others know that they had appeared here. Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing also came out. They went to look for Ling Xiao immediately. "What do you think? Have you condensed your divine soul?" Ling Xiao looked at them and smiled. However, the two women's expressions were a little unsightly, which made Ling Xiao feel that something was wrong. What? Could it be that he hasn't condensed his divine soul? Ling Xiao asked again in surprise. At least 2/3 of those who entered the spectral soul divine pond would be able to condense their divine soul. Only 1/3 of them would be unable to do so. If he couldn't even condense a goddess like Lai Ruyu, then Ling Xiao really didn't know what to say. Zhou Zhijing said with a bitter smile. With junior sisters Tenbin, she naturally condensed the divine soul. It's me who didn't condense the divine soul. Maybe my comprehension is too poor. Senior sister, don't be sad. When we return to the Merchant Alliance, I'll think of another way for you to condense your divine soul. Lai Ruyu comforted her. Zhou Zhijing was already 400 to 500 years old. To be able to step into the demigod king realm at this age was already considered a genius. However, all the geniuses in the Sky Dragon district were gathered here. Compared to the people here, she was considered to be below average. It was reasonable that she couldn't condense her divine soul. Don't be sad. There will always be another way to condense it. Ling Xiao comforted her. Zhou Zhijing forced a smile and said, "Thank you. I'm already very satisfied to be able to reach the demigod king realm. I'll definitely become a divine king in the future. It's just that it'll take a little longer. It's okay. Who wouldn't want to become a divine king as soon as possible? That way, they would have more time to strive for higher realms in the future. If it took too long and they couldn't become a real divine king, they would probably be stuck at this stage for the rest of their lives." Ling Xiao smiled and 2 small bottles appeared in his hand. He handed them to Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing respectively. "This is the Ghost Spirit Spring. I believe it'll be useful to you." The 2 women stared at Ling Xiao. Their beautiful eyes rippled with an indescribable charm. "Senior sister, hurry up and take it. This is a divine item that can't be saved even with 10,000 crystals," Lai Ruyu hurriedly urged. Zhou Zhijing looked at Ling Xiao with some excitement. However, she didn't dare to take it. This is such a precious divine item, Before she could finish speaking, Ling Xiao immediately stuffed the bottle into her hand and said, "We're friends. Don't say too much. I believe it can help you condense your divine soul." Then he stuffed the other bottle into Lai Ruyu's hand and said, "The Ghost Spirit Spring can not only help people condense their divine soul, but also increase their divine power. It can help you advance faster." Lai Ruyu was very happy when Ling Xiao touched her small hand. She immediately took the bottle and held Ling Xiao's thick palm. She blushed and said, "Thank you." On the other side, Zhou Zhijing had already used her actions to prove her gratitude. Her jade lips had already been imprinted on Ling Xiao's cheek. Lai Ruyu slightly opened her mouth and said, "Senior sister, you always take the lead. I also want it." After saying that, she also copied Zhou Zhijing and kissed the other side of Ling Xiao's face. Alas, this queen has been sneak attacked again. Ling Xiao sighed heavily in his heart. At this time, those who rushed out of the divine pond looked at Ling Xiao's bitter face and felt disdain in their hearts. Motherf ***, really a bastard who only knows how to be obedient after obtaining peace. Ling Xiao waited until all the people of Dragon Gate came out, and immediately left. The original holy beasts had already dispersed. They did not form a unified front to attack them. And at the exit of the void crack, the purple lightning had also become sparse. With their strength, they did not need to rely on the divine equipment to easily leave. After coming out of the void crack, many people rushed back to their own forces, and immediately went into seclusion, because some of them could already break through to the God King realm. On Dragon Gate's side, a total of 50 people entered the void crack. When they came out, there were still 38 people. 12 people had already died, and the people of other forces had suffered even more losses. However, in exchange for these people advancing to the God King realm, everything was worth it. Gong looked at the returning disciples and said in a deep voice, "Where is your junior brother Lei Xingyang? Did any of you see him?" Gong was very anxious because he saw Ling Xiao come out unscathed, but Lei Xingyang did not. He was worried that Ling Xiao had killed Lei Xingyang. If that was the case, then this matter would be very serious. Lei Xingyang was the young representative of the Divine Body faction. He was the future leader. He might even replace the Jin clan as the future sect master of the Heavenly Dragon sect. If he were to die here, it would be a great blow to the Divine Physique faction, and those old fellows would probably go crazy. As the leader of the team, Gong would probably be implicated as well. No one answered Gong, because ever since they entered the void crack, no one had paid attention to anyone else. Their only goal was the Soul Divine Pond. "Ma Long, tell me, where is your junior brother?" Gong called out to one of the disciples who often fawned on Lei Xingyang. Ma Long replied, "Elder, after I entered the void crack with junior brother and the others, we were attacked by holy beasts. Lei Xingyang picked a stage 10 holy beast, it seems. It seems like an accident happened." "What? Impossible, you can all live. How can your junior brother Lei not escape?" Gong shouted in shock. Then he looked at Yao Meihong and said, "Meihong, tell me what's going on." At the same time, he glanced at Ling Xiao. Yao Meihong said indifferently, "Senior brother Lei and I dealt with a stage 10 holy beast, but then a stage 10 three-tailed bat appeared. We couldn't beat it, so we immediately split up and ran, but junior brother Lei was a bit too slow and was swallowed by the three-tailed bat. Shua. Higong's expression immediately became incomparably pale. Entering the void crack is a dangerous thing to do. This time, we lost 12 disciples, which is indeed not a small loss. However, if you can come out alive, you are the future hope of our Dragon Gate. Let's go back immediately. I think many of you can't wait to go into closed-door cultivation. Lingba said faintly. These words sounded so sarcastic in Higong's ears. These words seemed to be saying, could it be that only the other disciples can die, but Lei Xingyang can't? The crack in the void finally closed up gradually. Higong had completely given up. Everyone was finally ready to set off on their return journey. At this time, Ling Xiao said to Lingba, I still have things to do, so I won't be going back with you. When the time comes, tell the sect leader and your fifth great uncle that I will go back after I finish my business. Before Lingba could say anything, Higong shouted from the side. No, before we return to the sect, no one is allowed to leave the team without permission. Higong was already angry, and Ling Xiao actually wanted to leave the team. He didn't have a good impression of Ling Xiao, so he immediately reprimanded him. Lingba met Higong's gaze and said, Elder Higong, aren't you being too nosy? Higong said in a deep voice, I am the leading elder this time, and I have the obligation to bring you back. Once we return to the sect, you can go wherever you want. Looking at Higong's attitude, it seemed that Ling Xiao had to stay and go back with them. Lingba said, Elder Higong, it's true that you are the leader, but I am also the vice leader. I have the right to agree to Ling Xiao going to do other things. When we return to the sect, I will personally report this matter to the sect leader, and it will have nothing to do with you. In short, I don't agree to this matter. Higong shouted. From the looks of it, if Ling Xiao dared to leave the team, he would teach Ling Xiao a lesson. At this time, Lingba still wanted to say something, but Ling Xiao had already stopped him and said, let me reason with him. Then he looked at Higong and said, Elder Higong, right? Higong coldly snorted and ignored Ling Xiao, turning his face away. I heard that when Tai Lu is your disciple? Ling Xiao continued to ask with a mischievous smile. Higong's expression slightly twitched as he said, so what if I am? Nothing much, Ling Xiao said as he spread out his hands. In the blink of an eye, his face immediately sank as he said, Elder Higong, I respect you as an inner sect elder, and originally didn't want to make things difficult for you, but now you are going too far. I admit that I accidentally defeated your disciple, but that was your disciple who challenged me, right? Now you are making things difficult for me. Are you trying to use your position to take revenge? Chapter 1163. Ling Xiao directly questioned Higong, causing Higong's old face to flush red. The other disciples and elders also looked at him with a hint of ridicule in their eyes, as if saying, your disciple lost, and your master actually went to make things difficult for a disciple. Don't you have any shame? Just as Higong was about to say something, Ling Xiao changed the topic and said, but I believe that Elder Higong is definitely not that kind of person. Your prestige in the sect is very high, so naturally you will not bother with a disciple like me. You are only responsible for completing the mission given to you by the sect. I, Ling Xiao, can understand this point. Higong heard Ling Xiao's respectful words, and felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. He replied, of course. Since this disciple can understand Elder Higong's difficulties, then I also hope that Elder Higong can understand my difficulties. I still have a secret mission given to me by the sect master, so I can't return to the sect right now. So I hope that Elder Higong can approve it. Ling Xiao laughed. Impossible. Why would the sect master give you a mission? Higong said in disbelief. What? Could it be that Elder Higong feels that this disciple doesn't have the strength to take the mission on behalf of the sect? Ling Xiao asked. That's impossible. If there really was such a thing, the sect master would tell me. Higong said in disbelief. That I don't know, but you can ask Elder Lingba. I believe that the sect master must have told him. Ling Xiao pushed this matter onto Lingba. Lingba naturally hadn't heard of this secret mission, but thinking that Ling Xiao was of the same generation as the sect master, even if there was a mission, it wouldn't be his turn to know. He could only agree and say, that's right, I indeed heard the sect master say that Ling Xiao has absolute freedom. Even I can't control him. His meaning was very clear. I'm a member of the clan, so I can't control him. As an outer sect elder, don't get involved. Gong's expression changed several times before he finally ignored Ling Xiao and coldly snorted. Let's go back. Gong left with the others, but Ling Xiao's guardian elders, Kong Wen and Kong Wu, stayed. They had to protect Ling Xiao. Lai Ruyu and Zhou Zhijing also prepared to return to Raging Flame City. They all came to bid farewell to Ling Xiao and asked Ling Xiao to visit them in Blazing Flame City when he had time. Looking at their reluctant expressions, Ling Xiao's heart softened and he agreed. Let's go and find a place to train in seclusion first. Ling Xiao said to Kong Wen and Kong Wu after everyone left. Above this high slope was the border of the Sky Dragon District, and there was also the disorderly burial space above this area. Because of this, the heaven and earth spiritual chi here was more chaotic than other places. It was not an ideal place to train in seclusion, but Ling Xiao didn't care so much. He couldn't be too far away from the disorderly burial space. He still had to find the whereabouts of his master. Ling Xiao took Kong Wen and Kong Wu away from this unstable space for the time being, looking for a more stable place to train in seclusion. In the end, he chose a desolate plain and settled down. Although there wasn't a very rich heaven and earth spiritual chi here, it was much calmer than the original place. Alright, protect me. I'm going to train in seclusion. Ling Xiao ordered the two. Kong Wen and Kong Wu knew that Ling Xiao had just broken through to the Demigod King realm half a year ago. Now that he was going to train in seclusion again, they looked at Ling Xiao with their mouths wide open in disbelief. Young master, are you going to break through to the Divine King realm? Kong Wen asked. Ling Xiao didn't deny it. Yes, so you have to be careful. Don't let anyone disturb me. No. Young master, you can't. You can't train in seclusion here. Kong Wen immediately stopped him. Ling Xiao frowned. Why? Kong Wen said, the heaven and earth spiritual chi here is thin, and the source energy is also very weak. You need to borrow a large amount of energy to break through to the God King realm, so you need to find a better place. I suggest that you return to the sect to break through. Kong Wu also advised from the side. That's right, young master. Breaking through to the God King realm isn't an easy task. If anything goes wrong, it won't be worth it. Ling Xiao knew that the two of them were right, but he really didn't want to leave the mass burial space right now. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment before saying, I still have other things to do, so I can't return to the sect for the time being. I don't know if there are any forces nearby, but if I can borrow their place to break through, it might be possible. The God King realm was a supreme realm. What it required was a vast amount of energy. There couldn't be any mistakes. Ling Xiao had no choice but to be cautious. Just relying on the power of the divine water might not be enough for him to successfully break through. He had to absorb and fuse with the power of the outside world. Kong Wen and Kong Wu knew about Ling Xiao's insistence. After thinking for a moment, they told him that the closest place to this place was a small force called the Cloud Ridge sect. This kind of small force was relative to the people of Dragon Gate. In reality, their Cloud Ridge sect was a first-rate force in this high-slope area. They had jurisdiction over more than 200 cities, and their sect also had a God King stage powerhouse in charge. It would only take him half a month to reach the Cloud Ridge sect's territory. Ling Xiao calculated in his heart, but in the end, he didn't decide to go to the Cloud Ridge sect. Not only would he be able to break through to the God King realm there, he would also be able to let the people of the Cloud Ridge sect find the whereabouts of his master. His master must have come here back then. Maybe he didn't enter the mass burial space, and the people of the Cloud Ridge sect knew about it. This would save him a lot of time and effort. After making up his mind, Ling Xiao immediately brought Kong Wen and Kong Wu to the Cloud Ridge sect at full speed. The Cloud Ridge sect had only been established for 10,000 years, and was a new force. However, there were more than 10 God Kings in the sect, which allowed them to be the overlord of this barren area. However, in the eyes of the people of Dragon Gate, they were nothing. Kong Wen and Kong Wu took out their Dragon Gate identity cards. After showing their identity, the leader of the Cloud Ridge sect and a few elders immediately rushed out to welcome them. The leader of the Cloud Ridge sect looked middle-aged, but he already had the strength of a mid-stage God King. His name was Yin Mingtian. Yin Mengtian greets the three esteemed guests of Dragon Gate. Yin Mengtian lowered his posture and greeted Ling Xiao and the others. Dragon Gate was a major force in the Sky Dragon territory. No matter how strong or weak their people were, other forces had to respect them. Kongwen pointed at Ling Xiao and said, "This is my family's young master. I would like to borrow your territory for him to go into seclusion for a period of time. I wonder if Leader Yin can do this?" Although Kongwen was asking for Yin Mengtian's opinion, his tone didn't allow anyone to refuse. Yin Mengtian knew that these people were abnormally arrogant, so he didn't think much of it. He said humbly, "This is the honor of the Cloud Ridge sect. Please come to our territory, young master, and the two of you." At this time, Yin Mengtian saw Ling Xiao's age and strength clearly, and he was completely shocked. He was actually a demigod king who wasn't even 100 years old. He was definitely a monster of the Dragon Gate. Now that he was going into seclusion here, didn't that mean he was preparing to break through to the God King realm? Thinking of this, Yin Mengtian became even more respectful towards Ling Xiao and the others. If they could form a relationship with such a monster, their Cloud Ridge sect would be able to form a relationship with the Dragon Gate in the future. Their prestige would definitely be greater than it was now. After entering the Cloud Ridge sect's territory, Yin Mengtian immediately ordered people to set up a banquet to welcome Ling Xiao and the others. Ling Xiao didn't put on any airs, nor was he in a hurry to break through. He accepted Yin Mengtian's hospitality. "Oh right, Leader Yin, can you help me find out where this person is? Say that he appeared in this area before." Ling Xiao took out a portrait of the evil emperor and asked. Yin Mengtian looked at the portrait and frowned. He thought for a while, then shook his head and showed the portrait to the other elders. They didn't seem to have seen the evil emperor before, or maybe it was too long ago that they didn't remember. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed. He thought to himself, "Looks like I'll go look for him myself after I break through." "Young Master Ling, give me the portrait. Our Cloud Ridge sect's word is law here. Maybe we can help you find him." Yin Mengtian didn't want to lose this opportunity to make friends, so he took on the task of finding the person. Ling Xiao didn't mind having one more person looking for his master. After giving Yin Mengtian some instructions, he asked Yin Mengtian to prepare a place for him to go into seclusion. Although the Cloud Ridge sect wasn't as powerful as the Dragon Gate, they still had a formation that could gather the origin energy. This kind of place was what Ling Xiao needed the most at the moment. Ling Xiao didn't drink the Ghost God Spring immediately after entering the place. Instead, he adjusted his body's condition first. His Divine Soul, Spirit Bridge, and Dantian were closely related. Now that his Divine Soul and Spirit Bridge were formed, and he had accumulated more than 100 drops of divine power, he became a demigod king. If he wanted to break through and become a real god king, he would need to accumulate at least 1,000 drops of divine power. In the future, as his divine power increased, his strength would continue to rise. One should not underestimate the 1,000 droplets of divine power required. After all, every droplet of divine power contained an extremely terrifying amount of power. They were all condensed from origin energy, spiritual energy, and spiritual energy. Every droplet of divine power was enough to destroy an entire city. Ling Xiao sorted out the connection between the three, then took out 5 bottles of Ghost God Spring, and placed them in front of him. For others, a bottle of Ghost God Spring might be enough to break through from a demigod king to a real god king. However, for Ling Xiao he needed more power than others, so he had to prepare a few more bottles. Anyway, he had obtained a lot of Ghost God Spring from the Ghost Divine Pond. After Ling Xiao took a deep breath, he drank all 5 bottles of Ghost God Spring in one go. As the Ghost God Spring entered his mouth, a cool and refreshing feeling immediately spread throughout Ling Xiao's body. These powers were rapidly absorbed by his Sea of Consciousness, Divine Soul, and the 5-colored Dantian. Waves of energy as vast as the sea nourished Ling Xiao's muscles, skin, flesh, organs, and bones. Ling Xiao's body emitted layers of holy light, and colorful powers kept changing and mixing inside and outside of his body. His Divine Soul and Dantian were filled to the brim by these energies, and the Divine Bridge began to emit a brilliant light, becoming extremely condensed. The 2 types of energies began to converge with it as an intermediary point, producing new energies. Chapter 1164. Not only could the ghost god spring allow a person to condense their divine soul and increase their soul power, but it could also increase their divine power. Ling Zhao's divine soul had long since reached the peak of the low-level God King realm. With the help of the ghost god spring, he immediately broke through the shackles and reached the mid-level God King realm. Ling Zhao's five-colored dantian also absorbed a large amount of divine spring's energy. The power of his divine soul and dantian converged towards the divine bridge at the same time and fused together, producing pure and flawless five-colored divine power. If someone could see Ling Zhao's divine power, they would definitely discover that every drop of his divine power was 5 times larger than an ordinary God King's, and his strength was also more than 5 times stronger. As the divine power formed bit by bit, Ling Zhao's strength began to increase. Ling Xiao was intoxicated by the pleasure of increasing his strength, completely unaware that time was constantly flying by. Many energies were continuously gathering towards his seclusion area. The 5 elemental energies gathered together, forming a 5-colored divine light that shone dazzlingly outside his seclusion grounds, illuminating every corner of the Cloudy Ridge sect. This caused everyone in the Yingang sect to be alarmed. They were all trying to guess which ancestor's breakthrough had caused such a phenomenon. Outside the seclusion room, Kong Wen and Kong Wu were guarding it loyally. However, they were also shocked by the phenomenon caused by Ling Zhao's breakthrough. Big brother, is this young master really breaking through to the God King realm? Kong Wu gulped. He could feel the terrifying energy within the seclusion room, and it didn't seem to be any weaker than a mid-level God King's. Kong Wen said, "How can the young master be compared to others? Otherwise, the sect leader wouldn't value him so much. I think that after the young master breaks through, his battle prowess definitely won't be any weaker than ours." What? That's impossible. Kong Wu didn't quite agree. Even though he felt that Ling Xiao might not be any weaker than a mid-level God King after breaking through, they were still at the peak of mid-level God King. They weren't people that ordinary mid-level God Kings could compare to. Nothing is impossible. Look at the origin energy here. Metal, wood, water, fire, and wind. There are a total of 5 types. Young Master is also a member of the clan. He cultivates all 5 elements at the same time, and has the ancient emperor divine art to increase his strength. Think about it. Is this something an ordinary person can compare to? Kong Wen said with a happy expression. The stronger Ling Xiao was, the more attention he would receive from the sect. Then the status of the 2 protector elders would also rise in the future. Of course, Kong Wen was happy. Kong Wu nodded in understanding. That's right. This time, we must protect young master well. Who knows, young master might become the future young sect master. This matter is too far away. It's not something we can discuss. Kong Wen immediately stopped Kong Wu and said, "However, I feel that young master is different from other disciples. His future achievements will definitely be limitless. In the future, we must absolutely obey young master's orders. We must not make any mistakes." Kong Wu nodded seriously, expressing his agreement. In another direction, Yun Mingtian and a few God King elders also stood together, watching the movements on Ling Zhao's side. As expected of a monstrous disciple of a large sect, he actually gathered 5 types of origin energy to break through to the God King realm. Once he succeeds, he will definitely be the strongest existence at the same level. Yun Mingtian sighed. That's right, that person reached this level at such a young age. He must have condensed his divine soul when the soul divine pond opened not long ago, and obtained the capital to break through. The various resources provided by large forces are really generous. A God King elder replied enviously. Then another person said, "I heard that those people all rush back to their own forces to break through. I really don't know why he wants to break through in a small place like ours. Maybe he can't suppress his realm, or maybe he's a little too impatient. No matter what, we must treat them well. We must not offend them. Also, order the people below to do their best to find the person in the painting." In the blink of an eye, more than half a year had passed. When the 5-colored divine power above the Yungang sect reached its peak, it all rushed into the seclusion room and disappeared. In the end, a terrifying aura came from the seclusion room, and it actually forcefully broke through all the restrictions in the room. The storm-like power almost destroyed the seclusion room, giving Kong Wen, Kong Wu, and many other people from the Yungang sect who were paying attention to the commotion a big fright. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The seclusion room trembled incessantly, and a series of terrifying explosions rang out. After a long while, the sound disappeared, and everything returned to peace. At this moment, the seclusion room quietly opened, and a figure slowly walked out. Wasn't he Ling Xiao, who had broken through to the God King realm? At this moment, his beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. He was in high spirits, and his eyes were like torches. Waves of five-colored divine light shone on his body, as if a peerless dragon could be seen coiling around him. His entire person looked so domineering, noble, dignified, and perfect. Looking at his appearance, it went without saying that he had truly broken through to the God King realm. Congratulations, young master. Kong Wen and Kong Wu bowed and said very sincerely, Elders, there's no need. Ling Xiao revealed a happy smile. He had waited for this day for a long time. Finally, he had reached the God King realm. He felt that every movement of his possessed the power to destroy heaven and earth. He also developed an unprecedented confidence, as if no matter how strong his opponent was, he could defeat them. He realized that he was now completely different from before. Although the difference between the Holy Emperor and the God King realm was only one realm, there was definitely a huge gap between the two. It was definitely not something that could be compared to the power of other realms. Whether it was his soul, Dantian, or physical body, all of his muscles and energy had completely changed. This kind of change was enough to make the structure of his body different from that of an ordinary person. This was the true change that could make him immortal. At the same time, he also had the power to create things, which was very different from ordinary elemental powers. It was also something that the Holy Emperor could not compare to. At this time, Yun Mengtian brought a group of elders from the Yungang sect over to congratulate Ling Xiao. They had already prepared a wedding banquet for Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao did not refuse. If it wasn't for the seclusion room of the Yungang sect, he would not have been able to break through so smoothly. At the banquet, Yun Mengtian brought a piece of good news to Ling Xiao. He had actually found some clues about the evil emperor. This made Ling Xiao extremely excited. Cult Master Yun, tell me quickly. My master, where is the person I'm looking for? Ling Xiao asked excitedly. Yun Mengtian said, Young Master Ling, don't worry. We didn't get the exact information about the person you're looking for. There's someone who should know the person you're looking for, and she's currently in the city under our control. It's said that the person you're looking for had a close relationship with her more than 100 years ago. However, the person you're looking for later disappeared, and she's still there. Even though she's living in seclusion, there are still people in our territory who remember this. Who is that person? Take me to her. Ling Xiao asked. Don't worry, let me finish. That person has some background, and it's not good for us to offend her. Yun Mengtian said. Ling Xiao did not say anything, but Kong Wu said unhappily, Is there someone stronger than us, Dragon Gate? Yun Mengtian quickly waved his hand. No, that's not what I meant. Ling Xiao said. Tell me, where did that person come from? Do you know of the Shu family of the Swordland? Yun Mengtian asked. Ling Xiao frowned. He had never heard of the Shu family of the Swordland. Kong Wen, on the other hand, had already answered. You're talking about the alchemy aristocratic family, the Shu clan, which is affiliated to the Shi clan? Yun Mengtian nodded. As far as I know, that person is the young miss of the Shu family, Shu Ziqian. I don't know what happened, but she has already fallen out with her family. She's hiding in the Yungang sect, but she hasn't been discovered by the Shu family. If you hadn't asked me to find her, I wouldn't have known that she was hiding in our territory. Oh, so what? Ling Xiao said indifferently. If it was the sword cleansing manner, Ling Xiao would have some concerns. However, it was just a subordinate force, so there shouldn't be any trouble. Yun Mengtian looked at the confident Ling Xiao and thought to himself, They're from the Dragon Gate, so why should I waste my breath? I'll just let them interfere. Yun Mengtian didn't want to explain anymore, so he immediately planned to personally bring Ling Xiao to find Shu Ziqian. However, this time, Ling Xiao rejected Yun Mengtian's good intentions, and asked him to arrange for someone to lead the way. This time, they were mainly here to find someone. They didn't want to make a big fuss. Yun Mengtian could only accept Ling Xiao's suggestion, but he also arranged for a divine king elder to bring Ling Xiao and the others there. As the saying goes, a big hermit hides in the city, a small hermit hides in the forest. The Shu family wanted to find Xu Ziqian's whereabouts, but they didn't know that she was actually hiding in Yungang City. She had been living in seclusion and had used a special holy artifact to change her appearance, but the eyes and ears of the Yungang sect had long known of her existence. She lived in an inconspicuous manner, and even hired a few ordinary martial artists as attendants. When Ling Xiao and the others arrived, the servants in the manor stopped them. "What can I do for you, sirs?" A servant bowed and greeted. "I'm an elder of the Yungang sect. I have something to discuss with your master," the elder of the Yungang sect said in a deep voice. When the servants heard that the people who had come were from the Yungang sect, they immediately trembled and made way. After all, the Yungang sect was a great power in this area, and it was within their jurisdiction. Ling Xiao and the others walked in without any trace of politeness. However, before they could reach the house, an old woman with a bent back walked out and said, "Who are you?" Ling Xiao was already a low-level god king, so he wouldn't even put an ordinary middle-level god king in his eyes. However, when facing this old woman, he had a feeling that he couldn't see through her, and he felt that this old woman's strength should be far above his. He could determine that she was at least a high-level god king. At this time, Ling Xiao cupped his hands towards the old woman and went straight to the point. "Senior, we have something to discuss with Miss Xu Ziqian. We know that she's inside. Please come out and meet us." Chapter 1165. There's no Xu Ziqian here that you're looking for. Hurry up and leave, or else don't blame me for being impolite, the old woman said rather rudely. The elder of the Cloud Ridge sect said sternly, "I am an elder of the Cloud Ridge sect. You don't need to hide it anymore. We already know that Miss Xu Ziqian is here." The old woman instantly became angry and said, "Do you think this old one is afraid of your Cloud Ridge sect?" With that, her petite body released a terrifying aura that pressed down on the elder of the Cloud Ridge sect. The elder of the Cloud Ridge sect was instantly forced to retreat more than 10 steps. His face turned pale and unsightly. This was the territory of the Cloud Ridge sect, yet someone had actually dared to bully them. "You." The elder of the Cloud Ridge sect pointed at the old woman and wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Ling Xiao. "You can go back first. Leave this to us." Ling Xiao waved his hand and said. After pausing for a moment, he said, "Oh right, remember to thank sect leader Yin for his help. In the future, Ling Xiao will definitely repay him." The elder of the Cloud Ridge sect was somewhat unwilling, but he didn't dare to go against Ling Xiao's wishes. After bowing to Ling Xiao, he left. "You guys leave as well. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite." The old woman glared at Ling Xiao and the other two. "How dare you? Do you know who my young master is?" Kong Wu couldn't help but shout. "I don't care who you are. In short, you are not welcome here," the old woman said mercilessly. Kong Wu still wanted to say something, but Ling Xiao stopped him, and then said to the old woman, "Senior, to be honest, we are not here to cause trouble for Miss Xu, but we want to ask her about another person, and as far as I know, that person has come into contact with her before. That person is very important to me. I hope you can tell Miss Xu, okay? I've already said that there is no Miss Xu here. You can leave." Seeing that Ling Xiao was still polite, the old woman immediately eased her tone and said. Ling Xiao was a little depressed. He did not expect the other party to have such an attitude. It seems that Xu Ziqian did not want the Xu family to know that she was here. After hesitating for a moment, he took out the painting of the evil emperor and said to the old lady, "Senior, I just want to ask Miss Xu if she knows this person. I only need an answer. If you are not willing, then don't blame me for barging in." Ling Xiao was helpless as well. He was anxious to find the whereabouts of the evil emperor, and he would definitely not let go of any opportunity. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Kong Wen and Kong Wu immediately released their powerful auras. The old woman narrowed her eyes. Just as she was about to say something, she caught a glimpse of the person in the portrait in Ling Xiao's hand. She immediately asked in a deep voice, "Who is the person in the portrait to you?" "Enemies?" Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "It's a very important person to me." The old woman looked at Ling Xiao and hesitated for a moment before saying, "Wait here, I'll go back and inform Miss." Hearing this, Ling Xiao was overjoyed. He knew that there was definitely a chance. After a while, the old woman came out again and said, "Miss, only you are allowed to enter." Kong Wen and Kong Wu were a little dissatisfied. They were both worried that something would happen to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was bold and skillful. After giving them a meaningful glance, he strode into the house. Just as he walked into the house, he saw a middle-aged woman dressed in plain clothes looking at Ling Xiao with some vigilance. This middle-aged woman's face was yellow and pale, without any color of blood, but her figure was abnormally full and charming, which was a huge difference from her appearance. Anyone could see that she must have used some kind of makeup technique to change her appearance. Based on the legends of his master, the evil emperor, that Ling Xiao had heard in the central region, he was sure that this woman definitely had the charm to attract any man, just like her figure. Otherwise, why would his master have a relationship with her? "Why are you looking for him?" The middle-aged woman went straight to the point. Ling Xiao felt that this woman might be related to his master. As for whether she was his master's woman or not, Ling Xiao didn't want to guess. The only thing he was sure of was that this woman shouldn't be his master's enemy. "I'm from the Xianling continent. He's my relative." Ling Xiao didn't intend to beat around the bush and said directly. The middle-aged woman kept staring at Ling Xiao, trying to find something from Ling Xiao. After a while, the middle-aged woman sighed softly. "He died more than 100 years ago." Ling Xiao frowned and shouted, "You're lying." After a pause, he said, "To tell you the truth, he is my master, the evil emperor. I don't know what relationship you have with him, but please tell me where he is now." "What? He's your master?" The middle-aged woman finally revealed a shocked expression. "That's right, so please tell me about him. The jade tube of life in my hand can only roughly tell where he is, but I can't find the specific location." After saying that, Ling Xiao took out the jade tube of life. The jade tube of life flashed, proving that the evil emperor was still alive, and the direction it sensed was above this area. It was just that the range was too large, and it was not easy to find a person. With the jade tube of life, the middle-aged woman was finally sure of Ling Xiao's identity, but she still said with doubt, "I've never heard of him accepting any disciple. Are you lying to me?" Ling Xiao was about to go crazy. This woman's paranoia was too heavy. "Believe it or not, I just want to know where he went. Don't tell me he really entered the chaotic burial space." Ling Xiao said impatiently. The middle-aged woman looked at Ling Xiao in surprise. "Since you already know, why are you still asking me?" Ling Xiao narrowed his eyes and looked at the woman. He really wanted to put her down and search her memory, but he was afraid that she might be his teacher's other wife. He could only sigh and say, "Sorry for bothering you. I'll go to the chaotic burial space to find my teacher. I don't believe that I can't find him." After saying that, Ling Xiao did not continue to ask the woman, turned around and left. Just as he walked to the door, the middle-aged woman spoke again. "Don't go, I believe you." "So what if you believe me? Can you tell me where he is?" Ling Xiao turned back and asked. The middle-aged woman hesitated for a moment, then tore off the genuine leather mask on her face, revealing a peerless and elegant face, coupled with her full and attractive body. Her whole person looked full of charm, charming and moving. Although Ling Xiao was used to seeing all kinds of beautiful women, but he was still attracted by her peerless beauty for a moment. "What is your name?" Xu Ziqian suddenly changed back to her original appearance, with a bit of charm. She was probably born with this kind of charm, and it was very captivating. Ling Xiao took a light breath, restored his calmness and said, "My name is Ling Xiao." "A very good name, just like your master. You have a face that seduces women." Xu Ziqian looked up and down at Ling Xiao, her beautiful eyes rippling with a bit of inexplicable meaning. "Don't talk nonsense. I just want to know if my master really entered the chaotic burial space?" Ling Xiao asked. At this time, Xu Ziqian finally revealed a bit of sadness, nodded and said, "Yes, he entered the chaotic burial space." Ling Xiao had already prepared for the worst, but when he heard Xu Ziqian's answer, he still became nervous. He looked at the chaotic burial space from afar. There was a chaotic and terrible power there, Once one was sucked in, he didn't know which corner of the space he would be banished to. Moreover, it was full of all kinds of terrible power. If one wanted to survive there, he was afraid that it would be very difficult. Although he was sure that his master was not dead, he was afraid that he would be trapped inside and wouldn't be able to come out. Good, thank you for telling me. Ling Xiao complied and once again walked out. He made up his mind, no matter what, he must go to the chaotic burial space, otherwise he didn't know how to explain it to his master's wife. Wait, do you really believe my words? Xu Ziqian stopped Ling Xiao. I believe that you have no reason to deceive me, replied Ling Xiao. Xu Ziqian forced a smile and said, Haha. Do you really want to go to the chaotic burial space to find your master? That place is one of the forbidden areas. Even incipient god realm experts can't escape unscathed. So what? I can't just leave my master alone, right? He might be trapped in some place and can't get out. I believe he wants someone to go and help him, replied Ling Xiao. Xu Ziqian shook her head and sighed. If that's the case, I would have gone to help him already. Pausing for a while, she continued. Since you're his disciple, you should sit down and talk with him before you leave. Don't you want to know what happened between me and him? Hearing Xu Ziqian's words, Ling Xiao didn't want to hurry and leave. Looking at Xu Ziqian's face, he could guess that this woman was his master's woman, or perhaps his other master's wife. Xu Ziqian had a nostalgic look on her face as she told him the story of how she met the evil emperor. That was hundreds of years ago. The evil emperor traveled around the Sky Dragon region, and coincidentally came to the Xu family's territory. At that time, Xu Ziqian, who was born in a noble family, was going to be sent to the sword-washing manor to be the future master's concubine. However, she didn't like being tied down, so she ran away from home. It was also at that time that she met the evil emperor. The woman was incomparably beautiful and the man was handsome. It was easy for the sparks of passion to ignite. Moreover, the evil emperor was a romantic. Although his temperament changed as his cultivation base increased, his mortal heart still existed. The evil emperor captured Xu Ziqian's heart and took her to escape. The two of them ran through many places and were chased countless times. In the end, the evil emperor was forced to escape into the chaotic burial space. Originally, Xu Ziqian was almost captured by her family, but because of the evil emperor's plan to disturb the enemy and her aunt's secret help, she was able to live in seclusion here and wait for the evil emperor to return. However, this wait had been more than 100 years, and there was no news. If not for the fact that she had the evil emperor's jade cylinder of life and knew that he was not dead, she would have begged for mercy for him. Of course, the reason why she didn't enter the chaotic burial space to look for the evil emperor was because she knew that even if she went in, it would be useless. After all, the chaotic burial space was one of the 8 great forbidden grounds. If something happened to her and the evil emperor escaped and returned, wouldn't she die unjustly? Chapter 1166. After listening to Xu Ziqian's explanation, Ling Xiao could confirm that this was his other master's wife, and that the evil emperor had really entered the chaotic burial space. And the old woman with Xu Ziqian was Xu Ziqian's aunt. It was also because of her that they could live in seclusion here with peace of mind. That year, her aunt also agreed with Xu Ziqian's decision to find a cultivation companion she liked, and did not agree with her being sent to the sword-washing manor to be someone's concubine. It's been more than 100 years since I parted with your master. Although I know that he's still alive, but it's just like you said, he might be trapped inside and unable to come out. I have no way of helping him. If I were to go in recklessly, it would only lead to my death. Xu Ziqian's beautiful eyes were filled with sadness as she said. Ling Zhao's heart ached. He knew that this was another woman he missed deeply. Master's wife, don't be sad. Master is Tenbinjua. He will definitely come out. How about I go to the chaotic burial space tomorrow? Ling Xiao hesitated for a while, but still called Xu Ziqian master's wife. You called me master's wife? Xu Ziqian's small mouth opened wide in surprise. Ling Xiao scratched the back of his head and said, If I don't call you master's wife, then what should I call you? Xu Ziqian laughed happily. After a while, she recovered her breath and said, This is the happiest I've been in more than 100 years. Yes, I'm your master's wife. From now on, you will always call me that, okay? Ling Xiao nodded seriously and said, Yes, master's wife. Okay, since you call me master's wife, then listen to my advice. Don't go into the chaotic burial space. Unless you can reach the incipient god realm one day, otherwise. Xu Ziqian sighed again. Ling Xiao understood that although his strength had increased drastically, and he possessed some trump cards that no one knew about, he had seen many god kings in the heaven region before. None of them dared to enter the disorderly grave space, so he could imagine just how terrifying it was. He wasn't confident that he could enter and leave there freely. However, he didn't know how to explain this to his other wife, Feng Qingyuan. After thinking for a while, Ling Xiao decided to leave this matter to his mistress, Feng Qingyuan. It wasn't that he didn't want to find his master, but it was just like what Xu Ziqian had said. The chaotic burial space was vast and dangerous. Let alone finding someone, it would be amazing if he could protect himself. When Ling Xiao summoned Feng Qingyuan out, Xu Ziqian was shocked. For the time being, Ling Xiao did not have time to explain to her, so he immediately gave them a simple introduction, and then hurriedly left the room, leaving the two mistresses to discuss and solve the problem alone. Ling Xiao saw the old woman who had been waiting for him. He greeted her and was about to leave. However, the old woman stopped Ling Xiao and asked, Brat, who are you? The old woman's eyes flashed with vigilance, as if she was very suspicious of Ling Xiao's identity. Ling Xiao had no choice but to take out his Dragon Gate identity token. I am now a member of Dragon Gate. Senior can call me Ling Xiao in the future. Clearly showing his identity as a member of Dragon Gate was to let the old woman know that other than being the disciple of the evil emperor, he was also a person of high status, and not someone who wanted to deceive them. As expected, although the old woman was willing to be disrespectful to the people of Yungang sect, she did not dare to be arrogant towards the people of Dragon Gate. Her face revealed a look of panic, and at the same time, there was a hint of surprise. Obviously, she did not expect Ling Xiao to have such an identity. Ling Xiao left the courtyard and went outside to get some fresh air. He was thinking, if he did not enter the chaotic burial space to find his master, what should he do next? Should he return to the Xianling continent to fetch his woman? Or should he go to the profound sky region to find Yunmingfei? After hesitating for a long time, Ling Xiao decided to go to the profound sky region and inquire about Yunmingqi from the Lotus sect. After all, after so many years, his longing for her had reached an extreme point. If he could not find her whereabouts, he would not be able to rest easy for the rest of his life. Moreover, he had not been in the heaven region for too long, and he believed that his family in the Xianling continent could still wait. Regardless of whether there were any results in the profound sky region or not, Ling Xiao had to find a way to return to the Xianling continent and bring his family to live in the heaven region. It was not that Ling Xiao did not care about his hometown, but that the heaven region was more suitable for cultivation. The Xianling continent had already lost a lot of its original energy, and if they stayed, they would at most have the strength of a saint. They would not be able to become a divine king, and they would not be able to live forever. Ling Xiao loved them, so how could he bear to let them leave him? About 2 hours later, the old woman came out and called Ling Xiao back to the house. Ling Xiao didn't know how his two mistresses were going, but no matter what the result was, he had to face it. He only prayed that the two of them did not fight. Otherwise, he could only help Feng Qingyuan's side. However, when they entered the house, they discovered that their eyes were red and swollen. It was obvious that they had cried bitterly, but their hands were held together, which made Ling Xiao heave a sigh of relief. Feng Qingyuan let go of Xu Ziqian's hand and walked to Ling Xiao's side, saying, "Shower, it's been hard on you all these years. If you hadn't brought me to the heaven region, I wouldn't have known about your master." Indeed, if she had gone to the heaven region by herself back then, the 9 layers of spatial barriers would have been too much for her to handle. How could she have come to the heaven region so smoothly and become the Holy Emperor's power? Ling Xiao said, "Mistress, don't say that. If it wasn't for me, I wouldn't have delayed it for so long. It's just that master, he..." Before Ling Xiao could finish speaking, Feng Qingyuan had already stopped him and said, "I've already heard about this from little sister Ziqian. In the future, don't look for your master anymore. I've already decided to stay here with little sister Ziqian and wait for your master to come out of the mass burial space. What? Mistress, have you thought it through? Ling Xiao said in astonishment. All these years, he knew how deep Feng Qingyuan's feelings for his master were. He thought that Feng Qingyuan would ask him to enter the mass burial space to look for someone. Now that she had made such a decision, Ling Xiao was a little surprised. Feng Qingyuan revealed a bitter smile and said, "Your master is not dead, and will come out one day. If we go in to look for him, I'm afraid something will happen before we can find him. I miss your master, but I can't let him down. I definitely can't let you take this risk, so Shower, you have to promise me without absolute certainty, you definitely won't enter the mass burial space." Hearing Feng Qingyuan's pleading words, Ling Xiao knew that she had made up her mind this time. Ling Xiao also understood the relationship between them, and immediately nodded his head. "Mistress, don't worry, I know what to do, and I believe that master will definitely be able to come out of there." That's good, that's good." Feng Qingyuan replied repeatedly. In the next few days, Ling Xiao stayed here and chatted with the two mistresses. However, most of them were talking about his master, the evil emperor. Ling Xiao also learned a lot about his master after he came to the heaven domain. When his master entered the chaotic burial space, he was already a mid-level god king. With his unique origin returning divine art, he definitely had the ability to fight above his realm. This might be the reason why he was able to survive in the chaotic burial space. Ling Xiao felt that Feng Qingyuan and Xu Ziqian were already as close as sisters. They were already deeply in love with his master, and were willing to wait for him to return. Ling Xiao did not say anything else. He felt that he could do something more for them. Thus, he brought Kong Wen and Kong Wu to the Cloud Ridge sect once again. He had Yin Mingtian give the order that no one else should know anything about Xu Ziqian, and that they should protect their safety at the right time. Yin Mingtian naturally agreed to everything. Although he was afraid of the Xu family and the sword-washing manor, the Dragon Gate was the strongest existence. As long as Ling Xiao returned to the Dragon Gate, and told the people above that the Cloud Ridge sect was under the protection of the Dragon Gate, no one would dare to cause trouble for them. This was all Ling Xiao could do for them. Since Ling Xiao no longer entered the mass burial space, he did not plan to stay any longer. Feng Qingyuan and Xu Ziqian both knew that it was impossible for Ling Xiao to stay here with them forever. Thus, after saying some words of concern to Ling Xiao, they advised him to return to the Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. "Mistress, I firmly believe that master will come out one day. Don't worry too much. When I have time in the future, I will come to see you. If you have any problems, go to the Cloud Ridge sect and ask them for help. I have already informed them. If master comes out, please send me a message. I will definitely come to see him. And we know what to do. Don't worry, you have to take good care of your body in the future. Don't always take risks when you do something. Now that your identity is different, as long as you work hard, one day, you will be able to become famous in the heavenly region." Feng Qingyuan said to Ling Xiao earnestly as an elder. Xu Ziqian also smiled and said, "If I didn't hear about your deeds from big sister Qingyuan, I wouldn't have known that I had such an outstanding disciple. In the future, if you can reach the sovereign realm and your master hasn't come out, then our hope will be on you. You must continue to work hard. And mistress, you too have to take care too." Ling Xiao nodded and said. After saying a few more words of farewell, he was finally on his way back to the Dragon Gate. He had gained a lot from this trip. Not only had he broken through to the God King realm, but Yu Rou Fei, Sha Tian, and Xian Yu Yi had also broken through to the God Soul realm. Yu Rou Fei and Sha Tian both had the qualifications to step into the Demigod King realm, but they had accumulated too little energy, and were unable to convert it into divine power in a short period of time. As for Xian Yu Yi, he had become a divine soul, and was also a demigod king. As long as he was given the Ghost Divine Spring, he believed that it wouldn't be long before he would also break through to the Divine King realm. Therefore, after returning to the Dragon Gate this time, Ling Xiao decided to let them go into seclusion for a long time to break through. As for him, he was going to head to the profound sky region to search for news of Yin Mingqi. He had waited for this day for a long time, and it made him a little impatient. His heart was filled with anticipation and worry. He hoped that he could really find Yin Mingqi, but he was also worried that if Yin Mingqi wasn't here, then what should he do? Chapter 1167. Ling Xiao left Fengqing Yuan and Xu Ziqian, and immediately went back to Dragon Gate. He was not in a hurry to go to the mysterious sky territory, because he needed to prepare a few things first. Ling Xiao smoothly returned to Dragon Gate, and immediately went to the main hall to see Ling Chen. Ling Chen immediately received Ling Xiao. He had heard about Ling Xiao's achievements in the Soul Divine Pond, so he was very happy about what Ling Xiao had done. However, when he saw that Ling Xiao had reached the King God Realm, he was even more surprised. Good, really good, you have reached the God Realm, haha. This is the first person in our Dragon Gate's 10,000 years to reach the King God Realm at such a fast speed. Ling Xiao, you can be compared to many outstanding characters in history. Ling Chen was very happy to praise Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed. Gate Master, you are too polite, I was just lucky. Ling Chen waved his hand and said, you don't need to be modest. The truth is in front of me, do you think I can't tell? After pausing for a while he continued, it seems like I need to hold a reward ceremony in a few days. With your Tenbin power, you have already surpassed many of your peers. Our clan will need to rely on you to carry the burden in the future. How old was Ling Xiao? Not to mention 100 years old. He wasn't even 80 years old. With his Tenbin breaking through to the King God Realm, it was the same as having a good God base. In the future, when he wanted to reach the incipient God Realm, he would have an innate advantage over everyone else. Maybe after several thousand years, their Dragon Gate would have another incipient God Realm expert. At that time, their Dragon Gate's position would be even more unshakable. Within the Heavenly Dragon Sect, who else would dare to provoke them excessively? Thus, Ling Chen felt that it was necessary to reward Ling Xiao. Only a bastard wouldn't want such a good thing. Ling Xiao wasn't a bastard, so he naturally wouldn't refuse the title that Ling Chen was going to give him. In a few days, you'll be a true inner sect elder of my Dragon Gate. You can't be like before, only enjoying resources and not contributing, said Ling Chen. Ling Xiao understood very well that the development of any force could not do without all sorts of resources. On the other hand, Ling Xiao had acknowledged his ancestry and was a member of Dragon Gate. He hadn't made any contributions yet, so Ling Chen's request was understandable. What do I need to do? Ling Xiao asked. As an inner sect elder, you don't need to hunt holy beasts or search for holy treasures or divine materials. But if you find any divine items, you can provide them to the sect. Of course, the sect won't mistreat you. You can use divine items of the same level to exchange for divine crystals. In addition, you can choose to manage some affairs in the sect, such as commanding troops, leading teams to search for resources. Ling Chen talked incessantly. Ling Xiao thought about it, and felt that among all the things that Ling Chen had said, only the exchange of divine items satisfied him. He wasn't too interested in the other things. How about it? Do you have any suitable ones? How about letting you manage some resource extraction? You only need to ask your subordinates to do it. You don't need to do it yourself. If you can contribute, it won't delay your cultivation. The only thing you need to do is to protect the resource industry, said Ling Chen. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, Master, I can't do these things. No way, do you just want to enjoy it and not contribute? Ling Chen said unhappily. Ling Xiao said, of course not. As he said that, he took out a pot of Ghost God Spring and said, Sect Master, I have a pot of Ghost God Spring here. Does this count as my contribution to the sect? What you said this is the Ghost God Spring? Ling Chen said in shock. Of course. Back then, brother told me that there was a divine spring there, so I went to look for it. I didn't think that I would actually get some. Otherwise I wouldn't have broken through to the God King realm so quickly. This pot should be enough for 100 people, right? Ling Xiao nodded and said. Contributing such a pot of Ghost God Spring made Ling Xiao's heart ache. He had experienced a lot of danger to obtain it. Fortunately, he still had a lot in stock, otherwise he wouldn't have been willing to take it out. Ling Chen took Ling Xiao's Ghost God Spring without any hesitation and said with a smile, Good. In all these years, No one has been able to take out the Ghost God Spring from the Ghost God Pond. Ling Xiao, you should remember this great contribution. With this pot of Ghost God Spring, you can get a lot of divine crystals, spirit herbs, or pills for cultivation. Dragon Gate was the #1 power, so it naturally had a lot of divine items. However, this Ghost God Spring could be considered a high-grade divine item, worthy of Ling Chen's praise. Just give me some divine crystals, or divine herbs. Ling Xiao replied casually. Well, that's what I should do. When the time comes, I'll let the elders under me evaluate the contribution value. And then I'll have someone send it to your courtyard, Ling Chen said. Then he added, strive to make more contributions so that your position in the sect will be higher. Yes, Ling Xiao replied and was about to leave. However, he suddenly slapped his forehead and said, right, if I can refine a saint pill or a divine pill, is this considered a contribution to the sect? Of course it is, Ling Chen replied casually. Suddenly he looked at Ling Xiao seriously and said, what do you mean by that? Do you know a saint alchemist? Our sect does have a lot of saint alchemists, but if you can rope them in, we can also give them the position of an inner court deacon. Ling Xiao touched his nose and said, why should I rope them in? I'm an alchemist. Ling Chen sized Ling Xiao up and down and burst into laughter, saying, haha, you're an alchemist? Rank 3 or rank 4 alchemist? I'm afraid that you don't even know alchemy, right? Ling Chen naturally did not believe that Ling Xiao was an alchemist. Even if he was an alchemist, it was also not up to the mark. After all, Ling Xiao could reach Divine King realm at such a young age. He felt that Ling Xiao spent most of his time on cultivation. How could he have the rest of the time to go and refine pills? That was an even more time-consuming occupation. Ling Xiao was unable to explain to him for a moment, and could only spread his hands and said, believe it or not, it's up to you. Anyway, I think I should be able to become a divine alchemist. When Ling Chen heard Ling Xiao say that he wanted to become a divine alchemist, he was even more incredulous. Ling Xiao could not explain for the time being. He could only change the topic and asked about Xiaoling's news. Speaking of which, Ling Chen was Xiaoling's uncle. He naturally knew about the relationship between Xiaoling and Xiao Zhensai. Through Ling Chen's words, Ling Xiao found out that Xiaoling's parents had already arrived a few months ago to fetch Xiaoling back to the profound sky region. And Xiao Zhensai had nothing to do and also returned to the Xiao family to visit relatives. After Ling Xiao understood this fact, he also felt relieved. After leaving the main hall, Ling Xiao immediately returned to his own courtyard. It was just that there was an unexpected guest in his courtyard. Why are you here? Ling Xiao looked at the person in his courtyard in astonishment. That person was actually one of the most outstanding direct disciples in the sect, Chang Haoyou. At this moment, he had already broken through to the Divine King realm like Ling Xiao. When he saw Ling Xiao return, he immediately stood up and looked at Ling Xiao in astonishment. Then he bowed to Ling Xiao and said sincerely, thank you, Junior Ling Xiao, for saving my life. Ling Xiao did not expect Chang Haoyou to do this. He quickly went over and helped Chang Haoyou up. Senior Chang, what are you doing? Chang Haoyou said rather seriously. If not for you, Junior Ling Xiao, I would have died in the Ghost Divine Pond, and I would not have been able to take another step forward. I, Chang Haoyou, am not talented, but I am willing to follow Junior Brother and help Junior Brother with anything. Back in the Ghost Divine Pond, when Chang Haoyou fought with Yu Yang, he was injured by Yu Yang's origin poison qi. Originally, he was already in a dead end, but Ling Xiao helped him block Jiang Huahu's attack and obtained the antidote to cure him. Ling Xiao was indeed Chang Haoyou's benefactor. Chang Haoyou was originally a person who valued friendship. Ling Xiao was able to save his life despite his misunderstanding, so he decided to follow Ling Xiao in the future. Although the two of them were from the same sect and were both outstanding disciples, they had the right to choose to follow someone stronger than them. For example, the dead Lei Xingyang always had a few followers by his side, and they all followed Lei Xingyang's lead. And Chang Haoyou planned to help Ling Xiao from now on. He also believed that Ling Xiao's future achievements would definitely be above his, above all his peers. After all, in the Ghost Divine Pond, he had personally witnessed Ling Xiao's terrifying combat strength and killing intent. Senior Brother Chang, please sit down first. Ling Xiao first calmed Chang Haoyou, and then he said very seriously, "Senior brother Chang, you and I are from the same sect, and we should help each other. Why do you have to say such things? Aren't you trying to make things difficult for me? Moreover, with senior brother's tenbin and strength, you will soon become a pillar of the sect. If you follow me, I'm afraid it will only harm you. Moreover, your master will definitely not agree. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions." Ever since Ling Xiao began his cultivation, there were many who followed him, but he did not want anyone to be forced to follow him. Moreover, in the entire Sky Dragon district, there were only a few monstrous geniuses like Chang Haoyou who could compare to him. If such a person followed Ling Xiao, he had no choice but to be cautious. Otherwise, Chang Haoyou's master would probably come knocking on his door to demand an explanation. "Junior brother, you don't have to worry about this. I've already spoken to my master about this. In the future, if your progress is slower than mine, I will naturally leave you. But from now on, I hope to follow you everywhere and repay the kindness you have shown me," Chang Haoyou said very seriously. From his expression, it could be seen that he had made up his mind. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and said, "Since that's the case, then senior brother should work hard with me in the future. Let's not talk about who is following who. If you have anything to do, you can go at any time. You have your freedom. We are all senior brothers." After pausing for a moment, he smiled and said, "However, it doesn't seem possible for you to surpass me. You have to be prepared for this first." Chang Haoyou really didn't expect Ling Xiao to be so open-minded and magnanimous. He immediately looked at Ling Xiao gratefully and said, "And in the future, if junior brother has any orders, senior brother will definitely do his best." Don't make it sound so serious. You can choose a room here to stay first. If there's anything in the future, I will try my best to tell you. I have something to do now." Ling Xiao laughed and walked towards the seclusion room. He planned to let Yuro Fei, Sha Tian, and Xin Yu Yi cultivate in seclusion for a period of time, and he was going to enter the last level of the Divine Cauldron. Chapter 1168. Yuro Fei and Sha Tian had long since reached the peak of the Holy Emperor realm, and had condensed their divine soul in the Ghost Divine Pond, so they were already qualified to break through to the Demigod King or Divine King realm. As for Xin Yu Yi, he was the same as Ling Xiao, who had reached the Demigod King realm. Ling Xiao only needed to provide them with the Ghost Divine Spring, and they would be able to break through to a higher realm. The three of them originally had nothing to do, but after receiving the Ghost Divine Spring that Ling Xiao had provided, they naturally entered a state of closed-door cultivation. After Ling Xiao arranged for them, he returned to the hall and chatted with Chang Haoyou for a while, then returned to the clan to report. Returning to the clan grounds, those old fellows were overjoyed to see that Ling Xiao's strength had risen by a level, and had reached the Divine King realm. They even gathered their clansmen to announce that Ling Xiao had become a Divine King, and celebrated for 3 days. After all, every Divine King was what the various great powers needed the most, and not everyone had the ability to break through this heaven cushion. As the fastest monster to break through to the Divine King realm in 10,000 years, Ling Xiao naturally had to be taken seriously. After the celebration, Patriarch Ling Bo summoned Ling Xiao. "Ling Xiao, I have already sent the dragon bones and dragon tendons you need to the outer sect. Your weapon has also been upgraded. Have you gone to retrieve it?" Ling Bo asked. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I haven't gone to retrieve it yet. I'll go again in a few days." Ling Bo revealed a complicated expression and replied softly, "No wonder. What's wrong? Could it be that the level of advancement is not high? Or did something happen?" Ling Xiao asked. "There is a situation, but you will know when you return to the outer sect. You are already a Divine King now, so you should settle this yourself," Ling Bo replied. Then he changed the topic. "Your strength is different now. As a member of our Golden Dragon clan, you can have a Flood Dragon Sacred Beast for protection. You can give up your previous Sacred Beast for protection. Just a Flood Dragon Spirit Beast? Are there no true Dragon Divine Beasts to choose from?" Ling Xiao asked. "What do you take dragons for? It's already very impressive to have a Dragon Sacred Beast. If you want a true Dragon Mythological Beast, it's not impossible, but you have to rely on yourself to communicate with the dragons. However, they are naturally arrogant, so it's impossible for them to surrender. It's already good enough that they can get along with you as equals. Ling Bo said snappily. Then forget it. I really don't fancy anyone who hasn't reached the level of a divine beast. Ling Xiao waved his hand and refused. The dragons were the holy beasts closest to the true dragons. However, Ling Xiao had once had 2 holy beasts following him. He really wouldn't give up on the Golden Wolf King for the sake of the Flood Dragon. After all, the Golden Wolf King was a mutated spirit beast, and its potential was not much less than that of the Flood Dragon. Speaking of this, Ling Xiao planned to release it, the Liger Beast, and the Dragon Horse so that they could grow up in the dragon-gazing mountain range. They could no longer keep up with the speed of his advancement, and had temporarily become a burden. Although he had been providing them with beast cores all these years, they needed to digest and absorb them step by step. How could they level up as quickly as he did? You brat! Ling Bo laughed bitterly, then said, Do you know that only a few people in the clan can obtain the approval of the dragons and have a true dragon mythological beast following them? I really don't know what to say about you. Patriarch, don't worry. I have a plan in mind. My protective spirit beast is fine. Ling Xiao replied. Then, after they chatted for a while, Ling Xiao said his goodbyes. Ling Xiao had already advanced to the Divine King realm. He could choose an uninhabited mountain peak in this majestic mountain range as his territory. If there was no urgent matter, others would definitely not be able to easily set foot on it. After Ling Xiao chose a mountain peak, he released his 3 great spirit beasts. The strongest was still the Liger Beast, which had already reached the middle stage of the Stage 9. The Golden Wolf King was at the low stage of the Stage 9, and the Dragon Horse was a bit weaker, only at the middle stage of the Stage 8. Before they reached the 10th order, Ling Xiao did not plan to bring them with him for the time being. Ling Xiao specially opened a cave that belonged to him alone. Inside the cave, Ling Xiao had specially used stone materials to decorate it, making it different from the cave that was temporarily opened in the past. In addition, he had also set up many restrictions. Some were warning restrictions, while others were concealment restrictions. He was not worried that someone would disturb him, but he was afraid that the phenomenon that he was about to create would destroy this place. That would be a waste of his efforts. This was because from today onwards, he would have to go into seclusion to refine pills for a period of time to recover his alchemy skills that he had neglected for 3 to 4 years. After doing all this, Ling Xiao did not immediately start refining pills. Instead, he entered the medicine cauldron and prepared to enter the last level to obtain the inheritance of the divine alchemist. Only in this way could he better reach the realm of a divine alchemist. Greetings, esteemed master. Obsidian appeared in front of Ling Xiao respectfully and bowed. Ling Xiao was too lazy to pay attention to this deceiving guy, and went straight to the last barrier. As long as he passed this level, he would receive all the inheritance of the divine alchemist. He could not hide the excitement in his heart. In the past, those barriers were destroyed by Ling Xiao with a punch. This time was no exception. He gathered his strength and blasted towards the glowing door. Boom! The powerful force collided with it, and made a deafening sound. Ling Xiao was already a god king, but he did not break the door under his full force. Instead, he was thrown far away by a terrifying force, almost causing him to bleed. F***CK, what's going on? Ling Xiao cursed. His words were naturally directed at Obsidian. Obsidian immediately appeared in front of Ling Xiao and said, Master, you're still as rude as ever. Didn't I tell you long ago that you only need to use your mind to penetrate here, and you can enter the last level? Ling Xiao's face was full of black lines and he cursed. This bastard, he knew it was going to be like this, but he didn't say it earlier. However, when he entered the 3rd level, Obsidian did have such a reminder. However, he felt that he could use force to break it, so he did not take this matter seriously. Unexpectedly, this time he reached the God King realm, but he could not open it, which really made him depressed. Ling Xiao did not speak to Obsidian, and his soul power overflowed towards the door. However, he found that the door still could not open, and his soul power was completely excluded. Ling Xiao could not help but shout at Obsidian. What's going on? I can't even open it. Obsidian said, Master, you used soul power just now, not mind power. Do you know what mind power is? It's a kind of reaction. Obsidian showed a very patient look to Ling Xiao and explained endlessly. Ling Xiao almost collapsed, and he silently said in his heart, "Open the door." Just like that, the door was opened. Ling Xiao patted his forehead, ignored Obsidian, who was still talking, and flew inside. Congratulations, you are the first person to enter the last level and obtain my inheritance. In the future, you will be the disciple of my first-generation medicine god, and my inheritance will also be inherited by you. In the future, carry forward the art of alchemy and bring glory to my family. The medicine god's voice resounded mightily in this level. As soon as Ling Xiao stood firm, a mass of power immediately rushed into his sea of consciousness. Ling Xiao calmed his mind and began to digest the medicine god's last memory inheritance. This memory inheritance contained the most primitive alchemy techniques, the most perfect pill recipes, and the most vast knowledge of divine herbs. All of this was all-encompassing, making it difficult for Ling Xiao to digest it in a short time. He finally understood that the medicine god was worthy of being the first master of the obsidian cauldron. He was the most powerful alchemist in ancient times, and it could be said that he was the originator of alchemy. For him to be able to obtain these inheritances, it was equivalent to the medicine god's rebirth, and he passed on all his alchemy techniques to Ling Xiao. As long as Ling Xiao continued to practice alchemy, he would definitely become the most powerful alchemist in the future. When Ling Xiao came back to his senses, his dragon eyes were already full of incomparable confidence. With his current strength, he only needed to practice for a period of time, and he would definitely be able to refine a real divine pill. Ling Xiao began to look at the space on the last level. His face instantly showed an incomparably moved expression. The source power here is so abundant. The power of this level of space was different from any other level. Layers of 7-colored light power were constantly flowing here. This place was actually filled with all kinds of source energy, the purest power that even the God King had to absorb and refine. On top of a medicinal field, all sorts of divine grasses were planted. Walking in front of these divine grasses, with just a sniff, Ling Xiao felt as if he was about to ascend, and his strength seemed to have increased in the span of a breath. That's right. How can there not be a supply of source energy to grow all kinds of divine grasses? This divine medicine is truly miraculous. I really wonder if the other 8 cauldrons will have the same effect. Ling Xiao sighed. 9 divine cauldrons, and the obsidian cauldron was only ranked 5th. He wondered how powerful the other 8 divine cauldrons were. Ling Xiao did not continue to investigate. What he was most concerned about was his own situation. As long as he reached the level of divine alchemist, his status would rise along with it. At that time, he would also be able to contribute to the clan and the outer sect, and he wouldn't have to do any missions. He must be very busy. Ling Xiao withdrew from the medicinal cauldron and began to refine pills. He was not in a hurry to refine divine pellets. Instead, he first refined a few holy pellets to recover the feeling of refining pills and perfect his technique. He must have been abandoned for a period of time, so he had to find that feeling again. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. Ling Xiao had already recovered the feeling of refining pills, and he could finally try to refine divine pellets. Refining divine pellets was not as simple as refining other grade pellets. The divine grass required for every divine pellet was extremely precious, and it also required the source of energy as a medicinal catalyst. In addition, one had to inject their own divine power, and when condensing the pellet, one had to fuse the source of energy into it. Just based on the last condition, it was the reason why Ling Xiao was unable to refine divine pellets when he was in the Holy Emperor realm. This was because at that time he did not have any divine power to pour in, nor was he able to instantly condense more source energy. Now it was different. He already possessed divine power, and could instantly gather source energy. All the conditions were met. Ling Xiao calmed himself down and immediately entered the state of mind, starting to refine the divine pellet. If he succeeded this time, his identity would once again undergo a different change. Chapter 1169. In a cave abode on a mountain peak of the Kim people, A young man's beautiful hair fluttered in the wind as he casually waved his palms. Streams of purple flames pounced onto his cauldron like dragons, and many spiritual herbs floated above the cauldron. As the flames flickered, every single stalk of spiritual herb was steamed and condensed into essence that fell into the cauldron. The young man waved his palms at times fast and at times slow, with a kind of rhythm, looking quite like a grandmaster. Before long, waves of medicinal fragrance filled the cave abode, making people feel intoxicated. After all the spiritual herbs were extracted, a beast core with vigorous energy was thrown into the cauldron. The flames between the young man's palms started to surge, and an imperceptible power also leaked out from between his brows. The flames and soul power worked together to disintegrate and refine the power of this beast core. However, this beast core's power was extremely immense, and even with two simultaneous efforts, it still required quite a lot of time to completely refine it. After the spiritual herbs and the power of the beast core were refined, the young man confined their powers in the cauldron, not letting them leak out. The process of refining the pill was similar, and the only difference was the final moment of condensing the pill. The young man added a type of divine source item, and forced out his divine power. He then gathered the surrounding source energy, and condensed it into the cauldron at the same time. The three types of powers started to fuse with the two different powers in the cauldron. Powerful powers were pressed together in the cauldron, and the power produced was terrifying. At the same time, there were waves of intoxicating medicinal fragrance that spread everywhere, making one's mouth water. At this moment, the young man looked rather strained. He pressed his palms against the cauldron and continuously formed profound palm prints, pressing these powers together and making them fuse as quickly as possible. Bang! A muffled sound rang out, and a powerful force spread out from the cauldron. Even though the young man had the power of a divine king, he was still pushed back several steps by this force before he could stabilize himself. Suddenly, a dazzling brilliance flashed in the cauldron, and the enchanting splendor soared into the sky. At the same time, an expanse of azure light suddenly flickered in the sky outside the mountain. Expanse after expanse of azure light surged, and it illuminated an area of a few tens of thousands of kilometers beautifully. In the Kim people's territory, all the people and spirit beasts were shocked by the sudden phenomenon. What's going on? Why was there suddenly a strange phenomenon? Could it be that someone had broken through? But this doesn't seem like a phenomenon brought about by a breakthrough. Whose territory is that direction? I don't think anyone has occupied it before. Should we go and take a look? Perhaps some elder is setting up some sort of formation over there. Let's just wait here for the results. I'm sure that the patriarch and the others will give us an answer. I think it's a phenomenon caused by an alchemist condensing a pill. But it's impossible for our clan to have an alchemist. How strange. The people of Kim people all looked at this strange phenomenon with surprise on their faces, and whispered to each other. Although they were all very curious, no one was impulsive, and no one went over to see what was going on. This was because they were all sure that this was caused by someone in their clan. When the time came, someone would naturally find out and give them an explanation. Sure enough, a few figures swept toward the direction of the mountain from one direction. Those people were the Patriarch Ling Bo, the Great Elder Ling Xiao, and a few other elders. This seems to be the territory that Ling Xiao chose, right? What is he doing? Why is he making such a big noise? Ling Xiao said in confusion. Ling Bo's face was full of excitement as he guessed. Could it be that this little guy is refining a pill? Ling Zhao's great-grandfather Ling Wei said in surprise. This is indeed a phenomenon of refining a divine pill, but what does it have to do with that kid? You don't think that he refined it himself, do you? That's hard to say. This kid cultivates 5 attributes at the same time, and one of them is the fire attribute. Maybe he really knows how to refine pills? Ling Bo said. That's what you say, but you also know that the kid cultivates 5 different elements at the same time. He's a god king before he's even 100 years old, and it's not like he possesses the chaotic body. That's already a miracle. Do you really think it's possible for him to find time to learn alchemy? The Grand Elder Ling Xiao countered. Ling Bo's old face turned red, and only then did he know that it seemed to be wishful thinking. Stop arguing. When this kid comes out, we will know the situation. Maybe he obtained some rare divine item, Ling Wei said. After half a day, the phenomenon finally dispersed. Ling Xiao also walked out of the cave, although he looked a little messy. He looked at the patriarch and elders around him and knew that the phenomenon just now had attracted their attention. Patriarch, elders, you're all here. Ling Xiao rubbed the bridge of his nose with a smile. What are you doing, kid? You actually caused the phenomenon to appear. Ling Xiao asked impatiently. The others also looked curiously at Ling Xiao, waiting for his reply. Ling Xiao said, "If I said I was refining a divine pill, would you believe me? Do you think we'd believe you? How old are you? You're not even 70 yet. Even if you've learned alchemy, it's already not bad if you're a 3rd or 4th rank alchemist. Refining a divine pill?" Ling Xiao said in disbelief. Just as he had said, even if Ling Xiao had been born in his mother's womb and learned alchemy, it was impossible for him to reach the God King realm and immediately become a divine alchemist at the same time. Ling Xiao was also too lazy to explain. A cyan-round medicinal pill appeared in his hand. The medicinal pill emitted bursts of cyan divine light, and there was even a strong medicinal fragrance wafting for thousands of miles, making people have an impulse to immediately swallow it. This is the most ordinary healing divine pill that I just refined. This is the obsidian cauldron that I used to refine pills. I found it in the family's storage back then. Ling Xiao said as he changed the medicinal cauldron back to its original appearance, showing it in front of everyone. Obsidian cauldron. The several elders present exclaimed at the same time. Their old eyes looked at the divine cauldron emitting bursts of intense divine light, scaring Ling Xiao to the point of being a little embarrassed. Ling Wei said excitedly, "That's right, this is definitely the obsidian cauldron. Back then, old ancestor fought with the devil tiger clan's old undying for it. I didn't expect it to actually fall into your hands. This is heaven's will. Heaven is really blessing us, Kim people." When Ling Xiao was acknowledging his ancestors, he had heard them talk about his ancestor. Originally, he had wanted to tell them about the obsidian cauldron, but he was a little worried and felt that the timing was not right. Until now, he had completely integrated into the clan's life and realized that they did not treat him as an outsider. He believed that they would not have any designs on the divine cauldron. After all, the direct descendants of Kim people could only be of the metal attribute and could not refine pills. As for the other attributes, they would all be arranged to go outside the Dragon Gate. Ling Bo, Ling Qiu and the others also nodded in agreement with Ling Wei's words, their faces filled with joy. However, Ling Qiu still did not believe it and asked, "Even if you have the obsidian cauldron, you can't be a godly alchemist, right?" Ling Xiao laughed dryly. Actually, I have been quite experienced in the art of alchemy since I was young. As my strength grew stronger, my alchemy skills did not fall behind, and I just refined my first divine pellet. Of course, if you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. How about this? If you refine another divine pellet in front of us, we will believe you. Ling Qiu probed. Ling Bo said from the side, "The art of alchemy requires concentration and cannot be distracted or disturbed. Moreover, Ling Xiao has just been promoted to a godly alchemist. How can he immediately refine another divine pellet? Don't make things difficult for him." That's right, alchemy is not an ordinary matter. I heard that it's already pretty good for an alchemist to have a 1/3 success rate. Ling Wei sighed from the side. Ling Xiao knew that they still did not believe his words. After hesitating for a moment, he decided to show them his skills. The reason why he did this was to raise his status and obtain more resources. At the same time, he also wanted to do something for the clan that he could do. However, Ling Xiao did not just let them know that it was enough. He planned to publicly refine pills in the clan, and let everyone in the clan know his identity as a godly alchemist. This might be more convincing. 2 days later, in a martial arts practice field in the clan, Ling Xiao once again refined a divine pellet. The spirit herbs, beast cores, and origin items needed for the pellet were all provided by the clan. This time, the pill refining was of great significance. Many of the clansmen outside the Dragon Gate were summoned back, including the sect leader Ling Chun, the 5th commander Ling Fei, and several direct descendants of the Dragon Gate. Before the pill refining even started, Kim people's people had already gathered around. Big brother, what's going on? How did Ling Xiao suddenly become a godly alchemist? Ling Fei asked Ling Chen. Ling Chen smiled bitterly. You ask me, who should I ask? He thought to himself, this kid can't be serious, right? He actually let the patriarch gather everyone back. If he can't refine the pill, he will destroy himself. The surrounding Kim people were also discussing this matter. I heard that Granduncle Ling Xiao is going to publicly refine a divine pellet. Doesn't that mean he is a godly alchemist? Could it be that Granduncle Ling Xiao is a branch disciple? Impossible. Granduncle Ling Xiao has already been confirmed to have the richest bloodline in our clan. He condensed a true dragon's battle chi. The reason why he can refine pills should be because he also cultivates the fire attribute. How old is Granduncle Ling Xiao? I heard that he has already reached the God King realm, and now he has become a godly alchemist. Is he still human? Maybe Granduncle Ling Xiao is just joking. How could he be a godly alchemist? That's hard to say. 2 days ago, we saw the phenomenon of the divine pill. Amidst the discussions of the clansmen, Ling Xiao walked to the center of the training field dressed in an alchemist's attire. His expression was cold and full of confidence as he looked around at the crowd. Immediately after, an ancient cauldron appeared in front of him, and many spirit herbs began to float above the cauldron. Ling Xiao let out a light shout, and a raging flame appeared between his palms, burning towards the cauldron. Seeing Ling Xiao's skilled alchemy skills, the people of Kim people began to believe that Ling Xiao was really an alchemist. And today, they had finally witnessed the birth of the first direct descendant of the godly alchemist. Chapter 1170. Ling Xiao received the medicine god's inheritance, and the soul-controlling knack that increased his soul power, which gave him an incomparable advantage when it came to alchemy. Moreover, he had an extremely high tenbin of alchemy. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to level up so smoothly all these years. That day, Ling Xiao was focused in front of everyone. It seemed like he only had eyes for the cauldron and the materials in front of him. He completely ignored the people around him. His movements were smooth and casual. His clothes were fluttering in the wind, and the fire was raging. He had the awe-inspiring aura of a master. After 3 days, Ling Xiao refined a metal element divine elixir without any difficulty. When the elixir was done, there were golden lights and it looked like a golden dragon was flying out of the sky. The people of the Kim people exclaimed in surprise. The divine elixir was of the highest quality. Ling Xiao's golden blood was added to it, which contained the blood of dragons. The divine elixir was called the God King elixir. It was a metal element divine elixir. It was definitely the best elixir for a metal element demigod king. It could help them step into the God King level, and at the same time, it could increase the God King level by 1 level. However, the materials required for every single God King pill were extremely precious and rare. Gathering a set of materials was not something that could be achieved by regular organizations. Only an old force like the Kim people could provide such materials so easily. Ling Xiao made the divine elixir in one go. Everyone in the clan cheered for him. He became the first alchemist of the Kim people, and he was a miracle medicine master. His status in the clan skyrocketed, and he was on par with Ling Chen, the leader. Everyone knew that a miracle medicine master was one of the most honorable people on the continent. With this identity, Ling Xiao could travel freely in the heaven realm. He didn't need to worry about the Xian crystals, or divine crystals needed to pass the space formation, or the space gate. I really didn't think that. How did this kid do it? Throughout history, other than the primordial era, who could reach God King before the age of 100 like him? Moreover, he's also a divine apothecary. TSK, we've really found a monster. Ling Qiu said with great joy. Ling Bo also nodded repeatedly and said, yes, I didn't expect that such an amazing genius would appear in that ancestor's bloodline. There is hope for our clan to rise to glory again. Ling Wei couldn't stop stroking his white beard, grinning from ear to ear. Ling Xiao and him were of the same bloodline. Ling Zhao's achievements were their achievements. How could they not be happy? Ling Fei, who was at the side, laughed and said, Big brother, this is great. Our clan finally has a divine alchemist. Now those guys in the sect won't dare to be so arrogant. Damn, They always think that we are always begging them. Now it's great. Little brother Xiao is a genuine divine alchemist. In the future, when we need divine pills, we don't need to look at those guys' faces anymore. How many miracle medicine masters were there in the heaven realm? Don't think that there were many. For example, there were only 5 miracle medicine masters in the Dragon Gate. For example, there were only 2 in the Blazing Flame Merchants. This showed how rare miracle medicine masters were. In the Dragon Gate, there were 3 miracle medicine masters. Although 2 miracle medicine masters were like the Kim people, there was a certain gap between their alchemy level and the other 3 miracle medicine masters. Once they reached the God King realm, ordinary medicinal pills were useless to them. Only divine-grade medicinal pills were effective. Therefore, Ling Fei and the other divine kings often asked miracle medicine masters to refine pills for them. On the other hand, the 3 godly apothecaries were inclined towards the god system, so they gave them quite a bit of face. Moreover, they required a lot of ingredients. This made Ling Fei very angry, but it was not good for him to flip out. After all, it was not easy to find a godly alchemist. Losing even one godly alchemist was not something the Heavenly Dragon sect could afford. Who asked the Heavenly Dragon sect to be so powerful? Without a godly alchemist, how could they survive? Now that Ling Xiao had become a miracle medicine master, and the only direct descendant of the Kim people, how could this not make Ling Fei happy? Ling Chen revealed a complicated smile and said, "This brat really, I really don't know what to say about him. When he returned to the sect a few days ago, he told me about it. At that time, I thought he was bragging, but I didn't expect him to really be a miracle medicine master. This is truly a monster, abnormal brat." "Oi, he already told you?" Ling Fei asked in surprise. Ling Chen nodded his head and said, "Yes, but look at how old he is. Which one of the miracle medicine masters in our sect hasn't lived for more than 10,000 years? Who would have thought that a miracle medicine master, who isn't even 100 years old, would suddenly appear? Do you think I would believe it?" Ling Fei thought for a moment and said, "That's true. If I hadn't already secretly checked that his divine soul wasn't reincarnated, I would have thought that he wasn't one of our Kim people's people." Ling Xiao followed Ling Bo and the others back to the conference hall. Ling Xiao accepted the elder's commendation. They looked at him like a peerless beauty, their eyes glowing as if they wanted to strip him naked and look at him. "I say, don't look at me like that. I'm not interested in old men," Ling Xiao said very seriously. As soon as he said this, a large number of people in the conference hall fell to the ground. Ling Bo laughed and said, "Ling Xiao, I didn't expect you to be a genuine miracle medicine master. In the future, the divine pills in the clan will be entrusted to you. But don't worry, we will not treat you unfairly." "That's right, those brats below are getting worse with each generation. If we don't prepare some pills for them, we won't be at ease. Ling Xiao, you have to suffer a little. Capable people do more work." Ling Qiu also agreed. Ling Wei was a little concerned. Won't this affect his cultivation? As soon as these words were spoken, they immediately fell silent. They had witnessed Ling Xiao's cultivation tenbin. Naturally, they hoped that Ling Xiao would reach a higher realm one day. Only then would the Kim people continue to prosper. However, if they gave Ling Xiao a large number of alchemy tasks, it would definitely delay his cultivation time. This made it difficult for them to make a decision. "I think this matter should be decided by Ling Xiao himself. I believe he has his own plans," Ling Chen said. Since Ling Xiao had revealed his identity, it proved that he definitely had his own ideas. Otherwise, why didn't he keep it hidden all this time? As the head of a great clan, Ling Chen's insight was quite good. Everyone's eyes focused on Ling Xiao, waiting for his answer. Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said, "I am an alchemist and alchemy is my profession. However, I don't have too much time to spend on alchemy every day. If the patriarch and elders can trust me, I will naturally do what I can for the clan. However, I also need to cultivate normally, and there are some things that I have to do. You should understand this. I can only promise everyone that I will refine more pills for the clan when I have time. As for the specific quantity, I can't guarantee. Of course, all the materials will still be provided by the clan. Otherwise, I wouldn't have suffered a loss." The reason why Ling Xiao revealed his identity was to raise his status, and also because he needed more resources. Only in this way he wouldn't need to look for resources everywhere. Only then could he have more resources to squander. Of course, it was impossible for him to become a full-time alchemist. He would still focus on cultivation. As long as his strength continued to improve, his alchemy skills would also improve. Ling Bo pondered for a moment and said, Ling Xiao is right. Even though he is a godly alchemist, he still needs to focus on cultivation and alchemy as a supplement. I think we should do as he says. We will give him a list of the pills we need, and then give him the materials. When he has time, he can refine them and give them to us. What does everyone think? After Ling Bo said so, no one else had any objections. At this time, Ling Qiu opened his mouth and said, Since Ling Xiao is a godly alchemist, his status and treatment in the outer sect must be raised by a level. In addition, we must send more protector elders to protect him. We must not let anyone hurt him. Ling Chen immediately said, Great Elder, don't worry. When Brother Xiao returns to the outer sect, I will immediately hold a conferment ceremony and make Brother Xiao a senior elder of the inner sect. In addition, I will send more people to protect him. The conferment ceremony should be held, but the person who protects him must be a member of our clan. I don't trust anyone else. Ling Qiu said generously. Yes, Great Elder. I know what to do. Ling Chen said respectfully. All right, let's disperse. Let's see what elixirs we need and quickly prepare the list and materials for Ling Xiao, Ling Bo said. Many people dispersed, but none of them forgot to congratulate Ling Xiao. When most of the people had left, only Ling Bo, Ling Qiu and a few others were left in the meeting hall. Ling Bo solemnly said to Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, now that your identity is different, what do you need? As the patriarch, I promise you on behalf of everyone, even if you want the golden dragon divine beast, it's not impossible. This golden dragon divine beast, is that okay? Ling Xiao rubbed his hands together, revealing a fanatical expression. Although Ling Xiao was fortunate enough to have a Qilin divine beast as a brother, and cultivated a peerless true dragon like Dragon Girl, who would dislike the existence of a divine beast? This will depend on your ability. No one else can help you. I can only let you stroll around the Golden Dragon clan's territory. Whether or not the divine beast will take a liking to you depends on your ability. However, you can't use force, or else we won't be able to protect you. Ling Bo laughed. Okay, then I'll go to the Golden Dragon clan's territory and be satisfied. Ling Xiao agreed excitedly. Well, I can promise you this, Ling Bo said. Then he said seriously, you are now a divine apothecary. You can't do anything impulsively. No matter what happens, you have us old fellows to back you up, understand? Ling Qiu and Ling Wei also expressed that if anyone dared to bully him, these old fellows wouldn't mind personally taking action. Hearing their words, Ling Xiao felt a warm current flowing through his heart. He thought to himself, in the future, I will definitely do more things for the clan. Ling Chen looked at Ling Xiao with envy. As the sect master, he didn't seem to have received any promises from these old fellows. It was not easy to enter the Golden Dragon clan's territory. Ling Bo still needed to go and negotiate with the Golden Dragon. Ling Xiao first followed Ling Chen and Ling Fei back to the Dragon Gate to hold the ceremony. Chapter 1171. Holding a bestowment ceremony was not something that could be done immediately. Now that Ling Xiao's identity was different, this ceremony could not be taken lightly. Therefore, Ling Chen told Ling Xiao that the ceremony would be held in 5 days on the main peak's martial arts stage. He wanted to announce Ling Xiao's glory to Dragon Gate, letting everyone know that Ling Xiao was the most outstanding genius of Dragon Gate in the last 10,000 years, a rising star who could stand shoulder to shoulder with historical figures. Taking advantage of this time, Ling Xiao rushed to Artifact Refining Pavilion and asked Zhang Meng for his golden dragon spear. Previously, he had learned from the patriarch that Zhang Meng had already sent dragon bones and dragon tendons to upgrade the golden dragon spear. Of course, both of his weapons had been recast by Zhang Meng, so Ling Xiao did not intend to mistreat him. He wanted to see how he could compensate him. After all, any divine artifact master or divine alchemist was a highly revered existence. Ling Xiao did not think he had the qualifications to ask someone to do things for him for free. Ling Xiao brought Kong Wen and Kong Wu to Artifact Refining Pavilion to find Zhang Meng. "Greetings, Elder Zhang. I heard that my golden dragon spear has been recast. I've troubled you. This is just a small token of my respect," Ling Xiao said politely before taking out a space ring and handing it to Zhang Meng. There were 500 billion divine crystals in this space ring, which could be considered a small reward. Unexpectedly, Zhang Meng did not accept Ling Xiao's divine crystals, and instead showed a bitter expression. "Ling Xiao, I can't accept your reward." Ling Xiao replied, "Elder Zhang, this is what you deserve. Could it be that you think it's too little?" No, you've misunderstood. Actually, I'm sorry," Zhang Meng repeatedly replied with a guilty look on his face. Ling Xiao frowned and said, "Could it be that Elder Zhang has no way to reforge the golden dragon spear? If that's the case, then forget it. I have no intention of blaming you." Zhang Meng hesitated for a moment, then sighed heavily and said, "No, your golden dragon spear has been reforged. Moreover, it's the first time I've forged a high-level god weapon. It has a terrifying dragon chi that increases your attack power. It's just that." At this point, Zhang Meng seemed to find it difficult to speak. Ling Xiao realized that the situation might have changed. He asked in a low voice, "Elder Zhang, what's going on?" Zhang Meng sighed and said, "How about you forget about your golden dragon spear? I have quite a few god weapons here, and there are 1 or 2 treasures with divine power. If you like it, I'll give it to you." Ling Xiao said unhappily, "Elder Zhang, what's going on? Explain it to me clearly. Otherwise, I'll have to find the sect leader to explain it to me personally." He and the golden dragon spear had already reached the realm of being one with the weapon. As long as he continued to fight with it in the future and fed it some blood essence, its artifact soul would definitely be able to develop intelligence. At that time, it would become an ancient god artifact, and its power would be many times stronger than an ordinary divine artifact. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone to the patriarch to ask for the dragon bones and dragon tendons to recast. Now this Zhang Meng actually told him to give up on the golden dragon spear. He definitely couldn't let this matter go just like that. "Even if you make a fuss to the sect leader, I'm afraid it won't end well." Zhang Meng shook his head lightly. "What the hell is going on? Could it be that there's someone above the sect leader?" Ling Xiao said sternly. "Alright, listen to me. This matter started half a year ago." Zhang Meng began to tell Ling Xiao the whole story. After Zhang Meng obtained the dragon bones and dragon tendons, he began to recast the golden dragon spear. This golden dragon spear had long since been baptized by a large amount of dragon blood, and it could be said that a dragon soul had already been condensed within it. It was just that it wasn't obvious yet. Now that it had been recast with the dragon bones and dragon tendons, its grade had instantly risen to a peak level, and the dragon soul within it had finally been stimulated, producing a terrifying phenomenon that alarmed many people in the sect. It was also because of this that some of the other elders rushed over to ask what was going on. Zhang Meng was momentarily pleased with himself. This was the first time he had forged a high-grade divine artifact, so he immediately took out the golden dragon spear to show off to everyone. As a result, there were many people fighting for this golden dragon spear. Zhang Meng naturally refused to give it to them. After all, this was Ling Xiao's divine artifact, and he had no right to make the decision. Ling Xiao was a member of the inner clan, and Zhang Meng was a divine artifact master loyal to the Kim people. Ordinary elders really didn't have the qualifications to take his things by force. However, there was someone who brazenly ordered Zhang Meng to take out the golden dragon spear, and Zhang Meng had no choice but to obey. Therefore, the golden dragon spear was no longer in Zhang Meng's hands. "What? The golden dragon spear is no longer in your hands?" Ling Xiao said angrily. Zhang Meng nodded guiltily and said, "That's right." Ling Xiao roared, "Elder Zhang, I hope you can give me an explanation. Who was the one who dared to steal my golden dragon spear? Doesn't he know that my blood essence is already in the golden dragon spear? Even if he had it, he wouldn't be able to display its true power." "Of course I know that, so he took the golden dragon spear and waited for you to find him. When the time comes, he will naturally have a way to use it," Zhang Meng replied. I understand. Could it be that he wants to openly kill me? Ling Xiao sneered, then asked, "Can you tell me who that person is now? I want to see if Dragon Gate is already his world." Zhang Meng sighed. "He isn't that bold. Perhaps he only needs a bit of your blood essence to forcefully erase your imprint." Then he said, "That person is the second commander of the Dragon Team, Feng Bu'er." The Dragon Team was the most elite battle team in Dragon Gate. Each of them had the strength of a God King, and each commander was especially powerful. For example, Ling Fei was the fifth commander of the Dragon Team, and was in charge of a group of dragon cavalry. He had the strength of a peak God King, and was ranked among the Senjin of Goguryeo. Feng Bu'er was the second commander, and was in charge of even more dragon cavalry than Ling Fei. He was also a terrifying existence within the top 100 of the Senjin of Goguryeo. Of course, there was another reason why he dared to disrespect a divine tool master like Zhang Meng. He was a member of the Divine Body faction, and his teacher was one of the guardian elders of the gate. He was one of the strongest people in the gate. The guardian elders were at the incipient god realm, and had the supreme status in the Dragon Gate. Even the gate master had to treat them with respect. Zhang Meng didn't dare to offend his teacher, so he could only let him take the golden dragon spear. As the gate master, Ling Chen also knew about this and had reported it to the patriarch. However, this was related to the balance between the two factions. They hadn't made a decision yet. Now that Ling Xiao was back, everything depended on his decision. "Feng Bu'er, I'm going to find him and see if he can really kill me and take my golden dragon spear," Ling Xiao said indignantly, then turned around and left. Zhang Meng wanted to persuade him, but he didn't say anything. "Young master, I think we shouldn't act rashly." Kong Wen tried to persuade him. Ling Xiao frowned and looked at Kong Wen with dissatisfaction. "You mean I should swallow my anger?" Kong Wen waved his hand. No, I mean it's better to let the gate master handle it. Feng Bu'er is famous for being unreasonable." Kong Wu also said, "Yeah, he's a disciple of the guardian elders. He's always been overbearing to others. He doesn't even give face to the gate master. It seems that some people really think that the Dragon Gate is under their control." Ling Zhao's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He really didn't expect the other party to be such a person. Even though he had broken through to the Divine King realm, if he were to fight with the Senjin of Goguryeo, he was afraid that he would lose more than he would win. Even if he used soul attacks, he might not be able to do anything to the other party. However, he wouldn't let it go just like that. It seemed that he had to find some helpers. Although Ling Xiao couldn't take this lying down, he wasn't an impulsive person. He immediately found Ling Fei. This matter required his help. If he went to the gate master Ling Chen, it would be too kind to Feng Bu'er. Ling Fei didn't feel surprised when he saw Ling Xiao. He immediately smiled and greeted him. "I knew you would come find me." "Brother, it seems that you know everything?" Ling Xiao asked. "Of course, there aren't many things in the gate that can hide from my eyes and ears," Ling Fei replied. "Really? Then why don't you seek justice for my brother? Do you really need the gate master to come forward?" Ling Xiao asked discontentedly. After listening, Ling Fei showed a look of indignation. "Brother, it's not that I don't want to help you. It's really, I can't do anything about this." Ling Xiao stared at Ling Fei. He really didn't understand what he couldn't solve in the Dragon Gate. Even if he was a little stronger than him, he shouldn't be indifferent when his brother's things were robbed by others. Alas, in fact, I was too impulsive in the past. If I hadn't lost to him by one move, I would have killed him and burst his balls. Ling Fei sighed unwillingly. Then, Ling Fei told him about the grievances between him and Feng Bu'er. It turned out that he and Feng Bu'er were fellow apprentices of the same generation. Their tenbin and combat strength were almost the same. All along, the two had been secretly competing with each other. No one had lost to the other. They were evenly matched. When both of them entered the Divine King realm, the two of them agreed to fight again. If one of them lost this battle, then they would have to let the other go in the future. In the end, in that battle, Ling Fei was defeated by half a move. Up until now, he had always fulfilled his promise. He had never crossed paths with Feng Bu'er. Instead, every time he met Feng Bu'er, he would be ridiculed and ridiculed. Although Ling Fei had always wanted to regain his face, he planned to fight Fang Bu'er again. But for so many years Fang Bu'er had never accepted the challenge. After all, Ling Fei had already lost back then. If he didn't accept the challenge, there was nothing he could do. Then you mean to say that my golden dragon spear should just be let go? Ling Xiao said in a low voice. Ling Fei said with a gloomy face. Naturally, it's impossible to just let it go. It's just that if I step forward, I'm afraid it will have the opposite effect. Looks like I have to step forward myself. I don't believe that guy can be so thick-skinned as to ask for my golden dragon spear. Ling Xiao said, then turned around to find Fang Bu'er. Chapter 1172. Seeing that Ling Xiao was about to leave, Ling Fei gritted his teeth and chased after him. Brother, I'll go with you. Even if I have to throw away my old face, I'll get justice for you. Ling Fei had been suffering for many years, and he didn't want to endure it anymore. This time he had to support Ling Xiao. Otherwise, Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to get away with it. This is my brother. Us brothers are united, and we're sharp enough to cut through metal. Even if the first elder comes out, we'll kick his balls. Ling Xiao was instantly happy, and he hooked his arm around Ling Fei's shoulder. Ling Fei was excited when he heard that. Yes, us brothers are united, and we're sharp enough to cut through metal. Do you think I'll be afraid of him playing any tricks? Ling Fei replied heroically. Therefore the two of them rushed to Fang Bu'er's territory. Fang Bu'er had a high status in the sect, and like Ling Fei he had his own mountain peak. After Ling Xiao and Ling Fei arrived, they were immediately stopped. So it's Commander Ling Fei. May I know why you're here? Those people obviously knew Ling Fei. One of them stepped forward and asked with a sneer in his eyes. Hurry up and find Fang Bu'er. I have something to tell him today. Ling Fei shouted impolitely. This person, our commander, is currently in seclusion, and it's not convenient for him to meet guests. The man hesitated for a moment before replying. Is that so? Then I'll go find him directly. Ling Fei responded, and wanted to enter Fang Bu'er's residence with Ling Xiao. Commander Ling Fei, it's not good for you to barge in like this. My elder has ordered that no one is allowed to disturb him, except for important matters in the sect. The man stepped forward again to stop them. Ling Fei shouted, Get out of my way! Then he unleashed his aura and forced the man back. The others immediately surrounded Ling Fei and Ling Xiao. Ling Fei looked at these people and shouted, Could it be that you don't put this commander in your eyes? These people didn't say anything, but they didn't give way either. Clearly, they didn't care about Ling Fei at all. Just as Ling Fei was about to make another move to force these people away, a hearty laughter came from the pavilion. I was wondering who was so bold as to barge into my territory. So it's you, Ling Fei. How strange. You actually have the guts to come see me. Have you forgotten about the bet? A few figures rushed out of the pavilion, and the one in the lead didn't conceal his terrifying aura at all. No one dared to look at him directly. He looked like a middle-aged man with a square, wide face and thick eyebrows. He wore a golden robe and had a sturdy figure. He gave off an extremely domineering aura, and every move he made would cause others to feel indescribably shocked. He was the second commander of the dragon team, Fang Bu'er, a peak divine king. I've challenged you all these years, but you didn't dare to accept. You've been hiding for so many years, and you only know how to talk about the bet. Today, I didn't come to find you for that. I came to ask for an explanation on behalf of my brother. Ling Fei's expression was a bit unsightly. Haha, I didn't accept your challenge because you've already lost to me. You've already lost the right. Fang Bu'er revealed a disdainful expression as he laughed wildly. Fine. Even if I've lost the right, it's still much better than some shameless people. They actually dared to steal my brother's weapon. You have to give my brother an explanation for this. Otherwise, don't blame me for breaking the bet and fighting you. Ling Fei shouted at Fang Bu'er. Your brother's weapon? Are you talking about this golden dragon spear? Fang Bu'er didn't deny it. A spear had already appeared in his hand. This was undoubtedly the golden dragon spear. The recast golden dragon spear looked even more extraordinary. The dragon handle was like a dragon's spine, the spearhead was like a dragon's head, and the spear's tail was like a dragon's tail. It looked like a real dragon, very noble and imposing. However, when it was held in Fang Bu'er's hand, it didn't have any elemental energy fluctuations. It looked just like a useless weapon. Golden Dragon Spear, come back to me. Ling Xiao recognized the Golden Dragon Spear at a glance. He shouted at it, and sent an invisible thought to it. Buzz. Buzz. The Golden Dragon Spear in Fang Bu'er's hand instantly emitted a brilliant golden light. The spear's body trembled continuously, and a peerless real dragon's shadow condensed and flew towards Ling Xiao. However, this real dragon was firmly held by a claw. It couldn't break free at all. It's really full of spiritual energy. I like it. Fang Bu'er looked at the golden dragon spear that was emitting a golden light and muttered to himself. So what if you like it? This is my weapon. Unless you want to forcibly take it for yourself? Ling Xiao shouted at Fang Bu'er. A young man beside Fang Bu'er shouted at Ling Xiao. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you speak to my master like that? Humph. Your master is just a lowly person who snatches things from his own sect. Why wouldn't I dare to speak to him? This kind of person is worthy of being an elder of our sect? What a joke. Ling Xiao snorted at that person. Fang Bu'er's expression instantly turned ugly. The young men beside him all revealed indignant expressions as if they wanted to rush up and fight with Ling Xiao for a few hundred rounds. Damn it, watch your mouth. Do you believe that I won't teach you a lesson right now? That's right. Who does he think he is? How dare he disrespect our master? Even if the sect master was here, he wouldn't dare to speak to my master like that. He's just a god king. Could it be that he thinks he's above his head? He's overestimating himself. Why don't I take this brat down and let my master deal with him? One by one, Fang Bu'er's disciples cursed at Ling Xiao. What a sharp-tongued brat. Fang Bu'er said coldly. It was obvious that he was angry at Ling Xiao. Fang Bu'er, return my brother's divine weapon. Otherwise, even if I have to break the agreement, I will fight with you. I believe that no one can blame me in front of any elder. Ling Fei stared at Fang Bu'er. In his heart he was hoping that Fang Bu'er could continue like this. That way, he would have an excuse to take revenge for the humiliation of his previous defeat. Fang Bu'er's expression changed and he laughed. Haha. So that's what you're planning. However, this golden dragon spear has already caught my eye. Even if the sect master comes, I will have a good talk with him. I believe that he will also have that brat by your side give it to me. However, in order to prevent others from saying that I, Fang Bu'er, am bullying the young, as long as that brat can defeat my disciple, I will return it to him. How about it? What a joke. If I steal your woman and you fight with my men, then I will return it to you. What do you think? Ling Xiao retorted sarcastically. Right now he was really angry. He didn't expect that the other party would be so reasonable after stealing his divine weapon. He had seen many shameless people, but this was the first time he had seen someone this shameless. Did he think that just because he was strong, he was amazing? How dare you? Fang Bu'er was finally angry. He roared, and his figure swept past like the wind. A golden light attacked Ling Xiao's face. Before Ling Xiao could move, Ling Fei, who was beside him, had already blocked Fang Bu'er's attack. You're still saying that you're not bullying the young? Today, let's settle this again. Ling Fei roared. The flood dragon battle aura instantly soared, and it shot towards Fang Bu'er. However, before Ling Fei could reach Fang Bu'er, two powerful auras blocked in front of him. These two people were the two high-level god kings of Fang Bu'er Peak. They were Fang Bu'er's left and right guardian elders. Fifth Commander, don't be presumptuous. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. One of them said. Humph, do you think you can stop me? Ling Fei said disdainfully. However, he didn't continue to rush over impulsively. Otherwise, he would be unreasonable, and at that time, the other party would attack him. I'll say it again. If you can defeat my disciple, I'll return this weapon to you. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Fang Bu'er glared at Ling Xiao and said very rudely. His tone was unyielding. It seemed that even if Ling Xiao asked the sect master to come, he was not going to give him face. Brother, do you have confidence? If not, let's let the sect master come out and make the decision. Ling Fei said to Ling Xiao. Ling Fei understood Fang Bu'er's temperament the best. If he said that this condition would not be changed, he had no other choice. Unless there really was a civil war, and they fought to the death. Alright, come on. Call out as many disciples as you have. If I really cripple you, don't blame me. Ling Xiao replied, suppressing his anger. When I rise another level, I'll definitely challenge you, old fellow. At that time, I'll definitely trample you under my feet, and let you know the consequences of offending me. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao secretly made up his mind. Master, let me go up and teach this kid a lesson. No, let senior brother do it. I'm much stronger than you. Let me do it. I'll definitely make him crawl out of our place. Let's see who still dares to be impudent in front of Master. A few of Fang Bu'er's disciples fought to be the first to speak. Enough, this battle will be fought by Chu Kong, Fang Bu'er said in a deep voice. A disciple excitedly walked out from the group. This disciple had already reached the mid-level God King realm. In the dragon team, he also held the position of captain, and he was deeply valued by Fang Bu'er. Disciple will definitely not let master down. After Chu Kong bowed to Fang Bu'er, he walked 10 meters in front of Ling Xiao and said, Admit defeat now, kowtow to my master, and then scram from here. I'll let you go. Haha, what a joke. Ling Xiao said disdainfully. Then he said very seriously, Do you know why your master let you fight? Chu Kong was a little puzzled. He thought to himself, Of course I'm stronger than you, that's why I'm fighting. Actually, your master knows that I'm a member of the inner clan. I have a divine art that can increase my combat strength. If he doesn't send someone with a higher realm than me, he's afraid that you won't be able to defeat me. However, even if you're a level higher than me, you're still not my match. Ling Xiao spread his hands and ridiculed. When Fang Bu'er and the other disciples heard this, they all wanted to go up and beat up Ling Xiao. How could he be so arrogant? Bastard, do you still think that you're invincible? I'll beat you up right now. Chu Kong angrily roared and attacked Ling Xiao. Golden light flashed from his fist, and a lot of divine power gathered. With a shocking might, he directly attacked Ling Xiao. Chapter 1173. A clash between god monarchs was mainly determined by the amount of god power they could condense. Chu Kong was already an early-stage god monarch, so the god power he could condense was several times more than Ling Xiao's. The amount of god power he could mobilize was naturally rather terrifying. Every single punch was enough to destroy any city, and it was enough to cause many spaces to collapse. Ling Xiao's god power couldn't compare to Chu Kong's, but every drop of his god power was 5 times greater than Chu Kong's god power. Who asked him to be a monster that cultivated all 5 elements? Just based on this point, Ling Xiao had the ability to challenge a peak-level low-stage god monarch. Moreover, he had the ancient sovereign divine art to increase his combat strength by several tens of times, so why would he be afraid of a mid-stage god monarch like Chu Kong? Ling Xiao didn't plan to get entangled with the other party. He had already fallen out with Fang Bu'er, so they definitely wouldn't have any camaraderie in the future. Since that was the case, he would teach his disciple a harsh lesson and let him know that he, Ling Xiao, wasn't someone who could be casually bullied by others. Ling Xiao didn't hold anything back. His opponent was a tier higher than him, so this was an absolute advantage. His movement concept was raised to the extreme, and even a mid-stage god monarch couldn't think of locking onto him. Chu Kong's punch missed, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Just as he was about to search for Ling Xiao's figure, he swept his divine perception to the back of his head, and discovered that Ling Xiao was already blasting towards him. Shocked, he turned around and kicked several times, wanting to let Ling Xiao know how powerful he was. However, his kicks missed again, and he only managed to kick Ling Xiao's afterimage. At this moment, Ling Xiao had already appeared on his other side, and his dragon-subduing palm mercilessly slapped towards Chu Kong's waist. Ling Xiao didn't stop after gaining the upper hand, and his dragon-subduing palm rained down like a torrential storm, causing Chu Kong to scream in pain and vomit blood. Everyone watching from the sidelines was dumbfounded. Who would have thought that a low-level God King would be able to suppress a mid-level God King with just a single move? One had to know that Chu Kong was no ordinary God King. His battle prowess was definitely above average among his peers. Even a peak-stage mid-level God King would not be able to defeat him in an instant. However, the truth was right in front of them. They had no choice but to believe it. In a fight between fellow disciples, Ling Xiao naturally wouldn't kill him. However, he didn't let him have it easy either. He beat him until he couldn't tell which direction was which. In the end, Ling Xiao unceremoniously kicked Chu Kong's, but said with a disdainful look, "What kind of trash is this? He can't even withstand a single blow." Everyone present was stunned. Their gazes when looking at Ling Xiao already changed several times. Even Ling Fei and Fang Bu were the same too. Actually, for Ling Xiao to be able to beat Chu Kong until he had no room to turn around in one go, it was precisely because Chu Kong underestimated the enemy first, while Ling Xiao went all out and did not give the other party any chance. That was how he could seize victory in an instant. Huh. Awesome, awesome. You punk indeed didn't disappoint me. These are indeed all trash, Ling Fei said with a hearty laugh. For so many years he had always been suppressed by Fang Bu, making him very aggrieved. Now it was all good. This beating of Chu Kong by Ling Xiao made his sullenness dissipate, and his mood was greatly refreshed. Ling Xiao looked at Fang Bu and said bluntly, "Return my golden dragon spear." Fang Bu's face twitched a few times. He frowned and asked, "You know Qiao Feng? So what if I know him? So what if I don't know him?" Ling Xiao replied snappily, All right. If that's the case, then beat my other disciple, and I'll return it to you," Fang Bu said. "What?" Ling Fei exclaimed. Then a golden spear appeared in his hand. He pointed it at Fang Bu and said, "It seems like you're getting more and more shameless. Come, let's fight to the death. Let's see who can be arrogant in the end." Ling Xiao didn't get angry. Instead he laughed and said, "Haha, what a good second commander. Actually playing this kind of game. Fine. Since you have the ability, then take it. In a few days I want you to return it to me personally." Then he said to Ling Fei, "Brother, let's go." You want to leave after beating up my junior brother? It won't be that easy." Without waiting for Fang Bu to speak, a person's aura locked onto Ling Xiao and slashed towards him. "Brother, be careful," Ling Fei shouted, wanting to block the attack for Ling Xiao. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiao shouted, "Brother, don't worry. I'm not afraid of him." The ice and fire sword appeared in Ling Xiao's hand. He instantly used the extreme ice saber art and shot out rays of ice light. Every ray of ice light contained a bone-chilling intent. Even an ordinary god king wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was because as Ling Xiao's power grew stronger, the ice energy he emitted contained his divine power. It could be said that his attack power was tens of times stronger than when he was with the Holy Emperor. The person who attacked Ling Xiao was Chu Kong's senior brother. His name was Wang Bin, and he possessed the strength of a peak mid-level god king. Moreover, his battle prowess wasn't something that Chu Kong could compare to. In his generation, he was considered one of the best. He could even put up a fight against ordinary high-level god kings. All the disciples below Fang Bu specialized in the element of metal. Wang Bin wielded a mid-grade divine gold blade, and every slash of his blade could increase the power of his attack. The sharp power of the blade brought with it a power that could destroy heaven and earth. The power of the two collided, producing an intense collision. Ice crystals and golden light splashed in all directions. In the first round of contact, Ling Xiao felt that his hand was numb from Wang Bin's power. His body was cut by quite a lot of metal energy. If it was an ordinary god king, they would probably be injured. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had a body that was comparable to a god artifact, which was why he could withstand it. The two of them knew that it was impossible to start an all-out battle here. If they destroyed the surroundings, the elders of the sect would immediately appear to punish them. Therefore, the two of them fought up into the sky. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The intense battle alarmed the people in the vicinity. Experts emerged one after another to see what was going on. However, they only saw two figures fighting. They didn't understand what was going on. Wang Bin saw his junior brother being defeated with his own eyes. He had already overestimated Ling Xiao's strength. However, when the battle really began, he discovered that he had still underestimated Ling Xiao's battle prowess. Ling Xiao's movement technique was elegant, and his speed was astonishing. Although the divine power he used was slightly weaker than his, it wasn't too far off. He couldn't deal with Ling Xiao for the time being. However, When he was about to use his full strength to suppress Ling Xiao's power suddenly changed. It actually turned into a fire attribute sword light. The origin of fire made Wang Bin very afraid. After all, it was an unchanging law that fire could subdue metal. Damn, just how many attributes did this kid cultivate? Wang Bin cursed in his heart. After Ling Xiao used the attack of ice and fire, he finally forced Wang Bin to deal with it in a fluster. He took advantage of this momentary opening and kicked a gust of wind god's kick at Wang Bin. Wang Bin's face became red and swollen. There were also many footprints on his body. Wang Bin was so angry that he was about to go crazy. He was actually beaten to such a state by a kid who was so much weaker than him. He had lost all his face. I will kill you. Wang Bin's killing intent was ignited. He had already forgotten that Ling Xiao was from the same sect. Only by killing Ling Xiao would he be able to wash away his shame. Chasing Golden Shadow. Wang Bin slashed out countless crisscrossing blade auras towards Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao's figure was like a fish swimming, shuttling back and forth between the blade auras. He wasn't injured at all. Just when Ling Xiao thought that he had dodged these attacks, he discovered that there was a wind behind his head. Those crisscrossing blade auras actually automatically returned to attack him. Furthermore, it was as if they had eyes. No matter where he hid, they chased after him. Hee, unless you forcefully receive them, they will chase you to the ends of the earth. Wang Bin controlled these blade auras and laughed sinisterly. Is that so? Then I don't believe that I can't get rid of them. Ling Xiao responded. His figure suddenly swept in the direction of Wang Bin. At the same time, he attacked him with the ice and fire sword in his hand. Wang Bin seemed to have been prepared. He dodged Ling Xiao's attack and continued to control the crisscrossing blade auras to chase after him. However, Ling Xiao suddenly came to his side. He sneered and said, "This is your own move. Eat it yourself." After saying that, Ling Xiao used the taming dragon tail and kicked Wang Bin toward his own crisscrossing blade auras. Rumble. Wang Bin was injured by his own power. He let out a series of blood-curdling screams. There were many wounds on his body, and blood flowed down his body. However, Ling Xiao refused to give up. He soared through the air and slashed at Wang Bin's face with the ice and fire sword. His surging killing intent and ferocious aura slashed down at lightning speed. This attack was already close to the power of a mid-level god king. Wang Bin was stunned. He didn't expect that Ling Xiao would dare to kill him. He didn't even have time to dodge. Stop! Feng Bu'er shouted from below. At the same time, he shot toward Ling Xiao. Although Feng Bu'er's strength was monstrous, they were too far apart. Moreover, Ling Fei had already blocked in front of him and prevented him from saving him. Just when Wang Bin thought that he was going to die, Ling Xiao's ice and fire sword stopped in front of his forehead. The sharp sword force still caused a wound to appear on Wang Bin's forehead. Blood slowly flowed out. This is to teach you a lesson. Otherwise, you'll be too arrogant. Ling Xiao kicked Wang Bin and said disdainfully. Wang Bin didn't even have the thought of resisting. His heart was filled with sorrow. He didn't expect that a mere low-level god king would have a speed that even he couldn't match. Just this point alone made him unable to do anything to Ling Xiao. Now he was even used by the other party to injure him. It could be considered a complete failure. Ling Xiao said to Ling Fei, "Brother, let's go." Ling Xiao didn't pay attention to Feng Bu'er anymore. He directly left. Ling Fei sneered at Feng Bu'er and said, "Feng Bu'er, take good care of my brother's divine weapon. Don't lose it. You won't be able to pay for it." After saying that, Ling Fei also left with Ling Xiao. Feng Bu'er felt like Ling Xiao and Ling Fei had slapped his face. He felt an unprecedented pain in his heart. A kid who still smells of his mother's milk dares to be arrogant in front of me. Don't even think about getting this golden dragon spear back. Feng Bu'er said in his heart. Chapter 1174. On the way back, Ling Fei laughed at Ling Xiao and said, "You brat, you're amazing. You really helped me vent my anger." Ling Xiao said snappily, "Brother, you're still a little timid. If it were me, I would directly beat that Feng Bu'er into a pig's head. Hee, at my level, I can't be so impulsive. Otherwise, it will make things difficult for Big Brother." Ling Fei smiled embarrassedly. "No. There are some things that Sect Master can't do, but we should do it. Otherwise, others will be even more insatiable, and they will also think that we, the Kim people, are afraid of them. Ling Xiao said very seriously. Ling Fei looked at Ling Xiao in surprise, and then fell into deep thought. After a long time, Ling Fei sighed and said, I didn't expect that I can't see it as clearly as you. He paused for a moment and then said, Then what are you going to do now? Is there really a way to make Fangbu, or return your golden dragon spear? There is definitely a way, but I just need to think about which one to choose. Ling Xiao said with a fierce look in his eyes. Tell me about it. Ling Fei said. The first method is naturally to suppress him with force. I don't believe that he dares to challenge the headmaster. After all, we are on the side of reason. This is also the most direct method. Ling Xiao said straightforwardly. Ling Fei shook his head and said, I'm afraid that won't work. Although Big Brother's power is greater than Fangbu, many times Big Brother's orders will not necessarily be obeyed. Today, you ruthlessly humiliated him, so it is even more impossible for him to listen to Big Brother. At that time, it will only make Big Brother embarrassed. I really don't understand why Sect Master. And you are so afraid of him. Ling Xiao shook his head and said disappointedly. I'll tell you when we get back to my place. Ling Fei sighed. After returning to Ling Fei's mountain peak, he told Ling Xiao that Fangbu, had wanted to borrow his master's strength and all the resources of the Divine Body faction to become the faction head. However, he still lost to Ling Chun, who had the backing of the clan, and was unable to become the sect leader. However, it was also because everyone knew that the power of the Divine Body faction had the strength to challenge the Kim people. This was also the reason why Ling Chun and Ling Fei would not easily fall out with the people of the Divine Body faction. That would cause the Dragon Gate to fall apart. Of course, the ultimate cause of this situation was that the qualifications of the Kim people were getting worse with each generation. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been forced to this state by the Divine Body faction. Ling Xiao didn't expect that Dragon Gate's internal strife had reached a point where fire and water couldn't get along. His first method seemed to have failed. Tell me about your second method. Ling Fei changed the topic. Ling Xiao smiled and said, The second method is to ruin his reputation. Let everyone in Dragon Gate know that he stole a divine weapon from a junior like me. Let's see where he can put his old face then. Ling Fei acted as if he had met Ling Xiao for the first time. You're really full of evil tricks. This method sounds simple, but it's very practical. Fangbu, is a person who cares about his reputation. If this matter were to spread, I'm afraid that he would fly into a rage out of humiliation. I'll make him fly into a rage out of humiliation. Then everything will be easy. Ling Xiao said cunningly. Ling Fei looked at Ling Xiao's confident look and knew that Fangbu, would really become famous in Dragon Gate. Thus Ling Xiao explained his rough plan to Ling Fei. Ling Xiao returned to his courtyard and found Chang Haoyou, who stayed here, and ordered him to do some things. Chang Haoyou didn't have any objections to Ling Xiao's words and immediately obeyed. Looking at Chang Haoyou's departing figure, Ling Xiao sneered and said, Second commander, right? You'll soon know the consequences of offending me, Ling Xiao. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and there were only 3 days left until Ling Xiao's bestowment ceremony. During this time, something happened in the Heavenly Dragon sect. That is, Dragon Team Commander Fangbu, actually bullied the young and stole Ling Xiao's divine artifact. Not only did he not return it to Ling Xiao, but he also injured Ling Xiao and seriously injured him. He even said that no one in Dragon Gate could compete with him for anything he wanted. No one knew who spread this rumor, but everyone knew about it. Many people even personally went to find out the whole story. They found that it really wasn't a rumor, but rather, it was well-founded. First, Fangbu stole a high-grade divine artifact that Zhang Meng had spent a lot of effort to forge, and this divine artifact was reforged at Ling Xiao's request. After Ling Xiao learned about it, he went to Fangbu's mountain peak to ask for it back, and there was indeed a battle there. This was something that many people saw with their own eyes. Therefore they all believed that it was the truth. Fangbu, used his power to oppress the younger generation, and was shameless. He even seriously injured someone, and even said treasonous words, as if he was the gate master. Because of this, many people began to criticize Fangbu, for being disrespectful and bullying the young. Many people decided to jointly convene an elder council to punish Feng Bu'er and take back his power. They couldn't let him continue like this. Things were getting more and more organized, and everyone was starting to get nervous. They felt that it was time for Dragon Gate to break off relations. They were all worried about which side was the best choice to take in the end. Before this matter calmed down, there were rumors that the middle faction began to lean towards the Gate Master. The reason was that after a Sunjin of Goguryeo from the middle faction personally greeted the Gate Master, he even threatened to punish Feng Bu'er. The Sunjin of Goguryeo had a strong reputation in the Gate, and his actions instantly affected many people's hearts. If this Sunjin of Goguryeo leaned towards the Gate Master, did it mean that the middle faction had already decided to support Kim people's people? In any case, these rumors had already touched the nerves of many people. Meanwhile, Feng Bu'er, who was the person involved, was in a terrible rage in his own pavilion. Bastard who spread these rumors. I'm going to skin him alive. Feng Bu'er fiercely crushed a wine glass and cursed. The people in front of him all lowered their heads and didn't dare to answer, but they were extremely nervous. All of you are mute. Didn't I tell you to investigate? Who is the one who spread these rumors? I'm going to get rid of him. Feng Bu'er shouted. He really didn't expect that a high-grade divine artifact would cause such a ruckus, and even be criticized by many people. This was something he had never encountered before. It must be known that he was famous for being overbearing in the gate, and no one dared to easily go against his will. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a good ending. Commander, actually, I don't think this matter is so complicated. This is definitely caused by the people over there. If they want Commander, you just have to do it. A law protector elder stood up and said, if they want me to do what? Return that high-grade divine artifact? Or do they want to pull me down from my position? Feng Bu'er continuously asked. The law protector elder flashed a look of worry and said, perhaps both. After all, this matter has become big this time, and all the rumors are not beneficial to Commander. If they hold a meeting of elders, I'm afraid. Afraid of what? Do they dare? Feng Bu'er's face flashed with displeasure, but his confidence was somewhat lacking. He was an overbearing person, but he wasn't a brainless person. He naturally understood what the law protector elder was saying. Commander, I think it's better to return that weapon. Perhaps it can quickly eliminate the influence it has on you. Another law protector elder cautiously said. Feng Bu'er instantly became angry and shouted, impossible. I already said that I won't return it. Do you want me to admit defeat to a junior? I can't afford to lose face like that. Hurry up and arrest the person who spread the rumors. If anyone dares to speak nonsense again, directly send them out of the gate. Absolutely not. If you do that, then you'll fall into someone else's trap. The law protector elder quickly stopped him. Then what do you think we should do? Feng Bu'er was dissatisfied. The law protector elder pondered for a moment before saying, I think it's better to directly talk to the gate master about this matter. Just say that the second commander wants this divine artifact, and can use other things to exchange for it. Also, tell him that we didn't injure that brat. Then we'll have people spread the news, and these rumors will fall apart on their own. Feng Bu'er didn't say anything and sank into contemplation. Chu Kong, who had lost to Ling Xiao before, said with dissatisfaction, isn't this just compromising with him? What if he doesn't want to exchange? You shut up. Feng Bu'er roared, causing the ears of the people in the hall to ring. Chu Kong was so frightened that he knelt down and repeatedly begged for mercy. Feng Bu'er made a decision and said, we'll do as you say. If we don't alarm Master, then we'll make a big fuss over a minor issue. However, I won't personally talk to the gate master. I'll have the protector elder do it for me. The law protector elder wanted to say something, but in the end he didn't say anything. On the main peak of the gate master's residence, Ling Fei excitedly rushed over. Fifth brother, what made you so happy? Ling Chen looked at Ling Fei. Haha, big brother, didn't you hear the rumors? Ling Fei laughed. Of course I know. But with your careless character, you wouldn't think of such a method. Is it Ling Zhao's idea? Ling Chen said. Hee, that's right. How could he come up with such a bad idea? He's really not afraid that people will do something desperate. Ling Fei laughed. It seems that he's quite bold. He even beat up 2 of Fangbuer's disciples. He even directly accused them. This kid is born to not be at a disadvantage, Ling Chun said with some admiration. Ling Fei agreed. Yes, I think we should convene the elders' conference now. We can take down Fangbuer. At that time, I'll see what those people dare to say. It's not that simple. If Ling Xiao is just a disciple, then no matter how true the rumors are, it won't be able to do anything to Fangbu. After all, it's an honor for an elder to take a fancy to his things, Ling Chen explained. Then he said, but after that kid's identity is announced in 2 days, everything will be easy, even if that Fangbu can only eat the lotus in silence. Big brother, are you planning to? Ling Fei said with some excitement in his eyes. It's good that you know this. We still have to plan it well, Ling Chen said. Chapter 1175. On this day, Ling Zhao's ceremony was finally about to begin. The morning bell within the Dragon Gate rang 6 times in total. This was an important event that would only be rung so many times. If it was an ordinary inner court elder, then the bell would at most ring 3 times. 6 rings were at least elders on the same level as the Sunjin of Goguryeo, and 9 rings were only given to the gate master and founding elder. Anyone with some power in the sect could come to watch the ceremony, but they didn't know who had become the Sunjin of Goguryeo and was about to be conferred. Could it be that our Dragon Gate now has an elder with the strength of the Sunjin of Goguryeo? That should be the case. Why else would there be 6 rings? Only elders of their level have the qualifications to enjoy such treatment. It would be great if I could have such treatment one day. I could have my own mountain to cultivate on, and my authority would be much greater. With your aptitude, you should be thanking the heavens if you can stabilize your position as an inner court deacon. By the way, 2 days ago, didn't I hear that Commander Fang bullied a true disciple? No matter what, he's still the Sunjin of Goguryeo. How could he have the nerve to compete with a disciple, and even let his disciple injure him? How disappointing. Isn't that right? Commander Fang is a tyrannical person with a fiery temper. If he becomes the gate master, I'm afraid that the sect will be in chaos. She'll lower your voice. If someone hears you, it'll be troublesome. On the main peak's largest training field, a grand scene had already been arranged. There were dozens of tables and chairs on the high platform, all for the Sunjin of Goguryeo. At the center of the high platform was the gate master's seat. On the left and right sides of the high platform were 8 giant drums. Above the high platform were many red ribbons and lanterns, creating a festive and solemn atmosphere. The ceremony hadn't started yet, but the training field was already packed with people. Before the ceremony began, Sect Master Ling Chun and a group of elders took their seats one after another. An elder stepped forward and announced, "The auspicious hour has arrived." As the voice fell, the naked men around the high platform raised their horns and blew them. Woo-woo. The sound of the bugle horn was followed by the beating of the drums. There was a solemn atmosphere at the scene. Everyone looked towards the center of the high platform. They all wanted to see the elegance of this newly promoted elder. A young man in a white robe leaped onto the platform from a corner. His beautiful hair fluttered in the wind. Dignified, he strode toward the center of the high platform. He bowed slightly and greeted the sect master and the many elders who were sitting on the upper seats. When Fang Buer saw Ling Xiao on the stage, his expression instantly turned extremely ugly. That's impossible. How could he be a newly promoted senior elder? Could it be that he already possesses the strength of Sunjin of Goguryeo? That's absolutely impossible. Fang Buer said to himself in disbelief. Many of the elders present who didn't know Ling Xiao also muttered to themselves, "He's just a low-level god king. How could he use 6 bells to hold the ceremony?" However, when they clearly saw Ling Xiao's age, they were once again shocked. The surrounding people were also astonished. Such a handsome young man is a newly promoted elder? Isn't he the disciple who defeated Elder Hegong's disciple, Wen Tai Lu, a year ago? That's right. I didn't expect that in just a year, he'd directly become a god king from the peak of the Holy Emperor realm. This advancement is too fast. Isn't that so? Perhaps it's because of his lightning-fast advancement that they're giving him such a grand reward. I'm really envious of him. That's right. Isn't he the Ling Xiao who was taught a lesson by Commander Fang? It seems like his divine weapon was forcefully taken away by Commander Fang. That seems to be the case. If Ling Xiao was only a disciple, then maybe Commander Fang wouldn't care. However, now that he's promoted to an elder, would he still dare to not return his divine weapon? An elder held a piece of paper in his hand and loudly declared, Ling Xiao, come forward and listen to the title. You're not even 100 years old. Yet you've established a god base and achieved the title of Divine Alchemist. You're the first person in the sect's history. You'll be granted the title of High Elder in the Inner Court. You'll be rewarded with a peak, 10 protectors, 100 attendants, and 500 million divine crystals. After this elder read out all of Ling Xiao's rewards, everyone thought that they had misheard. Becoming a god king before 100 years old. This could be considered a devilish existence. However, there were no lack of geniuses like this in history. At the same time, he was also a divine alchemist. This was the only case since the ancient times. In fact, even the elder who was reading out the rewards thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. He anxiously thought in his mind, is this title wrong? After the elder finished reading, Ling Xiao couldn't help but kneel down to express his gratitude. At this time, Gate Master Ling Chen began to speak. I'm sure everyone can see that Ling Xiao is not even 100 years old, only around 70 years old. Not only did he break through to the God King realm, but he also became the fastest person to do so in the younger generation. He is also the first person in the last 10,000 years to reach this level, so he will be given the title of High Elder in the Inner Court. Moreover, he also has the identity of a divine alchemist. It could be said that he is the first person in history to reach this level before the age of 100. In the future, he will enjoy the highest treatment in the sect. Everyone regained their wits after hearing the Gate Master's words, but their hearts were still violently shaken. The majority of them were still in disbelief. If there was such a devilish genius, then what was the point of them living? That's impossible. Right at this moment, a voice of objection resounded in the air. Everyone looked towards the voice and saw that it was one of the Sunjin Kingdom of Goguryeo, Elder Hegong. Ling Chen looked at Hegong and asked, Elder Hegong, do you have any questions? Gate Master, if you say that he has become a god king, then I will believe it without a doubt. However, if you say that he is also a divine alchemist, then I definitely won't believe it. I hope that Gate Master won't be blinded by others, Hegong said in an imposing manner. Hegong's words immediately resonated with many people, and many of them agreed with Hegong's words. They didn't believe that Ling Xiao was a divine alchemist. Hegong sneered at the side. What a joke! Even if he is the reincarnation of a divine alchemist, it's impossible for him to become a divine alchemist at such a young age. How ridiculous! Ling Chen had already expected that there would be opposition, so his expression remained the same. I know that everyone might not believe me. At first, when Elder Ling Xiao told me about it, I didn't believe it either. But now that I've seen it with my own eyes, I have no choice but to believe it. He paused for a moment, then shouted at the two elders below him. Elder Lu, Elder Fu, are you present? Two elders wearing alchemist robes stood up with indifferent expressions. They bowed slightly to Ling Chen and simultaneously said, Lucha is present, Fu Yan is present. Lucha and Fu Yan were two of the 5 divine alchemists in the Dragon Gate, but they could only be considered the last 2. The other 3 were not present. As divine alchemists, they had arrogant temperaments and were sought after by everyone. Even the Gate Master had to be courteous to them. Take a look at this recording crystal bead. A recording crystal bead appeared in Ling Chen's hand, and he placed it on the table for them to take a look. The two of them stepped forward at the same time to see what was recorded in the recording crystal bead. At first, their divine eyes were filled with bewilderment. Slowly they became serious, and in the end, they became shocked. Their old eyes were wide open, and their mouths were wide open. Ling Chen asked with a hint of pride, Elders, are you sure? The two of them looked at each other and nodded to Ling Chen, revealing a look of admiration. We are sure. Elder Ling Xiao is really talented, we are inferior to him. They were all old monsters who had lived for tens of thousands of years. They were already extremely satisfied and proud to be able to become divine alchemists. However, after seeing the scene of Ling Xiao's alchemy in the recording crystal bead, and the earth-shattering phenomenon, they knew that Ling Xiao was a true divine alchemist. Moreover, his alchemy skills were not inferior to those who had entered the divine alchemist realm a long time ago. In fact, he was even better. They had to admit that this was the truth. Ling Chen was very satisfied as he announced to the crowd, Elder Lu and Elder Fu have confirmed Elder Ling Xiao's identity as a divine alchemist. I believe that no one has any objections, right? Ling Chen's words caused an uproar among the crowd. It can't be Ling Xiao. Is Elder Ling Xiao really a divine alchemist? How did he do it? It shouldn't be wrong. That recording crystal bead might be the record of Elder Ling Xiao refining the divine pill. Elder Lu and Elder Fu have already said so. Can their words not be trusted? This is great. Our sect has another divine alchemist, and Elder Ling Xiao is still so young. I wonder if he will become the supreme alchemist in the future. The supreme alchemist is the top alchemist, and there are only a few of them in the heavenly realm, but there isn't a single one in our heavenly dragon region. I also hope to see Elder Ling Xiao one day. It seems that no one has any objections. Then I will now award Elder Ling Xiao's token. I hope that Elder Ling Xiao can continue to work hard, and one day he will step into the Supreme Alchemist realm and raise the prestige of our Dragon Gate. Ling Chen was very happy as he said loudly, Ling Xiao was one of the Kim people. As long as Ling Xiao reached the incipient God realm one day, it was absolutely possible for him to step into the Supreme Alchemist realm. Ling Chen had already made up his mind that in the future, he would use all the resources in the sect to support his cultivation. Just as Ling Xiao went up to receive the token, Feng Bu'er stood up and shouted, Wait! Ling Chen looked at Feng Bu'er discontentedly. Commander Feng, do you have any objections? Although I believe in Elder Lu and Elder Fu's words, this is a big matter for our sect. We can't be careless. I think that Elder Ling Xiao should refine a divine pill in front of all of us. Of course, we won't have any objections. Feng Bu'er put forward his own request. He thought to himself, I don't believe that a little kid like you is really a divine alchemist. He must be a fake. Chapter 1176. Feng Bu'er's words undoubtedly hurt Lucha and Fu Yan. Wasn't he saying that they were lying through their teeth? Lucha glared at Feng Bu'er with dissatisfaction and said, Commander Feng, do you think this old man is blind? Fu Yan also frowned and said, Maybe Commander Feng thinks that our level is not high enough to tell whether Elder Ling Xiao is really refining a divine pill or not. Others were afraid of Feng Bu'er, but as divine alchemists, they were not afraid. Usually many people in the sect came to ask them to refine divine pills, and many people came to curry favor with them. Even in the dragon team, most people had received their kindness, so Lucha and Fu Yan were not afraid of him. Feng Bu'er didn't expect these two old fellows to have such a big reaction, so he immediately braced himself and said, I'm not saying that the two elders are not good at judging people, but I'm afraid that the Elder Ling Xiao in the crystal bead is not the Elder Ling Xiao. As long as he refines a divine pill in front of us, all of this can be explained. Then we will no longer have any doubts. Lucha and Fu Yan didn't find any words to refute. Feng Bu'er's meaning was very clear. He thought that the Ling Xiao in the crystal bead was fake. They coldly snorted, sat back in their seats, and let the sect leader decide this matter. At this time He Gong also stood up and said, Commander Feng's words make sense. Since Elder Ling Xiao has this ability, we should open our eyes, so that we can also admire the glory of Elder Ling Xiao's alchemy. Everyone, don't you think so? He Gong's words were very pleasant to hear, and immediately many people responded to them. These people were, of course, on the side of Feng Bu'er and He Gong. Ling Chen didn't expect that Feng Bu'er and He Gong would slap his face in public, which made him feel very embarrassed. By doing this, it was clear that they did not trust him, the sect master. At this time, Ling Fei stood up and shouted, Today is the day of the ceremony. Since the sect master and the two divine tier masters have confirmed it, we should let Elder Ling Xiao obtain the medallion. In the future, if anyone wants Elder Ling Xiao to refine a divine pill, as long as they provide enough materials, I'm sure he'll let everyone witness his alchemy skills. Even so, without proving his identity, how can we give him the token? Feng Bu'er said in a neutral tone. Ling Fei wanted to refute, But Ling Xiao interrupted him. Fifth commander, don't speak for me anymore. Since the second commander wants to see my alchemy skills, then let's do as he wishes. That's more like it. Let everyone see how brilliant your alchemy skills are. Feng Bu'er said proudly. He could almost see Ling Xiao's final appearance of humiliation. At that time, he could take the opportunity to make things difficult for Ling Xiao and force him to have no face to stay in the Dragon Gate. Ling Xiao met Feng Bu'er's gaze and said, since the second commander is so refined, how about this? I'll let you prepare the materials for the divine pill. What do you think? That's not a problem. Feng Bu'er agreed without even thinking about it. It was just a portion of divine materials. As a peak divine king, he could still afford it. Well, if I can refine the divine pill, I wonder if the second commander can agree to one of my conditions? Ling Xiao asked again. Feng Bu'er looked at Ling Xiao's confident smile and suddenly had a bad premonition. However, in front of so many people, he couldn't directly refuse, so he immediately said, what do you want? If I can refine the divine pill, then please return the divine tool you stole from me. I know that the second commander is very powerful in this sect. I went to ask for it a few days ago and was taught a lesson by you. I know that I'm not your opponent. Of course, if the second commander wants my divine tool, then just pretend I didn't say anything. However, the tool soul produced by the divine tool is originally one with me. Unless you kill me, you won't be able to display its power. Ling Xiao publicly revealed the matter of Feng Bu'er stealing his golden dragon spear. At this moment, Feng Bu'er only felt a burning sensation on his face. It was extremely uncomfortable. He didn't expect that he wanted to see Ling Xiao lose face, but he didn't expect that he would be the one being attacked instead. The storm of rumors was not over yet. Now that Ling Xiao said it in front of everyone, it was undoubtedly telling everyone that he, Feng Bu'er, was a shameless person who bullied the young and robbed the younger generation of the same sect. Now Ling Xiao was about to be promoted to a senior intersect elder. His status was different, so how could Feng Bu'er continue to seize other people's divine tool and not return it? Wasn't he afraid of being criticized by everyone in the sect? If that was the case, would there still be a place for him, Feng Bu'er, in the sect? Even his master wouldn't take such a huge risk and continue to keep him in the sect. Thinking of this, Feng Bu'er couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He cursed in his heart. So this brat already had a plan. Damn it. Everyone at the scene looked at Feng Bu'er with a complicated expression. There were doubts, sympathy, and disdain. They all knew Feng Bu'er's character. He was overbearing, unreasonable, and prideful. Now that he was being criticized in public, let's see how he would deal with it. Ling Xiao said again. It seems like the second commander doesn't want to return it. Then pretend I didn't say anything. Sigh, it wasn't easy for me to become one with my weapon, but it's gone just like that. What a heartache. Ling Xiao's words were undoubtedly adding fuel to the fire. It made everyone understand that the soul of the divine tool had already become one with Ling Xiao. Feng Bu'er, how shameless could he be if he still wanted to snatch it away? Feng Bu'er's lungs were about to explode from anger. He glared at Chu Li and said unwillingly, fine, as long as you can refine a divine pill, I'll return your weapon to you. Feng Bu'er's words undoubtedly admitted that he had snatched the other person's weapon. Once again, he was looked down upon by the majority of the people. Even those in Feng Bu'er's camp felt ashamed. That's good. Many thanks, Second Commander. Many thanks, Second Commander. Everyone says that Second Commander is a tyrannical and unreasonable person. It seems like these rumors are not to be believed. Ling Xiao showed a servile expression as he repeatedly expressed his gratitude. After hearing Ling Xiao's words, Ling Fei almost laughed out loud. Whoever offended this brat must have had 8 lifetimes of bad luck. Ling Fei looked at Feng Bu'er's pale face and happily thought to himself. Sitting at the top, Ling Chen's face was gloomy, but in fact his heart was also blooming with joy. Ling Xiao's words undoubtedly gave Feng Bu'er and everyone else a wake-up call. Ling Xiao ignored everyone's gazes and quickly gave Feng Bu'er a list of materials so that he could refine a divine pill. Among the materials Ling Xiao had listed, there was no lack of extremely precious materials. This made Feng Bu'er's heart ache. Of course, Ling Xiao couldn't use all of the materials. He kept most of them and only used half of them to refine the pill. Before refining the pill, Ling Xiao looked around at the crowd and said, "Perhaps everyone doesn't believe that I, Ling Xiao, can refine pills. Today, I'll take this opportunity to let everyone see clearly whether I, Ling Xiao, am a genuine divine alchemist. If I'm not, then I'll let everyone deal with me. If I am, then please prepare more materials when you come to find me in the future. I won't refine pills for everyone for free." As soon as he said this, everyone's hearts and minds relaxed and they began to cheer. "Elder Ling Xiao, as long as you're a divine alchemist, we'll definitely curry favor with you." "That's right. We'll try our best to prepare all the materials you need, but you must refine a divine pill for us. Elder Ling Xiao is so young. If you're not a divine alchemist, but a saint alchemist, we won't blame you. If you're not a divine alchemist, then you're lying to the sect leader and the elders. Don't blame us for being impolite." Ling Xiao wiped away his confident smile and began to refine the divine pellet. Everyone looked at Ling Xiao's smooth refining movements, and all of them began to believe in Ling Xiao. Fang Bu Higong and the others' faces twitched. They stared fixedly at Ling Xiao, as if they wanted to kill Ling Xiao with their eyes. If Ling Xiao really succeeded in refining a divine pill, then Ling Xiao would be on equal footing with them, and would even be welcomed by the other elders in the sect. Lucha looked at the cauldron that Ling Xiao was using to refine pills and said excitedly, "Old Fu, do you think that cauldron is the legendary obsidian divine cauldron?" Fu Yan swallowed his saliva and said, "From the looks of it, it is indeed so. I never thought that Elder Ling Xiao would have such a fortuitous encounter at such a young age. I only know that there are a few other divine cauldrons in the hands of those legendary supreme alchemy gods. Not only that, look at the flame in his hand. The energy it emits should be a type of high-grade origin flame. It seems like Elder Ling Xiao is not a fake." Lucha sighed. "Yes, of course. I never thought that he would surpass us old men at such a young age. It's really hard to accept," Fu Yan said in admiration. The two of them weren't really interested in Ling Xiao's origin heavenly fire. It was still possible to find the origin fire in the heavenly realm, but the supreme god Ding in Ling Xiao's hands was the divine object that they desired the most. However, it was not good for them to do anything shameful. Time passed quickly, and the medicinal cauldron emitted a thick medicinal fragrance, causing everyone to be intoxicated. In the end, following Ling Xiao's cry of surprise, he began to condense the pill. On the martial arts practice field, strange phenomena began to appear one after another, causing everyone to be in an uproar. They looked at the tall and straight figure on the martial arts practice field, and all of them became incomparably respectful. As for the women, they were filled with infatuation. A divine king and a divine alchemist who was not even 100 years old. This double identity was enough for Ling Xiao to stand shoulder to shoulder with those Sunjin of Goguryeo elders. It's true. There really is a phenomenon. Elder Ling Xiao really is a genuine divine alchemist. I really didn't expect that our Dragon Gate would still have such a monster hidden in the snow. In the future, I will have to properly befriend Elder Ling Xiao. Yes, with his Tenbin, if he continues to grow, I'm afraid that among his generation, no, even us of the older generation will not be able to compare to him. Isn't that so? Seeing how experienced he is in the art of alchemy, I really don't know if he is the reincarnation of the medicine god. No matter what, our sect has another divine alchemist, and this is definitely something worth celebrating. Elder Ling Xiao's real name is true, but some people have really lifted a rock and smashed their own feet. Let's see how they will deal with this. In the future, we must stand on Elder Ling Xiao's side and protect him. We can't let him be bullied again. Chapter 1177. A God King Pill. It was a type of high-quality divine pill that even God Kings coveted. The one in Ling Xiao's hand was also of the metal element. It couldn't be helped, as this material was provided by Fang Bu. Most of the divine materials he collected were of the metal element. Everyone looked at the divine pill in Ling Xiao's hand with intoxicated expressions, especially the metal element God Kings. All of them swallowed their saliva, wanting nothing more than to snatch it and swallow it. A divine pill like this required them to make a lot of contributions in order to be qualified to exchange for it. Ling Xiao handed the divine pill to Sect Master Ling Chen, and Ling Chen let Lucha and Fu Yin appraise the grade of the divine pill. The two of them scrutinized the divine pill refined by Ling Xiao. Looking at the dazzling golden light and the natural luster, the two of them sighed inwardly and felt ashamed of their inferiority. Reporting to Sect Master, "This pill is undoubtedly of the divine grade," Lucha said to Ling Chen in a clear voice. He said this for everyone present to hear. Actually, even without Lucha's confirmation, everyone present had already confirmed that Ling Xiao had refined a divine pill based on the phenomenon. "Commander Fong, I wonder if you can return my weapon?" Ling Xiao looked at Fong Bu, with a smug look on his face. Although he had defeated Fong Bu-er's disciple a few days ago to vent his anger, the golden dragon spear was still in his opponent's hands. This was something Ling Xiao could not tolerate. Therefore, when he left Fong Bu-er's territory, he decided to let Fong Bu-er know how powerful he was today. He wanted him to obediently return his golden dragon spear in one piece. If he didn't return it, that was fine. Then he would have to suffer the blame of the entire dragon sect. He believed that Fong Bu-er was a very tactful person. Fong Bu-er's face twitched a few times. He no longer had any reason to keep the golden dragon spear. After all, he couldn't obtain Ling Xiao's blood essence, and couldn't erase the brand in the golden dragon spear. Moreover, Ling Xiao had already grown. In the future, Ling Xiao would be unstoppable in the sect. He had no choice but to compromise for now and get back at him another day. Ling Xiao grabbed the golden dragon spear again, and an imposing aura was transmitted to the golden dragon spear. A peerless true dragon roared, and balls of golden light flickered on the high platform, making Ling Xiao look incomparably mighty and noble. The true dragon condensed image seemed to have a lot of intelligence, and it actually wrapped around Ling Xiao's body, appearing rather intimate. Ling Chen looked at the golden dragon spear and couldn't help but praise in his heart. As expected of a high-grade divine weapon that even Fong Bu-er covets. Even I feel moved just looking at it. There were many divine weapons in the dragon sect, but most of them were low-grade divine weapons. A small number of them were mid-grade divine weapons. As for high-grade divine weapons, there were even fewer. Not everyone could have one. If the golden dragon spear hadn't been washed in a large amount of dragon blood, and it hadn't been fused with adult dragon bones and dragon tendons, it wouldn't have reached such a high level. It's really a good item. It's rare to see a divine weapon at this level in the dragon sect. No wonder why Commander Fong wants it so much. Look carefully. I'm afraid that only Elder Ling Xiao can use this divine weapon. The soul of the weapon has fused with Elder Ling Xiao. In the future, after it's bathed in more blood, when Elder Ling Xiao reaches incipient God realm, it will become an ancient divine weapon. It's true, but it's not easy to become an ancient divine weapon. Moreover, Elder Ling Xiao has only the low-grade King God realm. I don't know how long it will take. No matter what, since Elder Ling Xiao has fused with this divine weapon, his fighting competence isn't weak. I'm afraid he can even fight a mid-grade King God realm expert. In the future, it won't be difficult for him to become one of the Sinjin Kingdom of Goguryeo. Ling Xiao put away the golden dragon spear and said to Fong Bu-er, "Thank you, Elder Fong, for being so understanding and returning my divine weapon. Alright, then give me the divine pill that you just refined." Fong Bu-er's face was burning. He felt extremely uncomfortable. He was being played around by a junior, but he couldn't do anything about it. Just now, in order to let Ling Xiao refine the pill, he had provided a lot of divine materials. Now that he had refined the divine pill, it naturally belonged to him. He couldn't give it to Ling Xiao. I refined this divine pill. Why should I give it to you?" Ling Xiao revealed a puzzled expression. Fong Bu-er's eyes turned cold. "I provided the materials, so the divine pill naturally belongs to me." "That's true, but didn't Commander Fong not believe that I could refine a divine pill? Now that I've finished refining it, it doesn't seem right for you to want my divine pill. Actually, I plan to offer this divine pill to the sect as my first contribution to becoming a senior elder," Ling Xiao said in a very difficult manner, his face inadvertently revealing a hint of ridicule. Elder Ling Xiao is truly a role model for our generation. To be willing to offer such a divine pill to the sect, I believe that Commander Fong is a generous man and won't quibble with you over this small amount of materials, said Ling Fei on behalf of Fong Bu-er. Fong Bu-er's expression became more and more unsightly. I'll endure it. I'll King endure it. Fong Bu-er forcefully suppressed his anger and didn't say anything more. He directly flew away from his seat. Fong Bu-er had left, but the others hadn't. One by one, they stepped forward to greet Ling Xiao respectfully, striving to become familiar with Ling Xiao first. Divine apothecaries could be said to be the most respected people in the heaven domain. They were even more popular than the Sunjin of Goguryeo. If they didn't curry favor with Ling Xiao now, when would they? Ling Xiao enjoyed this atmosphere of being treated with respect. He thought to himself, I am truly loved by all who see me. Flowers bloom when they see me. Ling Xiao was happy. Ling Chen and Kim People's people were also happy, because they had now completely suppressed the god system and extinguished their arrogance. Fong Bu-er was the best proof. After getting rid of all the obstacles, Ling Xiao went to the mountain peak that was given to him by the sect. This was a place that could only be obtained by becoming a senior elder, and the original manor that he lived in would have to be returned to the sect sooner or later. Euro Fei, Sha Tian, and Xinyu Yi were temporarily in closed-door cultivation. Ling Xiao had already ordered people not to disturb them for the time being. He would return the manor completely in the future after they came out of closed-door cultivation. He only brought Chang Haoyou, his protectors, elders and attendants here. Looking at this desolate mountain peak, Ling Xiao almost collapsed. He was a senior elder after all. How could he be given such a desolate mountain for him to cultivate and live in? Was there still any humanity left? Young master, don't be sad. I'll immediately arrange for people to take care of it. Soon we can build a residence in the mountain peak. Kong Wen said from the side. Ling Xiao lightly nodded his head and said, hurry up. Oh right, I still have to ask the sect leader to arrange for a few array masters to come over and set up some defenses. Otherwise, this place will be destroyed by the next heaven and earth anomaly. Kong Wen nodded his head, then brought Kong Wu and the attendants to start modifying the mountain peak, making it suitable for living conditions. Kong Wen and Kong Wu were both at the peak of the middle stage God King, and the weakest of the other attendants was the Holy Emperor, so it was naturally easy for them to change the mountain peak. It was just that it would take some time to build the palace. Let's go, this will be our nest from now on, Ling Xiao said to Chang Haoyou. Chang Haoyou bowed slightly and replied, with the rallying power of the Peak Lord, our peak will definitely become the most bustling peak. Ever since he knew of Ling Xiao's other identity, Chang Haoyou, the proud son of heaven, was even more respectful to Ling Xiao. What Peak Lord? Senior Chang, you've also been conferred as an inner elder just like me. Just call me junior brother or Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao waved his hand and smiled. As a senior elder who could own a mountain peak, it was reasonable for those who followed him to call him Peak Lord. Etiquette cannot be abolished. Although the Peak Lord thinks highly of Haoyou, Haoyou has already chosen to follow the Peak Lord. In the future, he will naturally live with the Peak Lord. Chang Haoyou said very seriously. Ling Xiao couldn't be bothered to argue with Chang Haoyou. He immediately looked at the majestic peaks nearby and asked, which elders do these peaks belong to? Ever since Chang Haoyou was accepted as a disciple by his master, he spent most of his time cultivating inside the Dragon Gate. Therefore, he knew everything inside the Dragon Gate like the back of his hand. He pointed at the peaks and said, the tallest one belongs to Elder Zheng Can. He is the elder closest to the alchemy god in our sect. He is also the most senior and rarely shows himself. This one belongs to Elder Gong Tanjian, Elder Lucha, Elder Qi Yangtai, and Elder Fu Yan. The 5 of them are the 5 great alchemists in our sect. Including you, the Peak Lord, there are a total of 6 great alchemists in our sect. So that's how it is. Since I've been assigned to this peak, I guess I'll be treated the same way as them. Ling Xiao said to himself. Since I'm a junior, I should pay a visit to the elders. The Peak Lord is right. Haoyou is willing to go with you. Chang Haoyou agreed. Ling Xiao nodded and said something to Kong Wen and Kong Wu. Then he took Chang Haoyou to the peaks. According to Chang Haoyou's suggestion, he should visit Elder Zheng Can first. In fact, Zheng Can had been a great alchemist dozens of thousands of years ago. However, he had focused on refining pellets and cultivating tenbin wasn't good enough. Thus he was stuck at half-incipient God realm, and couldn't break through to incipient God realm. If he could break through to incipient God realm, it wouldn't be difficult for him to get the title of the Supreme Alchemy God. Of course, Ling Xiao had to pay his respects to an existence at this level. However, when he arrived at the other's peak, he was refused entry. The people there said that the peak lord was cultivating in seclusion, and didn't want to see anyone. Facing this arrogant man, Ling Xiao and Chang Haoyou didn't know what to do. After talking for a while, they went to Elder Gong Tanzhan's peak. Gong Tanzhan wasn't as arrogant as Zheng Can. He welcomed Ling Xiao personally. Ling Xiao looked at the old man who was too enthusiastic. He cursed inwardly. It's a realm to be so shameless. Although Ling Xiao didn't know much about Dragon Gate, he had heard that Gong Tanzhan belonged to the Divine Body faction. He didn't have a good impression of the Kim people. However, he didn't show any dissatisfaction when he met him. Quite the contrary, he felt like he was bathing in the spring breeze. If one didn't know Gong Tanzhan's character, they would think that he had a good impression of Ling Xiao. In fact, he had a deep hostility toward Ling Xiao. Chapter 1178. After visiting Gong Tanzhan, Ling Xiao went on to visit the other three. Qi Yangtai was out, so Lucha and Fu Yin were very polite to Ling Xiao. They were different from Gong Tanzhan's excessive enthusiasm. After leaving, Ling Xiao returned to his own peak and urged Kong Wen and Kong Wu to build the palace. Then he handed this matter over to Chang Haoyou, and he went back to the clan. This time, the most important thing was to go to the Golden Dragon's territory to see if he could hook up with a Golden Dragon as a protective spirit beast. Of course, Ling Xiao's expectations were not very high. He mainly wanted to see if he could get a Dragon Pearl. If it was before, he would definitely think of a way to get a Dragon Pearl. But now that he had a divine body, his power had been transformed into divine power. He was no longer affected by the dragon blood, so he didn't have to worry about becoming a half-dragon, half-human. When Ling Xiao returned to the sect, he immediately went to find Patriarch Ling Bo. When Ling Bo saw Ling Xiao return, he immediately smiled and said, "Kid, you're very good. You've been in the limelight in the outer sect. When the clansmen hear your name, they all give you a thumbs up." Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "I just want to regain my face. Originally, everything could be discussed, but some people just don't want face, so I can only use this method." Ling Bo nodded heavily and said, "Well, you're right, some people really don't want face." After a pause he said, "Now you should know some things about the outer sect. Ling Chen's control over the sect master is not very good, right?" Ling Xiao didn't understand why Ling Bo said this, but he also nodded in agreement. He knew very well that the Dragon Gate was now in a state of disintegration. "Do you think that we old guys are useless? Didn't you help Ling Chen get rid of them?" Ling Bo asked again. Ling Xiao was silent and didn't say anything. After all, such a big matter was not up to him. He didn't have the qualifications to cross the line. Ling Bo sighed with his hands behind his back and said, "On the surface, our clan seems to be the #1 clan in the Sky Dragon region, but who knows that we are getting worse with each generation. If the younger generation doesn't live up to expectations, and always rely on us old guys to support the situation, then we don't need this Dragon Gate." He paused for a moment and said, "In your generation, although Ling Chen has some achievements, but his temperament is too gentle, and his methods are not decisive enough. And Ling Fei is too impulsive, and his thinking is simple. The others don't have the talent to be a hero. If they can't control the situation, I'm afraid that in another generation, Dragon Gate will fall into the hands of outsiders. At that time, I'm afraid that they won't rely on us Kim people to survive, and they won't be willing to offer so many cultivation resources." Ling Xiao didn't understand why Ling Bo told him this, but he also understood that what Ling Bo said was the truth. Dragon Gate had gone through countless generations of development, and many people had forgotten who established this sect and who supported this giant force of Dragon Gate. They thought that they could forget their ancestors now that they had grown up. "Ling Xiao, although you didn't grow up in the clan, you are indeed a member of our Kim people. You have the same blood as us. Now that you have grown up, I hope that you can help Ling Chen stabilize the situation in the sect in the future," Ling Bo said with a pleading tone. Ling Xiao nodded and said, Patriarch, I understand what you mean. I will do my best. Although he hadn't recognized the clan for long, he could feel the atmosphere of family affection in the clan. He liked this kind of happy and harmonious life, and he had long regarded himself as a member of the Kim people. Now that the Dragon Gate was in trouble, as a member, he naturally had the obligation to share some of the pressure for the Patriarch. At the same time, he also had an explanation for his identity. Well, you are different from ordinary people. You are brave and resourceful. In the future, your achievements will definitely surpass us old guys. I am very relieved to leave this matter to you. Ling Bo said with satisfaction, and then said, A few days ago, I entered the dragons and communicated with the Dragon King. He has already approved you to go in and have a look, but whether you can make the true dragons follow you willingly depends on your ability. That's no problem. Maybe they all like me. I don't know how to choose, Ling Xiao said narcissistically. Ling Bo smiled faintly and didn't say anything, because he felt that Ling Xiao's words made some sense. Because Ling Xiao had the strongest bloodline of the Kim people, he had a personal connection with the dragons, so maybe the true dragons of the dragons would like to be close to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao followed Ling Bo to a place with a spatial formation, and they were immediately teleported to the deepest part of the dragon-gazing mountain range. This place was filled with dense metal attribute origin energy, and many metal attribute spirit trees and spirit grasses were growing vigorously. 7th and 8th level spirit grasses were obvious, and 9th level spirit grasses could occasionally be seen. This place was like a primordial gold mine that hadn't been mined before, causing Ling Xiao's eyes to shine. That's a golden dragon tree, and there's even a golden dragon fruit. Ling Xiao exclaimed as he stared at a dazzling golden dragon-shaped fruit tree. The golden dragon tree was a divine tree of the same level as the undying tree in his sea of consciousness. It had been bathed in dragon blood for a long time, and had been contaminated with a lot of dragon qi, and had grown after more than 10,000 years. The golden dragon fruit was a divine fruit of the highest quality. It bloomed once every 50,000 years, and bore fruit once every 50,000 years. Just a single golden dragon fruit could allow a person to possess dragon qi, strengthen their physical body, and allow an ordinary martial artist to jump several levels. Strength was not a problem, and for metal attribute god kings, it was also the divine fruit that they desired the most. Although it couldn't allow a god king to break through a level, it could allow him to reach the peak of that level, which was equivalent to saving 1,000 or even 10,000 years of cultivation time. It was no wonder that Ling Xiao's eyes were green with envy. He couldn't wait to rush over and pluck that golden dragon fruit. Just one fruit was enough for him to cultivate for many years, and he could immediately reach the peak of low-level god king. Stop looking. When we return to the clan, I will reward you with one. You deserve it. Ling Bo said. Ling Xiao hurriedly replied, Thank you, clan leader. At this time, the two had already arrived at a valley that was emitting dazzling golden light. In front of the valley, there was a several 100-meter-long flood dragon. It looked very old, but its aura was extremely powerful, and it had obvious signs of transforming into a dragon. Dragons wanted to transform into dragons, other than absorbing large amounts of dragon qi, dragon blood, and origin dragon balls. They could also rely on their own cultivation, accumulating day and night, and finally breaking through the shackles, condensing dragon balls on their own, and finally transforming into dragons. The flood dragon in front of them wanted to use this last method to transform into a dragon. Once it achieved the supreme dragon body, it would definitely not be inferior to those who were born true dragons, and might even be a bit stronger. After all, they had all gone through a long period of time to reach that stage. The dragon might that they condensed was naturally very mighty. When Ling Bo and Ling Xiao approached, the flood dragon opened its huge eyes. Little Bo, you're here again? The flood dragon spoke in human language. Ling Xiao's face twitched. He really wanted to laugh, but he didn't dare to. The dignified Sky Dragon region's #1 ancient clan's patriarch was actually called Little Bo. If outsiders heard this, they would laugh their teeth out. However, Ling Bo did not seem to be angry at all. Instead, he bowed towards the flood dragon and said, Yes, Uncle Ao. I brought a junior to the Dragon Valley for a stroll. The Dragon King has already agreed. The flood dragon glanced at Ling Xiao. Its nose twitched, and its huge body instantly started to spin. This kid has such a dense draconic aura. The flood dragon revealed an extremely happy expression. Ling Bo smiled and said, Ling Xiao, quickly greet Grandpa Ao. It has been here for hundreds of thousands of years, and will soon become a true dragon. Ling Xiao did not expect this flood dragon to be so old. He immediately bowed respectfully to the flood dragon and said, Greetings, Grandpa Ao. Alright, go in. I believe that the Dragon King will like you. The flood dragon replied. Ling Bo brought Ling Xiao into the valley and entered the Dragon Valley, the land of the Golden Dragon. After entering the Dragon Valley, Ling Xiao felt as if everything had suddenly become clear. This place was not like the outside world, where golden light shone everywhere. Instead, it was like a paradise, with green mountains and clear waters, faint traces of clouds, and soaring dragons. It was vast and boundless. Are you stunned? Ling Bo said softly from the side. Ling Xiao nodded blankly. He was indeed a little stunned. This was because he saw many mighty golden dragons of various sizes flying around. He felt that there were so many divine beasts. Don't look at how many divine dragons you see now. In fact, within the entire Dragon Valley, there are no more than 100 golden dragons. This is already very declining compared to when they were in power, and some other divine beasts are much more numerous than them. Ling Bo said from the side. Ling Xiao understood that what Ling Bo said was the truth. The water dragon clan that he had encountered in the East Sea Dragon Palace was much less than this golden dragon. This was the reason why he was shocked. Ling Bo led Ling Xiao deeper in. Those golden dragons seemed to recognize Ling Bo. They circled around him and made friendly low sounds. Their eyes glanced at Ling Xiao from time to time. There were even a few bolder little golden dragons that flew over and licked Ling Xiao's face with their tongues. That wet feeling didn't make Ling Xiao feel disgusted. Instead, he felt unusually comfortable and happy. Ling Xiao could read their kindness, so he immediately caressed their dragon horns in a very easygoing manner. Dragon horns were their most honorable symbol, and not just anyone could touch them. Only their closest kin were qualified to touch them and pass friendly messages. They all made cheerful sounds. Obviously, they didn't refuse Ling Xiao's touch. Looking at this scene, Ling Bo was so shocked that he couldn't express it in words. Since he became the clan leader, he had brought many juniors into the dragons and tried to let them be favored by any true dragon to become their protective spirit beasts. However, in all these years, Ling Xiao was the only one who was able to make these golden dragons produce their source energy as soon as they entered. It seems that this kid's bloodline has really been activated to the peak. Otherwise, how could he be so close to the dragons? It seems that it won't be difficult for him to find a true dragon to protect him. Ling Bo was quite envious. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.